You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network, here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VAC Roundtable number 60. As Michael Crowett says, it's the end of the week, but it's not the end of the world. So therefore, it's time for a VAC Roundtable. And of course, we have a special one for you tonight. We are very honored and blessed to have Michael and Michelle Aldridge. They are long-standing activists, 6 to 7 decades of doing this. And needless to say, they have a great history that we want to enlighten you about in regards. So with that in mind, thank you very much for joining us. And from here, I'm just going to launch into our first question. And this one is for both of you and each one of you to respond. What initially brought you to cannabis? When did you first hear about it, smoke it? If you can recall that, what was it for you? Start with you, Michael, and then to Michelle.
I first started out in the summer of 1963. I was going to Harvard Summer School, taking a course in English and American contemporary literature. And there I met a lovely young lady named Betty, and we were sitting in Harvard Yard about 8 o'clock on August 6, 1963, almost to the minute. Sitting in Harvard Yard, it was cool and lovely, and she reached in her purse and said, "Have you ever tried this?" And she hauled out a skinny New York joint, really a nail joint. It was very thin. And it was very tasty. I enjoyed the taste right off. It made me cough, and it didn't hurt that an hour later we were in bed together. That's always a good start for a marijuana career. And little did I know that it would last the rest of my life. That was quite an introduction.
Michelle?
Me, it was rock and roll. I moved out of the house. I got my first apartment, and somehow ended up at this rock band house.
And
And it was in San Antonio, Texas. And I started smoking marijuana after I watched them for a couple of weeks to make sure. I had majored in nursing. I wanted to make sure what they were doing was okay. It's I questioned the smoking of the banana peel too.
you remember that?
Yeah, unfortunately.
But that's where I first got introduced from a rock and roll band.
Right on. Well, then I will turn this directly over to Peggy Jones. Councilmember Jones, you have the next question.
Good evening, Mike and Michelle. Thank you so very much for joining us. What brought you into cannabis academically on a path to rediscover our country's rich cannabis hemp history? Thank you.
That's Michael.
I spent a year in India in 1965, and other than that, a few times in 1963, as I mentioned, it was the first time that I had come into a society that was bong oriented rather than alcohol oriented. And I've noticed that contrast all my life between a whole country where the most popular drug was cannabis in various forms versus the United States, which had prohibited it for so long. And academically, I started a research project. I had gotten a contract for a book that was to be about cannabis. And so I decided to write my doctoral dissertation on cannabis at the State University of New York at Buffalo. So I started Sunyab Limar, a Limar organization there, and did write my dissertation on cannabis. And I think it was called Marijuana Myths and Folklore. And I think it was probably the first doctoral dissertation in the United States that had been accepted. I turned it into should I keep going?
Keep going.
I turned it into the English department chairman, a wonderful man named Al Cook, who had been responsible for increasing the faculty at SUNY Buffalo to include people like Leslie Fiedler and Bob Creeley, many other poets and writers. So I turned in 600 pages about marijuana, 600 type double-spaced pages. And he called me in. He said, "What am I supposed to do with this? I mean, how does it relate to English?" And about a week later, he called me in again and he said, "We have an answer." And the answer is that the University of California at Berkeley has just started a folklore department. So the State University of New York at Buffalo now has a folklore department, and your dissertation will be accepted as a folklore dissertation. I was thrilled. It's the first time anywhere in the United States that had been accepted.
Except out of the 600 pages, they only
Oh,
accepted like 250.
Right. They wanted me to cut it down. So I based it mostly on the historical part, plus arguing in favor of Limar.
And that's where he discovered that Washington grew hemp.
Right.
And all the original stuff that everybody's based everything off of for years.
And the library at SUNY Buffalo had a lot of travel books. And it turned out that the travel books were where you'd find a mention that this guy went in and smoked some bong or he ate some edibles and describes the trip. So that was very interesting as a start for academia.
Well, one thing that he forgot to mention about India was if you wanted an alcoholic drink, the cab driver would take you behind the
auto repair
shop to get the alcohol.
One little glass of terrible vodka.
Unless you went to a hotel and then you had to sign a form that's saying, "I am an alcoholic."
Interesting, huh?
But you could
Wow.
buy long milkshakes at the store.
At any corner store.
So I mean, it was a whole different society of the way to look at it.
It was
And
a cannabis-centric society, which you had probably never experienced before.
Right.
exactly.
So there I drank bhang on Shiva tree in Benares and got very, very stoned, wandering around listening to skulls pop. The burning ghats in India are where they burn the bodies. And this was a burning ghat that I went to, and almost everybody at the ghat was stoned. It was a funeral process that was ordinarily accepted. You got stoned. Quite interesting.
That would make things a lot easier for our society. I don't know. Death regardless. That is absolutely fascinating. Thank you for sharing that with us. Next up will be Council Member Michael Crowitz.
Thank you, Etienne. It's so great to have you on the roundtable, Michael and Michelle. It's so good to see you. My question, I just before I ask it, I'll preface it to say that I was giving a speech with Dale Geringer one time at a meeting, and he asked me to give a speech about the early cannabis movement in the U.S. And I thought that was great because most people really have very little knowledge before like 1975 or 74 of what happened, pre that time period, for whatever reasons. But mostly, I guess, because of the commercialization, I guess, of high times and stuff. But anyway, I was trying to figure out, and I didn't really think about it that hard, who was, where did who's the first cannabis activist? And I remember Fred Gardner was very happy with me because I said Louis Armstrong was, in my mind, the first cannabis. I gave mention to Dr. Woodward, of course, from the AMA back in the 30s. But of course, that was his job. He was a lobbyist. And, Louis, his day job was, we all know, he was a great jazz musician. He didn't have to do marijuana stuff. That wasn't, in his job description. I'm sure it put him at an extra risk, even as much risk as he was in. But anyway, I'd love to hear the question is, what do you consider the birth of the cannabis movement, and where does Limar, fit in that, and where did Limar merge into Amorphia? Can you give us sort of a sketch of that?
I do like the idea I read in one of the biographies of Louis Armstrong that he refused to go anywhere without cannabis. He had to have a smoke or two before he went on stage every time to play that incredible instrument. And I've lost the thread. Louis Armstrong.
He always had to have some before he went on stage.
Yes, and Mesro told that in Really the Blues, his book. And the thing was, he was so famous that they sent secret security agents with him, as they would with the president or something like that. And these people were responsible for making sure that Louis got his cannabis through customs in any country. I love that story. I love that story. But the real start of Limar was in 1964 when a young man named Lowell Eggemeyer marched into a police station here in San Francisco and said he didn't think that marijuana should be illegal, and he slapped a joint on the counter and demanded to be arrested. That's an amazing, brave thing for a young kid to do in San Francisco.
And they arrested him.
And of course they arrested him. Eventually went to trial. He spent a year in jail and got out. Dale Geringer, the important part is that his lawyer was a very right-wing attorney named James R. White III. And he characterized himself as more right than Barry Goldwater. And James R. White III wrote legal briefs to defend Eggemeyer. He wrote 4 of them, and they became the Limar briefs. He called the organization Limar for legalized marijuana. And those 4 briefs are very rare now. I have all 4 copies somewhere in the box. And that started the Limar movement. As it happened, Allen Ginsberg and Peter Orlowski were in Berkeley at the time giving a poetry reading. And he heard about this. There was a tiny little article in the newspaper, one of the local newspapers, that Dale Geringer found, describing the start of this group to legalize marijuana, and that they'd march to City Hall and so forth. And so that was the beginning. When James R. White published those 4 legal briefs, he included references to the Indian Hemp Commission and to the LaGuardia Report and to anything else he could find. He did a really good research job. And that was my first start on actual marijuana historical research. That sent me to various sources that he'd sourced, and it went from there.
And there you have it.
And
Go ahead, Michelle.
Lowell Eggemeyer lives in Sacramento and doesn't want to have anything to do with marijuana or to be interviewed, or he's very quiet. Interesting.
Michael, you had a follow-up?
This is a follow-up. If you could help us see the New York connection, because I know there's a Limar New York connection, or at least I believe there is.
What happened was Alan heard about Limar in San Francisco, went back to New York, and talked about it with Ed Sanders. They decided to start a Limar in New York with a young man named Randy Wicker, who ran a head shop. And so the basis of it was that they advertised in the head shops to get people to try to legalize marijuana. And it worked. They held meetings. Several of the people also went to Chicago in the August 1968 hippie revolution. And that's how it started in New York. From there, Ed Sanders was a very famous poet already at the age of, 20 or something. And he was in touch with John Sinclair. So he sent John Sinclair a bunch of pamphlets that Ed had written about legalizing marijuana. John Sinclair thought they were wonderful. And he appointed a couple of people in the Translove Energies commune in Detroit and Ann Arbor. Joe and Roseanne Mulkey were the leaders of the Detroit Limar. They came out to visit me at my place in Buffalo, and I went home from school and my door was open, and here's these 2 bikers sitting in my living room, having gotten in somehow. I don't know how they got in. And so they're sitting there, and they announced themselves as being from Detroit Limar, and they brought a whole bunch of pamphlets that John had published. This gave me the idea to start one in Buffalo.
And
So
thus the New York connection was born and maintained.
Yeah.
Right on. Well, we're gonna shift here a little bit. Council Member Pius, our British brother, you have a question up next. Go ahead, Pius.
Hey, Mike and Michelle, thank you for joining us. Could you share us with your work in the realm with HIV?
Oh, HIV. In 1986, I had 46 friends die of AIDS. Michael and I looked at each other and said, no one's going to help the junkies. The gays have some support, but no one's going to help the junkies, so we have to. So we kept thinking about how we go about doing things. So Michael joined, no, before I chose. He joined with Pat Bernanke
Oh,
and Harvey
YES.
Feldman,
Uh-huh.
and they were doing bleach and teach.
Mayor Dianne Feinstein would not let us
Distribute bleach.
distribute needles.
Well, needles.
We
yes.
wanted to have a needle exchange real early because we recognized they were sharing needles that was spreading HIV. But Dianne Feinstein refused to allow that to happen. So in retaliation, more or less, we discovered that bleach would stop HIV. So we handed out a lot of bleach in little bottles, and people would be given the bleach and they were instructed how to clean their own needles as to not get HIV. And we think that that process, well, it included outreach workers going around. These were ex-convicts, ex-prostitutes, ex-felons, who we trained to go back into their own neighborhoods and work with the gang that they'd come out of, or the prostitutes on a certain street corner, and teach them how to clean their needles with bleach. We think that doing it is what prevented San Francisco from rising 15% a year in HIV positivity.
Like they did in New York.
Like New York had to cope with. In other words, we think that it saved San Francisco needle users from the epidemic by a simple outreach program. My job in that was to train the outreach workers how
Well,
to
no,
go back.
you were at YES, and then you went to ICHO.
YES, and we started a training organization at Youth Environment Study with Harvey Feldman and Pat Bernanke. But
then you went to ICHO.
And then we went to the Institute for Community Health Outreach, which was run by a very famous lesbian named Pat Norman. Pat has her picture painted up on a mural in the Castro now. And Pat started this organization funded by the State Office of AIDS. For 12 years, we trained every outreach worker from San Francisco and Oakland and all across the state. We went to San Bernardino, we went to LA, we went all over the place, Fresno even, Auburn up in the north part, and training outreach workers how to deal with their own community with the information that that community needed. It was very successful.
And while Michael was doing that, in 1989, I got a job. I was housing manager of the 6th International AIDS Conference, housing for 12,000, negotiate with 54 hotels, plus access to all the researchers in the world. And so I got to talk to them and explain more about needle exchange. I was doing housing for the CDC people and the NIDA people. And so they came to town to look at the hotels. And while they were doing that, I showed them the needle exchange. And one of the big CDC people's doctors was standing in line, waiting to ask questions. And a junkie looked at him and said, "Excuse me, are you in line?"
For a needle.
He was interested that it was that easy to do all this stuff and to save lives. So I got to spread some of the harm reduction to the people I got to know. Then I went to work as president of AIDS Prevention Action Network. We were a network of 7 needle exchange programs in California. And Joey Tranquino was part of it. And we did that for a few years, and Joey went off and kept doing it, and I went off to write the medical marijuana laws.
Well,
all because of 46 friends dying in 1 year.
I'm sorry you had to endure that, but thank you for finding the strength to do something about it and not sit back and watch it. You save countless lives, friends that I know and people that I would come to know and love, and I'm not sure they would have had that chance if you wouldn't have been there doing what you did. So I personally thank you, and I think society owes you all a debt of gratitude and thanks for not sitting by, getting active and doing something about it, which unfortunately so many people do.
We're not that type of people. We can't sit by and, eye open mouth, insert leg. I stopped with the foot years ago. You have to do something about it. You have to change it. It doesn't have to be this way. The one out of all of the AIDS stuff, we were one of the first straight couples that had our friend. He was living in a gay hotel downtown San Francisco and cleaned houses. And Dianne Feinstein made it a homeless hotel. So he made all the gay guys homeless. And so Dennis came to stay with us in the end of September. And by Christmas, he was almost dead. AZT hadn't been approved yet. He was a veteran. So the first week of January, we took him to the Veterans Hospital, and that's where he died. So it was very personal to us. We had to do something.
At that time, it was so early in the HIV epidemic that they put a sign on the door of his room saying HIV.
Do not enter.
Right.
And that was on a lot of veterans doors that we tried to go say hi to all of them.
And the only thing they had to offer was AZT, which became legal the day he died. If I remember right.
Exactly. They finally approved it.
That had to be absolutely bitter to experience. I'm sorry, but thank you.
I think that's the way that marijuana spreads between people. A friend turns on a friend, turns on a friend, and pretty soon you have 50,000 people smoking weed.
That's the thing that I have found, is that cannabis crosses every socio-economic barrier.
Yes.
And it's one of the very few things that I've found that can do so besides oxygen and food.
Those are a couple of essential items.
In that order.
Touche. All right. Well, humbling story to say the least, but thank you for your actions again.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Next up will be Mary Lynn Mathry.
Hi, Mary Lynn.
Councilmember Mathry.
Hi, guys. Thanks. Yeah, as you're saying that, I'm thinking, May and Arnold Nutt, their son died the day that it became legal in Michigan.
Donnie McNutt.
Yeah. Grandma marijuana in Michigan. May not. All right. We're going to still go back in time here. In an effort to give recognition to those who made great sacrifices to legalize cannabis during the critical and challenging days before 1972, that created the foundation for our modern cannabis movement, including academics and historians like the Fitzhugh Ludlow Library, who should we remember and recognize?
Well, I made a list. Besides Lowell Lakemeyer, Alfred Lindesmith,
very famous sociologist.
Yep.
Allen Ginsberg. Allen went to Lindy's place and got all his stuff. So that's how Allen got his marijuana collection. And Michael was Allen's secretary in '69 and got access to all of Allen's stuff. Of course, Lester Grinspoon,
whose sons are now involved.
Well, Peter, definitely. You had Peter on recently.
Yes.
Todd Micarea.
Bless Todd. Show the book.
Oh, yes. Todd's book, Marijuana Medical Papers, 1839 to 1972. Norm Zimberg. He developed set and setting. Andy Weil, of course. Ed Sanders.
Wait, since you mentioned Andy and Norm, there was a third person involved in their 1968 article, which is one of the best early articles. Weil, Zinberg, and Nelson. It was Judith Nelson was the other person. And it was called Clinical and Psychological Effects of Marijuana, spelled with an H, in Man. It was in Science Magazine, December 13th, 1968. It was the first article that showed that you could do marijuana research with human beings, not just rats and not just rabbits, but with actual human beings. They showed it was safe to do that research. That, my friends, was the start of the entire academic movement of modern times.
Ed Sanders, who helped Michael with the marijuana review and was with Allen Ginsberg, John Sinclair, and Richard Evan Schultes, who did the 3 species defense. And that's sort of my list.
Anyone else off the top of your head? Of course, we know the known knowns, but if there's any unknowns that you feel are, you know, we don't want any left out. We're trying to learn, but that sounds like a very comprehensive breakdown you all about.
I can't think of anybody else.
Councilmember Jones, you had a follow-up?
I have a question. You were talking about the research with cannabis and mammals, specifically rats. With the knowledge you have on mammals, other than humans, would you agree that they also have endocannabinoid receptors and that us eradicating cannabis from the wild was a negative thing and causing issues with our wildlife now, since we eradicated it?
With that, I agree with your statement.
Thank you. I've seen it affect not just the wildlife, but the ecosystems, and I'm looking for proof. Thank you.
Yeah, good. I like your shirt too, Voice of Tibet. My sister Judy went to Tibet a few years ago and brought back wonderful things.
Right on. Well, next up will be Councilmember Green. Councilmember Green, you're recognized.
Am I clear? I know I have some volume problems.
We're still having some issues hearing you.
Move close. No, that doesn't help.
No, that doesn't help either.
It's weird.
No. Okay.
Nothing. Sorry, Michael.
Sorry, Michael Green. Well, I will ask the question then. When did your focus shift to medical? Or was this always a focus to a varying degree, even in the early days? Is medical in some ways in opposition to recreational, or as we call it today, adult regulated access?
Go for that.
Wow. Okay. Because of Michael, I knew about the Indian Hemp Drug Commission. Because of Todd, I knew more. Because of Bob Wendell and Alice.
Technology. Is this better?
A lot of people.
Yeah.
Barbara and Kenny Jenks and LV and
I might be back. Am I heard?
Michael, we asked the question. They're answering the question, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
so I don't know. I guess I mean I always sort of knew it did, but you know, until I had cancer and I healed it in 3.5 months with cannabis oil, I didn't believe it really worked, but it does. Michael?
The question was, repeat the question.
Medical.
When did your focus shift to medical, or was this always a focus for you to a varying degree, especially in the earlier days?
Had to be a focus. Because if you write the history of cannabis, a lot of that is the medical uses of cannabis, starting in 1500 BC, maybe with the Atharva Veda, which recommends balm for relief from distress. It goes back that far. And I want to quote Dennis Perone, who once famously said in Time magazine, "All use is medical." And I understand that very well. It doesn't make any difference what your intention is, whether you just want to get stoned or not. That use is medical. It will help any of the health conditions that it helps. And you may not even realize it until you suddenly realize you're breathing better, or you're feeling better in general. So my answer is the medical and recreational use are indistinguishable in history, and the modern distinction ignores the fact that even recreational use is medical use.
Now, the one thing that's going to come up is the rescheduling because of this.
Right.
If we reschedule to Schedule 3, that's medical only. So what will happen to recreational? It's going to be a good, interesting question to pose if the DEA even goes along with it. I think personally that the whole schedule should have been thrown out because we have mushrooms and stuff in Schedule 1 too.
Makes no sense.
And you know, none of and benzodiazepines in 4. None of it makes any sense. It isn't scientific. It should be thrown out. And if they want to redo it, start it from scratch. But this is unacceptable.
Well, as I've told people, we did all this under Schedule 1, Schedule 2 or 3 won't change anything for us to a certain resolve. It'll just cause people to go back to being activists as opposed to sitting back and being proprietors, I think. With that in mind, we'll try Michael Green for the next question, which is his question. Michael Green, you want to try for number 7?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'll be damned. Excuse me. Michael, Michelle, it is a genuine pleasure to see you. I'm fascinated a little bit before I go on to the next question. In your reading in the Vedas, it's my understanding that Shiva is the Lord of cannabis, the Lord of yoga, the Lord of the dance, that the art of Veda has as one of the sacred plants. Where else in your early studies did that kind of manifest? And then I will go on to my question, because you've given us now a 3,500 to maybe 5,000 year history, because obviously this information existed prior to the Vedas.
As you probably know, ancient China had a lot of involvement with hemp, and it wasn't just for cloth and thread. They grew a lot of hemp in China. I don't remember the exact places, but they keep discovering little stashes of hemp in burial tombs, and
like the Scythians.
Like the Scythians, who crossed Central Asia and brought cannabis with them everywhere they went. They were the best horsemen in the ancient world, and they'd ride into a place and conquer it. And part of their society, part of their zeitgeist, if you will, was cannabis being spread all through the Middle East. Chris Bennett has done a wonderful job of recounting some of that early history.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Just, it seems to me like history is telling us this has been medicine from time immemorial. So the follow-up, the question I've been assigned and now posed is, it's my understanding that you look in retirement, where you are at the moment, especially you, Michelle, are looking to create a cannabis museum. We're just curious what your vision is, what that would encompass, what you need to get that together, and maybe perhaps what we can do to assist you in that.
This has been a dream of ours for a very long time. Even at home and in my 2 storage places, I have like 500 boxes of cannabis materials. Many books, many of them autographed, a whole library of cannabis stuff at home and in a couple of storage areas up north. And I don't know what to do with them. So the best part for me would be to create a museum that was bigger than a museum. And Michelle will talk about that. This is basically her idea, and it's a really good one.
Well, what I want to do is do a California Cannabis Historical Society. Let me read you a definition. A historical society, also known as a preservation society, is an organization dedicated to preserving, collecting, researching, and interpreting historical information and items. Besides a museum on top of that would be perfect for what we want. California Normal has all their archives. Chris and Mickey, Jack Harrer, Jeannie has all of Jack's. We all need some place to put them, and we're getting older and older and older. So I always had the dream that all the dispensaries at one point, when everything was legal, would all want to give money to a museum, a historical society, to keep it all, because we were the first ones to put marijuana on the ballot. Did you know that the hemp was grown at Sutter's Mill before they discovered gold? The first building in San Francisco was made out of Richardson's sale, which means the first building in San Francisco was made out of marijuana. There is history in California of, besides the marijuana issue, all the hemp issue. And it should be told to people. And if we're running at the California State Fair, judging different types of marijuana, they have historical societies to other crops. Then I thought of Prop 64. Prop 64 basically gave money to the cops for a few years. That I think has finally expired. They're giving money for 10 years to research facilities. And after that, they have all the money for themselves. So why not have a law that says, I want to give $5 million to a cannabis historical society. And so we can buy a building and put it all together. And
Northern California.
And we do it in San Francisco. That's where I always wanted it to be. And we have to make sure it's not near water, that it's high enough, that it's not near fire. And so I think I've gotten a legislator to sponsor the legislation. And so now all I have to do is start putting the 501c3 together and a board and articles of incorporation and all that wonderful stuff that the federal government requires. So it'll come, but we're getting too old. We have to do something with it, and we don't want it to just. We don't have kids. We had a library. What can I say?
What a wonderful notion. Thank you so very much for sharing everything you've shared this evening, and I look forward to being able to visit.
Good. Thank you. Love to see you.
Historical Society in California.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that, Michael. Next up will be Peggy Jones again, Councilmember Jones.
I have one final question. On my healing journey, I did a lot of research on herbs and what most would consider common weeds. And I found that they're using a lot of pharmaceuticals, yet we're told in ads daily, here, you need to kill your weeds with this weed killer and that weed killer. With that being in our face all the time, would you say that that contributes to our problem with getting this legalized? Because they are constantly programming people that the term weeds is bad. Thus, I hear people all this time, oh, you smoke weed. There's an association there. Would you say that this negative propaganda for common weeds that are also medicinal to be killed would be also reinforcing that marijuana or cannabis should not be legalized, and that's impeding our journey to get this recreational or medicinal marijuana nationwide? Thank you.
Personally, I don't. I think the people that smoke marijuana know the difference between a weed and a weed. You know, they even even on television the other day, I was watching Channel 4 News, and they referred to it as weed. And then they mentioned it was marijuana, and then they mentioned it was cannabis. All in the same story. And it was like, it's the media is just so used to. That's what we used to call it. We used to call it weed. And we knew the difference.
And the other half of that is that the pharmaceutical companies want to make a lot of money on cannabis derivatives. They've already taken over Marinol, which never did work very well. And anything that their scientists can discover or invent is just going to be patented, and it will belong to them. And what happens to the little marijuana farmer up in Ukiah or in Petaluma?
But the pharmaceutical companies have to understand that we have an endocannabinoid system, and they haven't done that yet, and neither has the medical field. Until they understand that we have an endocannabinoid system that can be manipulated or medicated with a cannabinoid for a specific purpose,
and then
they aren't going to invest money in it, not yet.
And another problem related to that, of course, is that doctors don't know anything about medical marijuana use, by and large. A few doctors do. So what Mary Lynn has done for decades is to go talk to doctors groups and nurses groups and talk about cannabis so that they become educated. And until most doctors know more than they do now about cannabis, it's not going to work very well to have the doctors regulating it.
They don't even know what to recommend.
And that's why, we've hosted a nurse who's actually working on educating other doctors and nurses by attacking that curriculum so that they become educated. So there's hope out there. Realize that, that there's been chances taken by others and who have seen the folly and the misses and are looking to take it up in places. So take heart there at least. We kind of had a question behind the scenes since Michael, you and Michelle, you both have such a history and also a knowledge around nomenclature. We of course know that the terminology weed was, we know there was a connotation in the 30s as the quote unquote yellow journalism was used to slander cannabis. Do you potentially know the original origin of when weed and cannabis were put together? I do know that history's sake that Helen Moorhead was the one that put hemp and marijuana together. She was a secretary for Anslinger. So she was the one who put two to two together and told him, and of course he took the credit for it. So I always love to demonize Helen Moorhead for her work there in putting them together. But do you have any understanding about when the terminology weed with cannabis was associated?
It'd be late 60s with the hippies, I think. I don't remember any. I'm trying to remember Walton in 1938, Marijuana, America's New Drug Menace, which was surprisingly a very good history of cannabis, even right in the middle of the Marijuana Tax Act. But I don't recall weed being used that early. So my guess would be 1965, perhaps.
What about when the marijuana assassin of youth and the devil weed? Wasn't there? Is there a connotation there?
Yes, I have a book called The Dope Chronicles, which collected newspaper articles about marijuana and all kinds of other drugs. And I think Devil's Weed was a 1930s movie. And so maybe that's where it came from.
Okay. Michael Green has his hand up.
I was going to say, I recall having come across the Devil's Weed movie and understanding that, the terminology as I always understood it, perhaps came back to being after the 37 Act, when of course World War II came into being and suddenly they had to have hemp. And a lot of that after the war became what we called in Arizona ditchweed. And it was, eponymous. It was everywhere across the country. So in my circles, we always thought related back to those plants that had basically gone wild or back to being wild, just popped up wherever you can find it.
I have a picture of some farmers who were working for Park Davis and Company. I forget where it was. It was in Michigan, I think. They had a big hemp farm, a big marijuana farm, and that was to be able to make their own products from marijuana rather than relying on India as the source.
Interesting. Councilmember Mathry, you've got a question.
I was just going to comment as well on the weed thing. Found it curious when we were checking with North Dakota, gosh, a couple decades back, but they had passed before the federal hemp bill came about. North Dakota was going to allow farmers to grow it. And we were trying to convince somebody to do it. But in calling the governor's office, they referred us to the Department of Noxious Weeds. And it's something to talk about cannabis.
Noxious weeds. That sounds about right. Well, that's our questions. I cannot thank you all enough for joining us tonight and answering our questions. It's been a wonderful talk and discussion. Is there anything else that y'all are working on that you would like to talk about or plug, or is there a future museum location that people are considering, or?
Just San Francisco. I haven't got that far yet. It's all still in my head, and I'm slowly talking about it.
One thing I'd like to do is really praise Mary Lynn and Patients Out of Time. For decades, they've been one of the most important people educating other medical people. And I think that that's had a really good effect. And I think that that will be under consideration for medical schools to start teaching courses in cannabis. I hope that's the way it goes. The other part is the little farmer, the small marijuana grower who maybe has a couple of big fields, and even up to the people who have huge warehouses and greenhouses full of cannabis. Don't forget that this is the livelihood for a lot of people in Northern California who are not the big industrial corporations taking over the industry. So I would say it would be important for future laws to make sure that the small cannabis businesses and farms are not just wiped out by the big industrial companies.
Testify.
We have been.
You have, and I cannot thank you enough for your leadership over the decades and guiding us as we've done what we've done.
Berkeley, say the most important thing I should have said. Can you guess what it is? I met my wife at the first National Normal Conference in Washington, D.C. in 1972. That's a 50th anniversary of being together. I invited her to come out to San Francisco. She did 2 weeks later, showed up in this beautiful little yellow Fiat Spider, with a sports car that I dearly love. We've been together for 50 years.
51.
In the same apartment for 50 years.
51 years on Monday.
A cramped apartment.
Yeah.
Our own personal museum, yes.
Well, congratulations, and we wish you all a happy anniversary upcoming as you celebrate your wonderful time together. And thank you for this time together with us. I would like to thank Michael Green, Michael Crowitz, Peggy Jones, Mary Lynn Mathry, Mike Davis, Pius, and of course, Nate Landau was here. I'm Etienne Fontan. And of course, thank you, Michael and Michelle Aldridge, for a absolutely wonderful discussion tonight. And we'll be back in 2 weeks, people, for VAC Roundtable number 61.
Thank you.
very much.
It's been our pleasure.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
We're still in entertainment. Bring it on.
I've got a dewdrop to test.
Yes.
To test out
So,
today.
You
And this is
showed that
made-
to us, but
This is
how does
made
it
by
work?
Dave.
Electric.
Dave, and I'm gonna mess up pronouncing his last name.
Pereira.
Pereira, correct.
Yeah.
Or Electric Dave on Instagram.
Yeah, and he's
He-
also the maker of the Happle.
Correct. And I've got that.
So
right
it's
here.
not Electric Dave though.
No, it's electric.
Electric. Electric.
Yeah,
Just so you know,
yeah, correct.
when you're looking for him.
ERRLECTRIC.
Earl Electric.
So there you go. This is his dewdrop.
Hold on now. Here, hold on. There you go.
This is
Yeah.
the dewdrop. As you can see, it's nice and clean, and it's nice and clean because I have not used it yet.
Okay.
On the top of the stem, this is the piece where your hash will stick to.
Mhm.
You light your hash, you stick it in here, and
In the water?
Yeah, I've put
Hash goes in the water.
Yeah, no, it's
Well, no.
there's a glass enclosure.
Oh, okay. I see.
All right, and then
Here, let's make you bigger.
Nice.
Oh.
Wrong one.
Uh-oh. It's not going bigger than that. No. Okay, just go ahead.
Okay, it's probably So there you go. It's hand blown. Dave does them all, and we've seen Dave at many events.
Yeah.
And so now
He's
he
very,
does
very
these.
well known in the community
Correct.
and an amazing blower.
I've got some hash here. Now, what I have found, some hash will work really well, and some hash will melt.
Uh-oh.
And when it melts, it makes it a little harder for it to burn because it's melting.
Well, yeah, because it's also dripping.
Correct. Exactly. So I got leaves falling on me.
Yeah, you know what? It's really weird here. It was green up until about 3 days ago, and now everything's starting to
Falling.
turn.
Yeah. So I've got some hash burning here.
Do you find you waste a lot with these toys?
No.
No.
Yeah, just gotta make sure it's burning. It's not burning. Come on, hash. I should have maybe put some on here previously. Tested it out. But then I would have smoked it all. Yeah, I got her going.
I haven't had any hash in a while.
So I put it inside there. You can see it filling up with smoke. And just see it doing its thing. It sort of looks like our background.
Yeah.
Nice and smooth. Oh,
Wow,
yes.
nice.
Yes, I like this.
And you could flavor the water as well, eh?
Yeah, I imagine you could. Yeah.
Put a couple of droppings of some terpenes or something in there.
And it's very, very nice. Dave says it's got a new reinforced stem on it here. And I'll tell you, this lid, it's just glass on glass. I have to tilt that to clear the chamber. It
Wow.
seals that well. Yeah, it's got the little bubbler in the bottom. Fork holes. The handle for this has got some ridges on it, so it's not a completely smooth surface, so it's good to grip onto. And, the thing about smoking hash too is it goes forever.
And what's the price range on those? You could have just said you don't know, Al.
I don't. I don't know. I don't know. Now I can tell you, the apple that I've got, the apple here.
Yeah.
I purchased it at Spirit Leaf in Campbellford, and it's a smaller version. I gotta clean it. This was $55, but it depends on the store, right?
Yes.
But if anybody's interested in one of these,
you can buy direct from Dave.
Correct. Yeah. Check your store, your local store, if you see if they've got one. Oh, stuff.
I was checking out another store. It says it's $55 too.
Pardon me?
I was just checking out a couple other stores. They're $55 too.
$55.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, it's coined one of the best hash pipes in Canada.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
no wonder Nugs was like, we want to brand it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you got a little cough on me, but
yeah, but that's a concentrate for me.
That's right. Exactly.
Any concentrate can make
nice,
it hack.
Nice, and it pulls nicely. It's easy to hold on to. No, it's just like the apple. Will be easy to clean as well.
You know, I put my student glass, I take it apart and put it in the dishwasher on the top.
Well, there you go. I don't know if I'd put that in the dishwasher, but
yeah, it might be a little too thin.
Yeah, but it's good stuff. So you can check out Dave's Instagram at Electric Dave, ERRLECTERIC Dave. Should have probably pulled him up on Instagram. And here is his page right here. There we go. Electric Dave. Some of his posts of his stuff. Oh, look at that. He's put an e-nail on it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, see, I was wondering if the top had a different feature because it looks
wow. Different. That is cool. I might be able to do that. I might be able to do that.
You know what? I enjoy I use the student glass more as a bong than I don't even have water in it at the moment.
No, you just use it dry.
Just use it dry with the module as my vaporizer, and throw some shatter in there or some diamonds. I've got one scoop of diamonds left. Yeah,
right.
It's my movie watching bong. I don't own a bong. That's the only thing. I use my shatterizer and my student glass.
Now here it is with a banger on it. Is that a banger on the front of it there?
Yeah, that's. I was wondering because the way the thing, it just looks different.
Yeah.
Here, let's make it big, Al. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
That's cool.
Funny. I've got like 6 bongs and I don't use any of them. Oh, 7, 8 bongs.
Now he's got.
I've got a glass one, a raw one up there on the shelf, but I don't use it.
So he's got a bowl on it.
Yeah,
there.
he basically made it like it's in everything.
Yeah,
it's gonna smoke everything. Flour, concentrates.
Yeah, you can see he's changing it out, eh?
Yeah.
The drop.
You're a genius.
Yeah, he did.
Fucking
Yeah.
brilliant. I wondered because as soon as I seen that, I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, I've seen the hash kettle for years, but you look at the hash kettle prices, holy fucking shit. You could buy like 6 or 7 of the Happles.
Yeah.
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 Why would you buy that other thing?
Steven, fuck off.
There he is. Okay, yeah.
That's the e-nail.
With the e-nail on it. Yep,
Oh.
carb. Nice. Nice job, Dave.
Just beauty.
Yeah.
Very
Check out his
nice.
Instagram. Check out his products. No doubt about that. It looks like it's
So
multifunctional.
that's the dewdrop.
Yeah.
Dewdrop.
Yeah.
How many dews does a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Dave.
You should post that in our chat. Post a link to his Instagram in the chat here in the comments.
Yeah,
Oh.
but I think. Oh, hang on.
Yeah. How much dew would a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop
Okay.
could drop dew?
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
just repeat to see if I could say.
How
seashells
much
by the
hash
seashore.
how much hash could a apple hash if a apple hash could apple hash?
If a hash could happle, or if a happle could hash.
Sound drunk. Yeah.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's September the 23rd, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, your Psychedelics and Cannabis News source. We're live here at the 420.com news desk. Good morning, Glenn. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you, Al?
Not doing too bad. I see Facebook is having issues this morning. Something's going on. We're not broadcasting to Facebook today. Same thing
okay.
happened on Thursday. Yeah, but we're still broadcasting live to YouTube. So just keep continuing on with the program as normal. So how you doing today?
I'm any better and I'd be outside riding.
Riding. Well, I'll tell you, you wouldn't be riding here, man, unless you enjoy the rain.
It's cloudy here, but we have no rain yet. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. In the forecast?
Well, a little bit. Nothing major.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. It's coming, buddy. It's coming.
But it's still only 13 degrees out there right now, so
yeah, I bet it'll warm up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
I think it's 18 this afternoon.
Yeah, well, there you go. You can still ride in nice 18-degree weather. I remember back in the day when I had a motorcycle, we would drive to work in the morning and there would be ice on the ground.
I've done that a few times.
Puddles, eh? Yeah. In the puddles, just first thing in the morning, and then it would melt as the day warmed up.
Yeah.
So, okay, here we go. First story of the day. It comes to us from The Guardian. Headline there says, Supreme Court Chevron decision adds ambiguity to the cannabis laws. It's a mess.
A recent Supreme Court decision that weakened the power of the U.S. government regulatory agencies, such as the Drug Enforcement Administration, has added additional confusion to America's already chaotic cannabis law. This month, a federal court was able to overrule the DEA on what qualifies as legal hemp, in part because of a Supreme Court decision that nullified the Chevron doctrine, which once directed courts to defer to the expertise of federal agencies. But now the reverse will apply, and the courts may have the final say over even highly technical regulations because the court knows much better, I guess.
I guess. Now, Peter Grimspoon, he's a physician and Harvard Medical School instructor. He says that it's a mess when you have the DEA saying one thing. You have the Farm Bill saying another thing. You have the court swinging in one way or the other. It just goes to show that these hemp-derived products need to be regulated in a sensible manner.
The case this month, Anderson versus Diamondback Investment Group, was heard by the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals and looked into whether an employee could be legally terminated for taking certain cannabis-derived products, including THCO, a psychoactive substance synthesized from cannabis extract. The ambiguity in this case lay in whether or not THCO should be legally defined as a synthetic cannabinoid or hemp.
Keep going, Glenn.
Synthetic cannabinoids are federally illegal Schedule I substances, but a loophole in the 2018 Farm Bill changed the definition of legal hemp to include plant-derived products with less than 0.3 delta-9 THC, the most popular and well-known component of cannabis.
Since then, multi-billion-dollar unregulated market of all kinds of hemp products has emerged. Many states have since passed laws to try and rein in the proliferation of hemp products, many of which are intoxicating and easy to access for minors, among other things. The Diamondback option uses the 2022 case, AK Futures versus Boyd Street Distro, as precedent. In that case, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals similarly disputed the DEA's assertion that Delta-8 THC is a Schedule I substance, but unlike THCO, Delta-8 THC can be found naturally in the cannabis plant, just in small quantities. Ever since the AK Fortunes decision, the DEA has asserted that THCO does not occur naturally in the cannabis plant and can only be obtained synthetically and therefore do not fall under the definition of hemp.
The Diamondback opinion argues that THCO is ambiguously legal under the Farm Bill, but also adds, even if it were ambiguous, we needn't defer to the DEA's interpretation, a marked change in track since the Chevron doctrine was undermined. This development might comfort some cannabis advocates who worried that the Supreme Court decision might threaten cannabis rescheduling and the possibility of federal legalization.
Now, Michael McQueenie, an attorney who works with cannabis law, says these court decisions are turned what were once considered loopholes in the Farm Bill into codified law. The impact of this decision will likely continue to encourage states to step into the void left from an absence of federal action, McQueen says. While Grimspoon firmly believes we need more consistent legalization, he also says the DEA should not get deference when it comes to cannabis decisions.
The DEA has done a terrible job with anything cannabis or cannabinoid related since their very inception. They haven't understood it. They've been persecuting medical patients, and they don't even understand or believe in the potential, said Greenspoon. So what is THCO exactly? Scientists barely know yet. As of this writing, there were only 7 studies looking into THCO on PubMed compared to over 12,000. It says 120,000 here on CBD, for example.
Yeah, they get the comma in the funny spot there, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just so you know, I'm just sharing the YouTube link onto our Facebook page. So.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Okay, it says it gets people high, might have vast therapeutic benefits, might be dangerous, probably not so dangerous because it's close to regular THC, but it needs to be studied and it needs to be regulated, said Grinspoon. Now, Daniel Kruger, a research scientist who studies cannabis for the University of Michigan, is the author of 2 of those 7 studies. He said we need a lot more research on different cannabinoids to fulfill the true mission of public health. It's not like alcohol, where you just have ethyl alcohol. that's the only active ingredient. There's hundreds of different potentially psychoactive compounds in cannabis.
Kruger is concerned about THCO in particular because it has an acetate group on it. Vaporizer cartridges that contain acetate are a particular public health concern because vapes containing vitamin E acetate killed nearly 70 people and sent thousands to the hospital with a lung condition called EVALI. In one study, Kruger and his colleagues found that THCO could pose a risk to lung health if vaped at too high a temperature. Wow.
Yeah. In another, they used survey data to find out if there was any substance to rumors or marketing claims that THCO can have psychedelic. Kruger found the only perceivable difference between THC and THCO is that the latter takes longer to hit. He says that we actually expected to find more differences. It's just the gap between the hype and the reality that, that we uncovered.
And Griffin Thorne, a lawyer who works with cannabis law, said that all these technicalities about what is and is not hemp will be irrelevant in the near future. I think it's really meaningless because federal law is probably going to change within the next few months, he said. An updated version of the Farm Bill typically passes every 5 to 6 years.
Proposed language for the new Farm Bill excludes product with similar effects on humans or animals as THC from the legal definition of hemp, as well as any products that are intoxicating. And it goes on to say that, so once that happens, it doesn't really matter what the DEA interprets. Federal law will change, and then we're back to square one. There won't be any ambiguity anymore. They'll be illegal.
On the other hand, yeah,
more than half of the states already defy federal law on cannabis.
Teams of lawyers from the rich and powerful.
That's it. That's
okay.
it. Yeah, that's the news thing.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, that's that little thing on the bottom that some sites put on. So
that's the Guardian thing.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So, the feed just didn't pop up. It says, please check Facebook to ensure the stream looks okay. Yeah.
Is it there now or is it?
No. It just says we're having trouble streaming to Facebook. This may be an issue on Facebook's end. It is possible the stream was ended or deleted on Facebook. No, it just started. Actually, it never even started on Facebook. It automatically, the screen just went all red all across all our Facebook locations. So
did you do something bad and you're in Facebook?
No. I'll look into it after the show. I looked into it Thursday and it didn't. There was nothing that stuck out, and I reconnected everything. So I don't know. All righty, here we go. Second story of the day comes to us from StratCan. Headline says arbitrator rules cannabis detection was not impairment.
A federal arbitrator recently ruled that a trained engineer who was found to have had cannabis in his system did not need to face penalties because he was not impaired. The locomotive engineer from Saskatchewan tested positive for THC in urinalysis conducted on March 30th, 2022, after an incident where the engineer failed to secure his train.
Although an oral swab and breathalyzer were both negative, urinalysis showed that he was positive for cannabis metabolites. He had 53 nanograms. Okay, the legal limit for driving is 5. So he had 53 nanograms per milliliter. Yeah. The man's union brought the grievance to arbitration, arguing that since the man was not found to have been impaired, a penalty of 30-day suspension and 6 months of random on-the-job testing was uncalled for. The company, Canadian Pacific Kansas City, argued that the random testing is appropriate for safety reasons, given the dangerous nature of the work, even if no discipline is imposed.
The man told company investors at the time of testing that he had consumed a cannabis candy some 16.5 hours before his tour of duty. On his analysis, the arbitrator ruled that urinalysis has repeatedly been found by arbitrators to be incapable of assessing when or in what quantity drugs were consumed, and whether the employee was impaired. Because of this, and because the engineer, who had 28 years of seniority at the time of the incident, showed no signs of impairment, the arbitrator found him not to have been impaired. I wonder if this is going to go over into the driving laws now.
Correct. That's where I'm going. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Because, like I
Someone's
said,
using
5
it.
nanograms. This guy was 10 times higher than that after consuming one candy, like 3/4 of a day before.
Yeah, 16 hours. You figure he's not impaired anymore. There's no way.
Yeah, exactly. And he had only had one candy. Yeah. Okay, continue.
As such, in a ruling posted on September 16th, federal arbitrator James Cameron ruled that the 30-day suspension be struck down, with the employee compensated for lost time. He also found that the 6 months of random testing was not warranted, since he was not impaired and was therefore not in violation of company policy. And I'm going to say this policy is in effect because of the states. Any company, when I was working for a trucking company, we went into the states, so we had to go by their rules, not the Canadian rules.
Yeah.
And
Now,
it changed everything.
it doesn't end there for this guy. Okay. Now, in another ruling posted on the same day by the same arbitrator, ruled that a subsequent termination of the same employee who had been found to have alcohol in his system following testing conducted under the initial 6-month random sampling penalty was uncalled for. The locomotive engineer, John Downey of Sutherland, Saskatchewan, was dismissed from service by the Canadian Pacific Kansas City on January 28th, 2023, after testing positive for alcohol on December the 5th of 2022.
Now, as far as I know, the test for alcohol is pretty accurate.
Yeah, so let's find out what's going on here. Same guy. Everything's the same other than the substance is alcohol instead of cannabis.
The man's union argued that he was not actually impaired at the time of testing, nor had he intentionally violated company policy by consuming alcohol nearly a full day prior to his shift. I've never heard of that in my life. 24 hours after you consume alcohol, you don't test positive for it anymore, as far as I've ever heard. Downey told company investigators at the time of his random sampling that he had consumed alcohol around 20 hours before the start of his next shift, accounting for the breath alcohol content screening of 0.051 blood alcohol content and subsequent lab confirmation positive at 0.046.
So at 0.05, he's at the warning stage when it comes to driving in the car.
And they take your license for 12 hours at that stage.
Yeah. Company policy based on his previous suspension and 6 months of random testing was that Downey could not consume any intoxicating substances during the 6-month period. He and his union contend that Downey thought the only substance covered in the ban was cannabis. The company argued that Downey was subject to duty in the day prior to the shift where he tested positive for alcohol because he was on call. The union successfully argued that he was not subject to duty at the time and therefore should have his position reinstated and made whole for the loss of wages and benefits minus mitigation.
Wow. That's strange to me. I've never heard that before in my life. All these stories we've read, the alcohol testing is supposed to be fairly accurate.
Yeah, well, it was 0.51, but I guess
they're saying 20 hours.
Yeah, I know.
In 20 hours. I've never heard of that. You should be clear by that time.
I don't know. Well, yeah, I was going to use Friday night, Saturday mornings as examples, but that's not 20 hours. So.
Yeah, 20 hours. That's almost like a full day before. And I've never heard of that. You test positive.
You'd have to be really hammered before that point.
Oh, yeah, guaranteed.
In order to be able to carry on. Like, the Friday night, Saturday morning example could be somebody's drinking until 4 a.m. and they get up at 7 or 8 and then they drive. Well, that's only 3 or 4 hours. You can still be impaired.
Yes, of course. Excuse me. Oh, I went down the wrong tube.
Wrong tube.
Oh, excuse me.
All right, on to our next story for the morning. We're off to Morocco because the Lokmet Times says that the Moroccan authorities seize over 8 tons of cannabis resin.
September 23rd, Moroccan authorities seized 8.1 tons of cannabis resin during an operation in the western port city of Safi. Local police and security authorities apprehended 199 bales of cannabis resin hidden in a Morocco-registered freight truck, which was intended for international shipment via sea exports or reports Xinhua news agency.
Authorities on Saturday arrested 21 individuals aged between 24 and 48 for the suspected involvement in the drug trafficking network. On Saturday, the General Directorate of National Security announced on Sunday. The operation followed weeks of intelligence gathering and surveillance after law enforcement uncovered evidence of criminal network planning a large-scale drug trafficking operation. The arrested individuals are now under judicial investigation to unravel the full extent of the network's activities.
The seizure is part of Morocco's ongoing efforts to combat drug trafficking, especially cannabis resin, which is primarily produced in the country for distribution in Europe and the Middle East.
There you go. Done.
8 tons.
8 tons. That's a lot of resin.
Yep.
All right. Moving on to a study now. A little bit of psychedelics news coming up, and here we go. It comes from Medical Alert. Headline says study shows psilocybin gives comparable long-term antidepressant effects to standard antidepressants.
A direct comparison between the experimental psychedelic drug psilocybin and a standard SSRI antidepressant shows similar improvement of depressive symptoms, but that psilocybin offers additional long-term benefits. The comparison between psilocybin, the active ingredient in magic mushrooms, and the SSRI, escitalopram, gave similar long-term improvements in depressive symptoms over a 6-month period. However, patients taking psilocybin also reported better psychosocial functioning, including experiencing a greater sense of meaning in life and psychological connectedness.
There you go. The work is presented the first time at the ECNP Congress in Milan. A related paper will appear in the journal eClinical Medicine to coincide with the conference presentation. Lead researcher Mr. Tommaso Barba, he's a PhD candidate from Imperial College in London, says that this is the first work to compare the long-term effects of these two drugs in the context of overall well-being, not just freedom from depression. In previous work, we have found that both treatments led to comparable improvements in elevating symptoms of depression at the 6-week mark, such as sadness and negative emotions.
However, this work shows that psilocybin outperforms sorry, I can't pronounce that properly.
Good luck. Yeah, I know.
Escitalopram in several measures of well-being, meaning in life, work, and social functioning. These results appear to be maintained in over a 6-month follow-up period. In addition, previous work he had found that psilocybin also improves sexual drive, in contrast to SSRIs, which tend to lower libido in many patients. So overall, it seems psilocybin might give additional positive mental health benefits. SSRI drugs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, such as Prozac, Paxil, and Zoloft, are one of the main types of drugs used to treat depression. However, around a third of patients don't respond to SSRI treatment, so for them, psilocybin may offer an alternative, although this was not studied in this trial.
Barbara continues with SSRIs work well, but not for everyone. They are also associated with some side effects. However, this work implies that psilocybin generally seems to offer a real alternative and perhaps additional benefits to people who are worried about taking conventional antidepressants. Now, the researchers from Imperial College in London undertook a 6-month study, which was a phase 2 double-blinded randomized controlled trial with 59 patients with moderate to severe depression. 30 were treated with a single dose of psilocybin. 29 patients were given a 6 weeks course of the drug that we can't pronounce, escitalopram. Each group received similar psychological support of around 20 hours in total.
And both groups showed significant improvement in depressive symptoms, even up to 6 months after treatment. The researchers stopped monitoring at 6 months. However, those given psilocybin reported greater improvements in social functioning and psychological connectiveness with large effect sizes. Co-first author, Dr. David Eritzo, clinical director and deputy head of the Center for Psychedelic Research, Imperial College London, commented, "This is important because improving connectedness and having greater meaning in life can significantly enhance a person's quality of life and long-term mental health." Yeah, definitely.
Exactly. He continues with, the study suggests the psilocybin therapy might be a more holistic treatment option for depression, addressing both the symptoms of depression and overall well-being. This could make a substantial improvement in the overall happiness and daily activities of those suffering from depression, providing a more joined-up approach to mental health treatment. Now, the researchers note that patients were only treated for 6 weeks, and that many of the patients received additional treatments over the 6-month follow-up.
Dr. Erzo cautioned, psilocybin is still an experimental drug. It has not yet been approved for general use. It is administered in highly controlled and protected environments. These precautions are not found in recreational psychedelic use, which is known for having unpredictable and potentially harmful effects, especially for vulnerable people struggling with mental health issues. Commenting, Jordan Lundberg, who's the adjunct professor of psychiatry at the Department of Clinical Neuroscience, Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, was not involved in this work, said, "This report is an important attempt to compare the clinical value of psilocybin compared to state-of-the-art treatment of major depressive disorder. The results come with several caveats, including the lack of non-inferiority analysis and failure to report other interventions given during the follow-up period. That said, as a hypothesis-generating piece, it may benefit the field substantially."
For now, we don't know if psilocybin will be approved for the treatment of major depression, but if so, it won't be for everyone, just like the SSRIs aren't, right? Really? Some future patients might prefer psychedelic treatment over SSRIs, but some patients may be intimidated by the dramatic alterations in perception and confrontations with challenging emotions that psychedelic drugs promote, it says.
I wish they would have gone a little more into the side effects of both,
Yeah,
so we can compare that part.
That's what I was thinking too, because he started talking about the side effects in the article, and then it
just
totally went away from it.
Yeah.
Because, why not compare the side effects?
Yeah, because I think that might wind up being the reason why some people choose psilocybin, because of the side effects. And I'm really curious to find out now.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, it's time for us to take a break. And when we get back, Glenn and I will continue our discussion of the news of the day. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net, and I got to move something out of my way here because I can't hit the button.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back for a medication session, and we're live here at paceradio.net with psychedelics, the cannabis education and news. And just so you know, Glenn, for those last 3 minutes, I was frantically trying to get everything reloaded back up on Facebook, and it looked like that we were back up there, and all of a sudden, boom, there goes another one. Boom, it just shuts down. It starts up and then it goes away. But we are live on YouTube, so we'll just continue along, and we'll get the second half of the stories all done, and like we normally do. Here we go. First story after the break. Marijuana Moment says that marijuana use does not impact working memory or other brain processes. American Medical Association study finds.
Wonderful picture I'm looking at. Really nice nugget there.
Nice nugget there. There you go.
Researchers looking into the effect of medical marijuana use on brain funded paper published by the American Medical Association that cognitive attributes such as working memory, reward, and inhibitory control were not significantly affected after a year of cannabis consumption. The results appear to run contrary to long-held stereotypes about cannabis negatively affecting memory and other brain health indicators.
Now, according to the study, which was funded by the National Institute on Drug Abuse and published this week in the journal JAMA Network Open, says that our results suggest that adults who use cannabis generally with light to moderate use patterns for symptoms of pain, anxiety, depression, or poor sleep experience few significant long-term neural associations in these areas of cognition, which is perfect. Researchers recruited 57 newly certified medical cannabis patients from the greater Boston area and used functional magnetic resonance imaging to monitor brain activity during a variety of mental tasks. Participants' brains were then scanned again after a year of medical cannabis use to look for changes in activity.
In all groups and at both time points, functional imaging revealed canonical activations of probed cognitive processes, the report says. No statistically significant difference in brain activation between the two time points, baseline to a year, in those with medical cannabis cards, and no association between changes in cannabis use frequency and brain activation after 1 year were found. In this cohort study of adults obtaining medical cannabis cards for medical symptoms, brain activation during working memory, reward processing, and an inhibitory control task were not significantly different after a year-long cannabis use, and no association with changes in cannabis use frequency was noted. Our results suggest that adults who use cannabis generally in light or with light to moderate use patterns for symptoms of pain, anxiety, depression, or poor sleep experience few significant long-term neural associations in these areas of cognition.
The results may be reassuring to cannabis patients who choose to use medical cannabis but have concerns about longer-term health effects. Nevertheless, further studies are necessary to more closely study certain variables, the researcher says. The results warrant further studies that probe the association of cannabis at higher doses with greater frequency in younger age groups and with larger, more diverse cohorts, wrote the three-author team from Harvard Medical School, MIT's McGovern Institution of Brain Research, and the University of Pennsylvania School of Engineering and Applied Science.
The new findings come several months after a separate research indicated that prescribed medical cannabis may have minimal acute impact on cognitive function among patients with chronic health conditions. The absence of evidence for cognitive impairment following medical cannabis self-administration was surprising, the study said. Given prior and substantive evidence that non-medical recreational use reliably repairs a range of cognitive functions. At the time, these findings are consistent with the two systemic reviews published in the last year that suggest that medical cannabis, when used regularly and consistently for a chronic health concern, may have little, if any, impact on cognitive function.
While the long-term effects of cannabis use are far from settled science, findings from a number of recent studies suggest some fears have been overblown. A report published last year that drew on dispensary data, for instance, found that cancer patients reported being able to think more clearly when using medical cannabis. They also said it helped manage pain.
They found that they could think more clearly. That's very unusual. Wow.
Imagine that, eh?
A separate study of teens and young adults at risk of developing psychotic disorders found that regular cannabis use over a 2-year period did not trigger early onset psychosis symptoms, contrary to the claims of prohibitionists who argue that cannabis causes mental illness. In fact, it was associated with modest improvements in cognitive functioning and reduced use of other medications. CHR youth who continuously used cannabis had higher neural cognition and social functioning over time and decreased medication uses relative to non-users, authors of the study wrote. Surprisingly, clinical symptoms improved over time despite the medication decreases.
A separate study published by the American Medical Association that looked at data from more than 63 million health insurance beneficiaries found there's no statistically significant increase in psychosis-related diagnosis in states that have legalized cannabis compared to those that continue to criminalize cannabis.
And we've been told for years that it has some, bearing on psychosis and stuff in youth, especially, right?
Yeah.
Studies from 2018, meanwhile, found that cannabis may actually increase working memory and that cannabis use does not actually change the structure of the brain. And contrary to then President Trump's claim that cannabis makes people lose IQ points, I shouldn't say that. The National Institute of Drug Use says the results of 2 longitudinal studies did not support a causal relationship between cannabis use and IQ loss.
Research has shown that people who use cannabis can see declines in verbal ability and general knowledge, but that those who would use in the future already had lower scores on these measures than those who would not use in the future, and no predictable difference was found between twins when one used cannabis and one did not. Now, as far as the verbal ability, I have a speech impediment, and I've spent time in school trying to straighten that out. So, and that was long before my cannabis use. So, this suggests that observed IQ declines, at least across adolescence, may be caused by shared familial factors. Example are genetics, family environment, not by cannabis use itself, the NIDA concluded.
Interesting. I
There
love
you
the
go.
deal
Yeah.
with the twins. That there's no difference between the two twins, and because we've been told forever that there's always going to be a difference, you know.
Oh yeah. But when they do a study on it, that's what they come with.
Well, the twins make sense to me because if one doesn't use cannabis and the other does, there's no difference in them. Then
I
it
know.
won't cause any difference.
Yeah. Alrighty, here we go. On to the next story. This one comes to us from Mugglehead Magazine. The headline says, "Magic mushroom market set to go gangbusters," Irish researcher says.
Increasing demand for psilocybin-assisted therapy will propel the psychedelic mushroom market's growth immensely in the coming years. Ireland's analytics firm Research and Markets, which is R&M, recently made this assessment. According to R&M, the psychedelic fungi industry's valuation will ascend with a compound annual growth rate of 11.3% between now and 2029. It'd be worth nearly double what it was valued in 2023, by that year at approximately US $3.4 billion.
The firm says magic mushrooms have been gaining widespread acceptance for their therapeutic applications. R&M says clinical trials have demonstrated promising results, showing that psilocybin-assisted therapy can lead to profound and sustained improvements in mental health.
An ongoing mental health crisis in the United States is one of the key catalysts driving the market's expansion, the firm explained. A growing number of American states, such as Colorado, Oregon, and California, have now decriminalized the possession of psilocybin in certain cities as knowledge of its value spreads. Psychedelic mushrooms represent a natural, non-addictive option that has the potential to address the root causes of mental health disorders, the firm added.
Yeah, many people are seeking an alternative to conventional mental health treatments that merely serve as a band-aid without elevating underlying issues and trauma. There you go. Going like gangbusters.
Oh, there's a lot more of it if you want to read.
Oh, was there?
Yeah.
All right. Yep, keep going. I'll pop it back up on the screen.
As regulations in various nations become more relaxed, venture capital firms and pharmaceutical companies have been taking steps to position themselves accordingly. A growing amount of innovative research and clinical trials yielding data on the efficacy of magic mushrooms is another major market driver. And Dublin's market researcher listed a series of private companies that it thinks will become key players in the industry, namely Shroomland LA, Psychedelics Mushy Galaxy Treats, One Up Mushrooms, and Bliss Mushrooms.
Contemporary investors have been taking an interest in companies that develop other psychedelic drugs too. The MDMA and ketamine drug developer Awaken Life Sciences Corp has just received a true $2 million private placement. Awaken's investor decided to double their previously announced investment this week. A recent study completed by Quantum Research Group, LLC, determined that 66% of stock investors interested in the sector planned to increase their stake in the immediate future. Similar to R&M's expansion outlook, about 70% of them think their robust returns will result in the next few years. I know a lot of people that went in the cannabis industry thinking the same thing.
I was thinking of that myself when we were reading the end of this article.
So yeah, there you go.
I can see it expanding, no doubt, because of the potential it has to alleviate a lot of symptoms. But I can see 1,000 companies jumping in just like they did with cannabis and blowing it out of proportion.
And I can see where, everybody relates cannabis to smoking. Mushrooms, people don't smoke, right?
This is true.
So I can see where some people may be a little bit open to that versus the smoking. And even though that, you can consume cannabis in multiple different ways, it's that smoking part, right? So,
That's why we see such a big growth in edibles too, though, in cannabis.
yeah. And people who don't smoke, why, they should have a choice.
Yes.
Right? When that choice is available. Same thing as mushrooms. If people don't like the taste of mushrooms, you can still put it in a cookie. Right?
True.
So, all right, here we go. On to the next story. This one comes to us from the Miami Herald, and it says why Floridans are ready to support recreational cannabis. And this is an opinion piece.
As Florida approaches the decision on Amendment 3 in this year's November elections, the debate over legalized recreational cannabis takes center stage. While medical cannabis has been legal in Florida since 2016, and for some patients since 2014, the opportunity to expand access through recreational legalization presents several compelling reasons for the state to embrace this progressive step forward.
No longer viewed solely through the lens of prohibition, cannabis is now recognized for its potential therapeutic benefits and its role in promoting wellness. Access to care is a cornerstone of health equality. Florida faces a growing physician shortage due to factors such as rapid population growth, an aging demographic and disparities in healthcare access between urban and rural areas.
At Leafwell, a leader in the medical cannabis industry, providing patients and dispensaries with a comprehensive suite of telehealth services, we believe that everyone in Florida should have the opportunity to benefit from the therapeutic properties of cannabis. Legalizing recreational cannabis is a significant step towards this goal, as it removes barriers that have historically limited access to cannabis, such as stringent medical cannabis regulations and social stigmas. And I always say any use of cannabis is a therapeutic use.
And one of those medical cannabis regulations for the long time was no smoking. You weren't allowed to smoke cannabis. This expanded access not only democratized healthcare, but also empowers individuals to explore cannabis potential benefits within a regulated, safe environment. In Florida, legalizing recreational cannabis underpins public health by ensuring access to regulated, safe products and fostering comprehensive consumer education. Legalization establishes a transparent.
Yeah, it's got a
framework.
gap there.
Yeah, I see the break in the sentence there goes down to another paragraph.
Yeah.
Establishes a transparent framework that enhances product safety through stringent quality standards and clear labeling. This approach mitigates risks associated with unregulated markets and supports ongoing research to inform targeted public health initiatives. Well, the legal end can have problems too.
By prioritizing safety, education, and regulatory oversight, Florida can effectively manage cannabis use, ensuring healthier outcomes for its residents. Why health provider guidance matters. Recreational cannabis customers also benefit from health provider guidance, whether they receive a medical cannabis recommendation or not. This guidance ensures that individuals can make informed choices that align with their health goals, promoting safe and responsible cannabis consumption.
Now, recreational cannabis legalization is also a catalyst for increased research and innovation in cannabis science. Prohibition has historically stifled research opportunities, limiting our understanding of cannabis' full therapeutic potential. Legalization removes these barriers, facilitating, robust studies and contributing to growing body of evidence. The only problem, I didn't see that happening here in Canada. Oh, more hiccups. This, in turn, informs medical practice and policy decisions, moving us towards a more inclusive, equitable, and effective healthcare system. Legalizing recreational cannabis in Florida is more than a policy change. It's a significant step towards enhancing integrative care, expanding access, and advancing scientific research.
As we approach this critical decision, let us embrace this opportunity to foster a healthier, more equitable future for all Floridians.
There we go. Florida, yeah, that would be interesting to see what happens down there because
I do believe this one's going to pass.
yeah, well, it's the governor is what's his name, DeSantis. He's out there saying don't vote for it, vote no.
And then Trump's out there saying vote for it now. So
yeah, I know.
It's always baffling. It's U.S. politics, but I do believe that the people in Florida and the people most places want it legalized. So
that's exactly the numbers are there. So
yeah,
I'd be surprised, like I said, be surprised if it didn't pass. Alrighty, on to our last story of the day. This comes to us from the Green Market Report. Headline says, Cannabis Industry Report advocates for level playing field between hemp and marijuana.
This report asserts that current business models based on an arbitrary definition that dates back to the 70s. The new report by the libertarian nonprofit Reasons Foundation blames arbitrary business model structures and the resulting competition for hemp and cannabis on illogical federal laws that conflate the two plants, which are essentially the same but with differing cannabinoid profiles.
The proliferation of intoxicating hemp-derived products like Delta-8 THC stems primarily from the fact that hemp derivatives are cheaper and more accessible because they are not federally prohibited and not yet burdened by state regulations at the same extent as cannabis, the report states. It goes on to say that there is clearly a demand for intoxicating cannabis products, and consumers will continue to seek out such products whether they are defined as cannabis or hemp, and whether they are legal or illicit.
The report offers sweeping policy suggestions that, if implemented, could create a level playing field between the two sectors, which as of now is far more tilted in favor of hemp. Such businesses can sell products online and access state lines and in common retail outlets such as convenience stores. The market for intoxicating hemp derivatives has grown sharply, with industry experts estimating its size at $28 billion to $36 billion in annual sales, supporting nearly 330,000 workers across the country. The report notes and insinuating that the hemp genie is out of the proverbial bottle thanks to the 2018 Farm Bill.
Farmer income from hemp flower, from which intoxicating hemp goods can be made, also accounts for 95% of income from the plant, the report found. Yeah. The report of intoxicating hemp industry also led to a corresponding rise in the number of new actions taken by concerned state lawmakers. The report noted, with 10 states passing some sort of hemp product regulations in the first half of 2024 alone.
Wow. The report found that 15 states have banned intoxicating hemp products altogether. Another 21 have not regulated the products at all, and 7 states have regulated intoxicating hemp as consumer packaged goods. Another 7 states have regulated the products in the same manner as cannabis, an astonishing addition to the national patchwork of state cannabis laws. But the federal legalization of hemp and its unintended opening of THC floodgates has also pitted cannabis and hemp business interests against each other due to the definition of hemp being cannabis plants with 0.3 Delta-9 THC by dry weight, an arbitrary definition that dates back to 1976.
Yeah. In an ideal scenario, the report asserts Congress would choose to remove cannabis altogether from the Controlled Substances Act. Yes, they should. Instead of the current rescheduling move that's underway, and then have various federal agencies issue business rules and regulations for both psychoactive and non-psychoactive products, the same as the government does for alcohol and tobacco goods. That could open the door to states doing away with the restrictive regulatory regimes for cannabis, which the report notes were developed largely to avoid interference with federal officials.
States authorizing a commercial cannabis market would work to increase market dynamism by reducing barriers to entry, along with regulatory and tax costs, to more closely align with the cost structure within these markets and that of emergent hemp-derived competition, the report argues. The report suggests that most of the restrictive cannabis industry parameters, including license caps for retailers, could be done away with in favor of traditional age gating, at retailers such as liquor stores, which are accustomed to checking identification of consumers before allowing any sales.
Yeah, if they can ask how old you are for alcohol, they can ask how old you are with cannabis.
And some of these places sell cigarettes.
Yeah,
they're already doing that.
Yeah. Now the report goes on to say that broadly we recommend a package of reforms to state marijuana laws that would establish identical packaging, labeling, and testing requirements for intoxicating hemp and cannabis products, and subject both sets of products to the same advertising requirements. Both sets of goods should face a single, simplified tax structure, and both should operate in an open, dynamic market wherein the entry and exit of firms is unimpeded. Any retailer who can demonstrate complacency for appropriate age gating should be free to apply for a retail cannabis license that allows them to purchase and resell both state licensed cannabis products and intoxicating hemp products.
And by leveling the national playing field, cannabis brands would gain interstate commerce and access to the entire national market, while hemp companies would gain more certainty on what the legal and regulatory landscape is, instead of having to operate in a continually shifting environment, the report proposes.
Yeah, the only difference really is the amount of THC.
Yeah, and it turns out they can make hemp very high THC products.
Correct. So, it makes sense.
Yeah. We can take the THC out of cannabis. We can certainly take the THC out of hemp and make it very, very strong.
Yeah. All right. Anything before we say goodbye?
Esau.
All right, from the Legacy420.com news desk, that's our news report for today. Thanks to our buds at Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Legacy420.com, the Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and Addies.ca. In closing, I'd like to say thank you for watching, and please don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to my show, or my whatever. Welcome to my room. Anyways, it's Monday, September the 23rd. Like to wish my dad a birthday, happy birthday on the 21st of September. My dad turned 83. And yeah, things are they're moving along. It's been a tough couple of weeks, actually, to be fair. Yeah. Anyways, like I said, the show must go on, right? And I think that a lot of people look forward to coming in and whatever. So I'm here, even though I'm not really here. But yeah, it's been a hard couple days. My daughter again is back on the streets, and we found out this morning that her dog was on the Rainbow Bridge now. And it's been a tough morning. And I've got to gasp, but she had to run her little monkey over to her mom's, and then she'll be coming in. But then we're going to be talking cannabis substitution program and what's going on in Vancouver with the cannabis substitution programs. Now, there's a disclaimer on this because there are things going on in the cannabis substitution program since our dear friend has passed away. Some things that you've probably been reading on Facebook about what's going on in the background, we're going to set some of the records straight today. We are going to, Asia's going to come in, May Moon, as you guys know, Asia, most of you, who's also been involved. And to be fair, her and Neil did not get along, right? At the end of the day, when Neil was passing away, her and Neil were not on the best of terms, right? We all know that. That's not a big fucking secret to anybody that was involved with this. And we know that there's a lot of upheaval with Mr. Wells. Now, I am sitting in Cranbrook, of course, oblivious to most of this because I don't get myself involved all the time. But Neil was a good friend of mine. We supported Neil through the Freedom Tours. I picked him up. I supported him financially. I wish I could have made it out there, but I know what's going on right now. My friend would not be happy with, right? Neil started that substitution program to help people off of opioids, right? He lived in his van. He never expected any monetary anything from anybody as long as he was eating and able to sleep somewhere where it wasn't freezing cold and raining on him. Neil was the most giving and forgiving person I have ever met. And what is going on in Vancouver right now is making me fucking sick. So, I don't usually step up and say much of anything, but today I'm stepping out And I don't like to have to do this. I don't like to ever have to, and it's not blame game, finger pointing, it's fact, right? Today, we're just going to hear the facts of what's been going on since Neil passed away. Now, there are several other substitution programs that exist in the Lower Mainland. There's Langley, there's Surrey, there's also Halifax that Chris Backer takes care of. There's also several other ones across the country. But what's going on in Vancouver right now is almost like a gang fucking war. And it's getting pretty downright fucking much out of control, right? When you're having calls going into the safety units and having medicine taken away and charging people exorbitant amounts of money for the medicine that was given to them, and people that are houseless and have no money, that are living in poverty, and you're charging them money for their medicine after a decade of not having to pay for it. Now, I don't know who's pocketing all that cash, but we've also heard stories that there was like that van fired and volunteers let go because they didn't like the new mandates that were going on. See, I sit back and I keep my mouth shut and I listen. That's why I got 2 ears in my mouth. And I've been listening to this crap grow for 2 fucking months. 2 months. I've been watching y'all sit back intermingling and interfighting and fucking throwing fucking shade on the whole program and the fucking bottom line of what it was meant to be and what it's meant to do. Right? It's meant to help people. It's not meant to fucking profit off patients. That has always been our mandate, right? Profit over patients or patients over profit. So if you just got here, this is a rant, and it's going to be an hour rant. Never mind. Like I said, I'm just waiting for my partner to come, and we're going to fucking out all of you. So get some fucking popcorn, folks, and line up in the fucking comment section, because today is the day. And if you want to come in and defend yourself, or you want to come in and fucking tell your side of the story, hit me up, because you've got 15 minutes until Asia gets here. And today's going to be your day. So line up in the comments, hit the fucking like button, share it everywhere, because today is outing the CSP fucking bullshit. And I don't care whether you want to hear it or whether you're going to like what you're hearing, but facts are going to be facts. And why there's no headstone, or why the headstone wasn't paid for by the person that actually paid for it. So, anybody want to pony up? Anybody want to come in? Because you've been invited. So the invite's out there for any of you that want to come in and either defend yourself, tell the story. You know, this is not a one-sided thing. But like I said, you got 15 minutes and Asia will be here to tell the story. So this is a full out fuck around and find out day. And yes, you fucked around and now you're going to find out. So just waiting on Asia, because like I said, today is fuck around, find out day. I'm just letting her know that I've just thrown out an invite to all the rest of you. So anybody want to come in and, you know, come on. Let's see. I don't see anybody jumping in. I don't see anybody jumping in. But that's what today is. Today is fuck around and find out day with the cannabis substitution program. So anybody want to fuck around and find out about what's going on with the cannabis substitution program in Vancouver? Like I said, the invite's out there. Anybody want to come in and tell their side of the story? And to defend yourself, to either come in and defend yourself or tell your side of the story. Because this is ending to fucking day. I'm sick of fucking hearing about it. You just have to hit me up in the fucking inbox wanting to come in. Because yeah, like I said, this isn't a witch hunt. This is a fuck around and find out day. So if you're part of that, or we're part of that, Like I said, you got 15 minutes and Asia will be here because she had to go take one of the babies to, to be taken care of so that she could actually have the time to sit and not be distracted. But again, I'm going to throw it out there. Amy, you out there? You want to come in? What about Adam? Adam, you out there? You want to come in? What about you, Glenn? You out there? You want to come in and, stand up? Or you just want to sit back and not say anything? I'm waiting. No? Crickets? Let's see. I'll get on my little phone here because I am a shit disturbing bitch. But I am done with this because I'm sick of hearing about it and hearing that patients are paying. You're making them pay for their meds now, right? Isn't that what's going on? I'm just, yeah, I'll get Amy on too. Asia is coming. We'll get Amy. My show. We're doing a fuck around to find out. So yeah, I just got a hold of Amy. So we'll see if Amy wants to come in and tell her side of the story, so we can actually hear the actual truth. How about that? How about we'll do a fuck around and find out show, and we're gonna fucking fuck around and find out, and that's exactly where I'm at today. So we're just gonna get Amy in and see. Yeah, it's a fuck around and find out show. No, you just come in right this way on StreamYard. But yeah, because Amy was one of the employees that was basically tossed because she didn't like the fact of what was going on. Because again, this is not what Neil would have fucking wanted, right? Okay, she's just getting out of bed, but we're gonna get her on here too. So, like I said, this is a fuck around, find out. Yep, yeah. Oh fuck! I just dropped my mouse, and I don't care. So it's 12:11. Just waiting on Asia still. But yeah, this is a fuck around and find out show today. I know. You just fucking love me, don't you? You all sit back with your fucking, judgmental. Oh, she's such a shit disturbing fucking this and that, and you call me a bitch behind my back. It's okay. We all know you're a bunch of misogynistic fucks, and we're good with that, right? And like I said, the disclaimer on this is this show does not reflect anybody else on this network today. Okay. And nor does any of them know that I mentioned it to Al, but again, it's not a reflection on Al Graham. And anyway, this is me coming out and saying this shit. And again, like I said, I already put it, you already called me a bitch behind my back anyway. So I'm already a shit disturber and have been for 20 years. I have always stayed pretty neutral on all effects of everything. And yeah. So today I'm not. Today I'm done. I'm done sitting back and watching this fucking garbage go on in the name of fucking Neil Magnuson. It ain't happening anymore. So yeah, that's the way it is. It's fuck around and find out today. And I'm out and everyone. I don't see y'all lined up in the comments section either. And I don't see anybody standing up for themselves either. I see a lot of crickets. Waiting. 13 minutes I've been waiting. I don't know how to get a hold of him. Okay, she's back. All right. All right, Asia's back. So here we go, muffins. It's fucking go time. It's fucking go time. So I'm just gonna resend. I'm gonna resend Asia the fucking link, and it's go time, folks. It's go time. So again, this is a fuck around and find out show, but I'll wait till Asia gets back in here and we'll get going again. But yeah, today's your day. So like I said, you got something to say, you want to defend yourself, your side of the story, right now would be the time. All right. All right, looks like she's here. And there she is. All right. So
good morning.
Today is fuck around, find out. And I've kind of been talking about what we were talking about and the whole thing and how this is all reflection of not anybody on this network. There's a disclaimer. And I've already thrown out an invite to both the employees, volunteers, and to Mr. Wells to come on and either defend themselves or tell their side of the story. So at this point, the disclaimer is this is the facts of what we know as of right now. Amy's getting dressed and she's going to come in too. And we're going to fucking out the fucking bullshit. Like I said, I'm sick of reading about it. I'm sick of hearing about it. And I want the fucking facts. And I think everybody deserves to know the truth of where their donations went when you bought a t-shirt, where your donations are going, and who's living off them now. So the fact of the matter that they've gone from being, patient over profit to profit over patient. So let's go back to when we saw you live last week, or was it the week before, when you were standing behind a truck with a blowhorn, yelling on the streets and giving away thousands of dollars worth of medicine.
That is correct. So through kind of the grapevine, it's been brought to my attention that CSP Vancouver is no longer donating items. They're simply selling it. They're trying to say that, they're offering it at, a reduced rate, and that, they're helping with compassionate prices. But after going down there myself, those are not compassionate prices. And why we are charging the homeless and the poor for something that was supposed to be free, I'm also not sure about. So all the other CSPs, as far as I know, they go as far as Newton, Langley, all the way out to Nova Scotia, Ontario. They're not charging patients.
And they never had.
And they never have. Some of them even go as far as bringing them food, clothing, helping them with resources to help them get out of the situation they're in. Where if you go to Vancouver, it's basically a van. There is a guy willing to sell you weed, and then you get out of there. It was quite disheartening to go down there and hear the people that have been using this service basically disclose that things have changed quite a bit since Neil's passing. And I would like to point out, Neil and I did not see eye to eye on a lot of things.
I already said that right at the beginning.
But this is something that Neil would not be standing for.
No. And I'm, like I said,
be appalled.
At the end, him and I were still close. Again, you two had falling out. I mentioned that, but at the end of the day, we still, out of respect for what his work was,
exactly,
are speaking up to say this is fucking wrong. And I know Neil would be fucking spinning in his fucking grave if he knew this was going on. Right? Oh, Amy and Adam are going to join us here in a few minutes.
Excellent. Hi, guys.
Again, this is going to be facts. We have a break to take, and like at the bottom of the hour, we'll run a quick commercial, and by then, hopefully, they're on. But again, this is not a witch hunt. This is not he said, she said, this is not a finger point. These are facts. These are things that have been going on in Vancouver since Neil's death. And as his friend, and I have to say something. I cannot sit back and keep listening and reading all this fucking crap on Facebook and not ask questions as to what fucking is going on. And there's Adam. Alrighty, Adam. Hello, my dear. How are you?
Hello, hello. Hey, what's up, Asia?
Nothing much. And this is all about CSP and what the fuck is going on since my friend Neil died. And we're just going to out everybody live because I'm fucking fed up. So this is fuck around and find out. Amy's coming in too, and we got Asia here. And I've invited Mr. Wells to come in, but apparently he's, not available or something. But again, we're going to process all right? So this is Adam, everybody. He also worked very closely with Neil. He was, his right-hand man. So Adam, thanks for coming on, and we're going to hear your side of the story too. So Asia was kind of filling in the fact that they went out you both went out because you were with her, and we're behind the truck screaming and, without full harms about patients. So the whole time you worked with Neil, no money was fucking exchanged hands between those people with her.
I'm sorry, I was having a hard time hearing you. I'm like 2 minutes away. I'm 2 minutes away from home right now. That's all.
Okay, how about we'll let Asia keep talking, you figure your ass home, and then we'll go from there. So you just keep
talking. No, that's perfect.
Okay, so Asia, you tell us the story about what you and Matt had, or what you and Adam did that day.
Okay, so we started off by, I guess, loading up our trucks. I loaded up food, drinks, cannabis edibles, joints, some accessories like lighters, papers, that kind of stuff, and then met Adam downtown. When we got there, I mean, Adam's obviously been more in the trenches than I have, but definitely the word on the street was donations are not being given to the people, at least not in the frequencies they were, and people that literally had no money were being denied. They didn't have a joint or anything for them. And it took for us to basically start causing chaos for them to start doing something that day, which was pretty interesting.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of like I said, as far as I knew, everything that right, there was not supposed to be any money paid off of anything. Well, again, you have to have a little bit of, for resources, but there was also other donations that were given to the crew to make sure that places to live, food to eat, roofs over their head, and not needing to profit off that medicine for people.
Yeah, and the other CSPs, specifically Langley, they're having parties and they're having mini concerts and they're finding ways to raise money from a legal standpoint to invest it into those that don't have any. And I know other CSPs may be simply relying strictly on donations. I know Nova Scotia and Ottawa are basically, that's all they're relying on is donations. And then as far as I understand it, somewhere in this mix, Vancouver started buying and then selling. And obviously when Mad Hatter stopped, to be able to fill us in on that. But yeah, I mean, we're talking $5,000 a day in cash on average. Since Neil died, that's $0.9 million, people. That's a lot of money. That's a lot for the homeless to be popping up, which essentially means our government is paying these guys to have a nice, cushy life at this point.
Right. And this is money coming in from people that are living homeless, rough on the streets. Right?
Yeah, they're completely homeless. They have nowhere to go.
And again, I guess, it's better than putting their money into cannabis rather than heroin. But again, why should they not be able to get the cannabis that they need to keep themselves off the heroin and be able to use that money for groceries?
All right, I'm home now.
There's actually a petition. I'll send you a link to that where Dan Bochard, who is the representative and runner of the Langley CSP, has put out. Him and Adam actually went into the city of Vancouver and spoke to the mayor, which brought up the need for this petition, which is for anyone that has time to sign up that they agree with cannabis substitution. I mean, of course, if you don't agree, don't sign the petition, obviously. But so far, it's been going strong. Everyone is in agreement. So this is a much better product to be using in comparison. But certainly, I think the reason why I'm mostly here today is that I'm offended that Glenn Wells specifically and Dan Magnuson are saying that they're a charity when $5,000 a day is not a charity. You're a drug dealer. And I don't care who's mad at me for saying that. You're a glorified drug dealer. And I hope you replay that a couple times and think about what you're doing, because there's a big difference between charity and helping people and living in a nice penthouse, your apartment downtown, and having several storefronts and you know, having your drug fuel company pay for all that. That's not charity. You're a drug dealer, guys.
Absolutely.
And I'm certainly not going to donate any more money to somebody who's just cushioning up their pockets.
No.
And that was the main reason why I brought all those edibles and stuff with me, was instead of giving it to them like I have in the past, I felt it was more responsible for me to just give it out myself. And then I knew that they were getting it for sure.
Right? And you're giving this stuff to the substitution programs, donating it, and then they're profiting. And again,
Right,
I don't really understand how anybody can do that. Like, how can you justify something for free? I don't understand anything.
But yeah, I know other people are now starting to see this happening, but me personally, I donated $5,000 worth of cookies. I mean, it's been a hot minute since I did that, but I actually had someone from the downtown east side end up wandering down to my store, which is now closed, and he recognized the symbol on his cookie as the symbol on my window and asked if he could buy more cookies from me. And I'm like, you can't buy these cookies. You can only have them donated to you. So how many do you want? And he was just shocked. He's like, no, man, I paid $5 for this. They're all $5. And that's when I kind of was like, okay, I'm not happy. But I was like the first one to, I guess, experience donating to have it resold on them. If I wanted to sell cookies, I mean, I can do that myself. I personally would not. These people are homeless. You know, they're addicts. They're trying to get their life around. Like, I don't know how in the right mind I could even consider taking their $2 or $5 bill. It's just, it's ludicrous.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, like I'd rather, like I said, it's donated goods going out to the, you know, the substitution program. It should be going out for free, and have them not, and have their money being spent on groceries. Like, again, if they would be spending it on cannabis rather than spending it on heroin, then they can spend it on food, or maybe save that money so they can maybe get them a house or an apartment or somewhere. Like, why not give them the hand up that they need rather than taking them in that wheelchair with no legs, with no money?
Yeah, and they denied him getting edibles, which blew my mind. So I actually gave him 2 of every kind. I was like, here, and I kind of felt bad when I'd only handed him 4, and I was like, oh, forget it. Here's another 4, you know, because you don't know when you're going to see him again, or if he's going to make it through.
Well, I know in Halifax too, Chris, you know, they make food. Like, they'll take out, like, if they get donated food, they'll take out sandwiches, and they'll take out food.
Yeah, that's what they do in Langley too, and that's what we were doing. And we're going to be actually back there on Tuesday doing the same thing. I've actually got a whole bunch of hot food I'm going to bring down. So I have some thermoses I'm going to pack it in, and I'm going to do some sandwiches and drinks, and of course the joints. One thing I would like to point out, and I don't know if it's fully public knowledge, so I'll be, I guess, as vague as I possibly can, but somebody reported CSP Langley on Wednesday, which is the day that they give out food and cannabis. And it's been brought to my attention, and unfortunately the imagery, I believe it was section 4, 81, and 14. I will have to actually message you that. But apparently, if you do not have a receipt for the cannabis that you have on you, that means you can't prove where you got it from, and you're not supposed to have unlawful cannabis to distribute. So for instance,
illicit cannabis.
Illicit cannabis is actually what's listed on it, is having illicit cannabis. So my 4 plants at home that I grow, I can't give any of you 28 grams of, which is within the law, because I am not an LP and I did not test it up to the LP standards. So there is 2 tickets, I guess 2 violations and an additional violation. The additional violation is in regards to not being able to operate a vehicle under the influence of cannabis. But I've seen this scenario, and the person was trying to close the door to their vehicle before it got any more escalated than it did. And unfortunately, it did escalate more. But for all of you guys that are running these programs that are gifting weed, unless you have your receipt on you, the police have been mentioned that if you do not have said receipt on you and you're not coming directly from the cannabis store home, that's also being in possession of unlawful cannabis, because you're apparently not supposed to be driving around with it, or
it has to be in your trunk. No, it has to be in your trunk. So if you're driving your vehicle and you're buying cannabis from the legal store, it has to have it in. That's why they have bags still. It has to be in it. Well, they don't have to have a bag. You have to.
And it has to have one of these little, I mean, they're different colors depending on what province you're on. Mine's green. I think it's red for Ontario. But if it doesn't have that, it's considered illicit, and you can't exchange it or give it to anybody.
Right. And
that's news to me, and I feel kind of slow for not knowing that until Wednesday.
To restrict on gifting cannabis, because in the law it says you can gift up to 24 or 28 grams, up to
37 grams of extracts.
It's up to 30 grams of flour, right? But again, it's for the mail. They've got, they don't want you mailing it out unless it's in their package. They want to keep it all regulated and safe, right? But again, they're like, this is just over regulation to the 100th degree. But the police are just that just sounds like the cop was just being a douchebag.
I agree, and I actually spoke to a different police department about it, and they said they've never heard of anyone actually being penalized under those laws, and they said that must have been some very extreme measures to want to use them.
Yeah,
they said they've never pursued them ever. And I was like, well, it's being pursued right now. I'm not, to me, obviously, but I was like, this is out in the open. They're like, well, the one police officer before they handed me over to the other actually said, you should fight that. And then they handed me over to someone else that said that, we are not here for your legal inquiries, and gave me a number for legal aid is what they did. But it was funny because the one cop was really engaged in talking to me, and the other one was like, no, we're cutting this short. Like, we'll figure your shit out elsewhere.
Yeah, and like I said, the RC, it depends on who you're talking to, because a lot of the RCMP are informed about the cannabis laws. A lot of city cops aren't. So it depends on where you're at, right? And I mean, in Vancouver, I would think at least they should.
This ticket was issued by an RCMP officer.
Well, even in the RCMP in the Lower Mainland should be pretty, versed in cannabis. They've been dealing with cannabis in British Columbia for 50 fucking years plus. So don't even tell me that these cops don't know the cannabis laws and that they're updated on them, because it's all over the fucking news. Like we're down 95% on our crime rates for possession. And on that note, I got to thank the sponsors that let us come on. And then after the commercial, we'll bring Adam up and we'll talk a little bit more about what's going on as well too. But I have to thank my sponsors. So we'll be right back after a short break. 2 minutes.
Perfect.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
That way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Bring Adam in now. So now that we've got that back under wraps too, so we're gonna go back to the beginning here. So Adam, how long had you worked with Neil?
Well, I started donating to the CSP, I believe 2018. And then as for actually working at the CSP, it's probably been about 2.5 years now.
Right. And I mean, let's face it, like a lot of patients don't have the grows they have anymore. Since legalization, the illegal market's not the way it was. So trying to find donations is not an easy task to begin with. So
Honestly,
you donating was absolutely.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Honestly, the donations have dwindled in a serious way, which is why they started selling things. Because, you know, I'm kind of on the fence about the whole thing because of the fact that I realized just how many people that we serve in a day down there. You know, I definitely have my issues and my qualms with the new management. I mean, they fired me for no reason, just because Glenn didn't like me, because myself and Heisenherb were going to go into the meeting with the mayor, and they weren't too pleased about that. And so they basically left me, like, I'm damn near homeless at this point. They cut me off. They told me that they were going to buy product from me, from my company still, and they went back on that too. But when it comes down to it, like, they see no less than 500 to 750 people a day. And the donations that they get are so minimal. Now, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be making money, because I mean, it's one of those things, like, you have to have the bills paid.
Can I ask a stupid question or make a dumb comment?
Oh, are you kidding me? I love you, Asia, of course.
So I don't really like to talk ill of the situation, but the fact is that basically, as you stepped in to help with that project, I had to leave because I got a cease and desist from the Vancouver Police Department. They told me to stop, so I had to. But I think the problem lies in getting less donations is because they started selling things probably around 2017.
But they hadn't even been open. It's only been 3 years that they've been open.
Been doing this not from a van, but they've been doing substitution since 2017, because that's when they got the cookies.
Yeah, but before that, they were at Vandu, and they were just giving out care packages.
Right, but they started selling them at Vandu, and that's where the problem lies. So the first person to have their shit sold on them said something.
Oh, I can understand that. See, that's a little bit before my time, so.
Right, I get that, but I believe that the I guess what the right wording would be, the donations dwindled because people were catching wind that they were being sold. And I literally had someone like step on my doorstep and confirm it all on their own accord. So I didn't need somebody.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we've talked about that.
Yeah. And I mean, not your fault, but I think that when people expect or hear the word charity, because like when I did charity, I didn't take anybody's money for anything, especially from the people that were getting it, maybe from sponsors or friends or however it worked out, but never from the person receiving the item. So a lot of people in the background since 2017, I hate to say it, have talked smack about the fact that this has been an operation for, you know, they're drug dealers.
But how do you keep the program going when you're dealing with 500 to 750 people a day? They're giving away, like, at least when I left a couple months ago, and, you know, before Neil passed away, we were giving no less than 500 joints and 250 edibles
to 1,000 a day out of 3 Happy Cats before we had to close our doors. And the reason why we had to close our doors is that our traffic was so high and the city wanted it to end. And their technicality was, we were like 1.2 centimeters, or maybe it was inches, too close to the public housing unit. And so we had to close.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be bluntly honest with you. I had my recreational dispensary running. I had my magazine running. And then I had people that were willing to help those that were not able to afford it. So those three things paid for that 200 to 1,000 people per day.
Okay.
But not once were those people charged. So I think the breakdown is that Neil, for whoever decided to do it all in one unit, that's not how the general public would want to see a charity run.
The thing is, though, is that and like I said, like I've got my qualms with them, but I mean, at the same time, we gave away a joint or an edible to anybody that came to the van once a day, and that costs a lot. And I mean, even like the biggest seller that they have there is 5 grams for $5. That's what everybody comes there for, and you see it every day because you see the same people every day because it's you can only get your 1 5-gram bag per day. So I mean, I don't know. I come from Northern Ontario. If I could get a gram,
We've lost him there for a minute. But yeah,
especially when there are people, or like when they're willing to give, But from what I've heard now, even that's dwindling quite a bit, and that's where I have the issues with. I mean, there wasn't really that much money to be made, and even when Neil was there, I mean, you can't say that the man was living a high style life. He was living in an living in an attic of the place that
he
we
was
kept.
good for that. But now we have a different story.
Well, see, this is the issue I have now is the fact that like I took a walk down the strip not too long ago, and I had probably 20 different people come up to me and they're like, "Adam, when are you coming back?" And I kind of looked at them and I was like, "Well, they let me go." Because the thing is that they didn't have the balls to tell people that. Instead, they decided to tell people that I was focusing more on my company and leaving that behind, which is completely terrible to me because there's a lot of people down there that I went above and beyond for using my own products that came out of my own pocket that I've had set up with these people for the past couple of years, and now it's just they didn't give me any time to talk to these people beforehand or anything like that.
Yeah,
they just
fair.
said,
And you
"Oh no,
just
he's
made a
just
really
doing."
good point.
Yeah,
That
he's just.
CSP was failing Vancouver because you were taking stuff out of your own pocket to compensate. So that is, thank you for doing that. But to me, that just like verifies that they're failing the community they're supposed to be dealing with, because it should have come out of CSP's pocket. Like,
Yeah, but the thing is though is that there's policies in place because of that though, because we couldn't afford to give that people that much. And those people that I did a little extra for, that was on me. That had nothing to do with them. It was just, it was just the fact that they couldn't come out and say, "Yeah, we got rid of them." Instead, they told them that I was just focusing on my stuff and I'd be back. And, like that was the part that drove me nuts, because it's like, if you're, he keeps on using the words "let go" instead of "fired." I said, "It's the exact same thing." He says, "No, it's not." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because there was no fireable offense to get rid of you." And I posted that audio clip for everybody to hear on my Facebook. And like that, you take somebody's livelihood away.
Yeah, that's
for, yeah, like.
But I mean, what it really comes down to is that, I appreciate that, you've also lost your job, but these guys are not necessarily, I mean, you're telling me that they can have one container. When we were down there, that's not the word we were getting. They were saying they didn't have anything available. They didn't have.
No, I know. That's the point that I was trying to get.
I was going to say that.
I was trying to get at was the fact that
is after Neil was gone, those $5 packages with 5 grams don't exist. That guy that was expecting his high dose edibles in the wheelchair, he said he hadn't got it in almost 2 months. So that's why I loaded him up. So the story I'm getting is basically whatever was there is no longer. And
I agree.
Maybe there is a lot less donations. And I can imagine after the Van Do transfer over to CSP and then this has helped create a lack of donations or less of them, because everyone's now aware of what's happening. And
but honestly, there's no real donations. Honestly, there's no real donations that are going into that place right now. Or at least like before, when I was leaving, everything was paid for.
So how are they running
it?
How are they running it then? They're running
it's
it
a dispensary then. It's not a charity. It's they're drug
but,
dealers.
But like what you're saying, but yes and no. I mean, yes, in a sense, for sure. But I mean, at the same time, like to give away
And there's nothing
those
wrong with that.
to give away those 750 joints a day, or those 250 edibles or whatever, those have to be paid for because they're not being donated,
Right.
and that's a day. So you think if you're going to give away 750 joints a day, think of how many of that is in a week. Pay 50 cents a joint. And I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. Like I said, I'm not trying to stick up for them. I'm trying to stick up for what.
I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with trying to recap or regain your resources elsewhere, but I would like to point out that anybody else that has done this form of work has those things separated. You want to go buy your recreational weed, you want to go have fun, that's over here. People that are on the streets that have no money, that need clothing and resources and weed, you're over here. And if it came down to it that there wasn't enough money to do one or the other, well, then you need to campaign more funds on the other side. You can only give what you have. And all it's done is created this glorified drug dealing fucking title that's been created. And now it's a fucking mess because we have Glenn Wells not even willing to give the minimum donations out to the people in the streets.
Well, this is the issues that I have.
Edible, and they wouldn't even give him a fucking like $1 joint. They were like, "Scram, buddy."
Yeah, this is the problem that I have, is the fact that it's not what it was, because I can tell you from firsthand experience from doing a lot of the buying in that place, there's not a lot of actual profit being made. And sometimes it's to the point where there has to be money taken out of personal funds in order to get that product. I'm telling you that. And like,
that's what charity runs. Or you have to go and do fundraising, and you have to do other things to make that charity run, not take it out of your pocket. Right?
It's true, but that's what Neil would do.
$25. So we would help patients get their paperwork, right? And it would cost the doctor would charge so much, and we charge a $25 admin fee. That's all we would take with our group. And that $25 was then put into a trust for a patient that could not afford to pay the doctor. So then we would take that patient, and they would get zero cost, and that money that we would collect off other patients that could afford to pay that $25 admin fee to pay for a patient that couldn't, right? That's the whole point of how things work. So say you are buying stuff, so you sell to the people that can afford it to pay for the people that can't. That's just how it should be working, right?
But that's exactly what was happening, though. But it's just they weren't in a separate spot.
All this around, because that's how.
I'm a little confused on the no profit just because there's 3 buildings and a van that has been replaced a few times. So I feel like perhaps that whoever's managing the fund just isn't doing it correctly.
Aside from there's actually 2 shops, and the one shouldn't be paid for. I'll be the first to admit that, because that's where Dan had been living for the past 3 years that I've been working there. But the one shop is completely needed, because there's no possible way that you can keep enough product on hand, like in a vehicle. It doesn't make sense. As for the vans being replaced,
and you can only handle so much, then you don't need that space. You don't need any of that stuff. You have whatever you're donated and whatever you're working with. So,
but you're not donated anything, though. That's the problem.
Now, whether it's managed properly or not.
Okay. Well, so they're not getting donations. They're running off having to buy product. Are they buying from the legal market? Are they buying from the gray market?
No, absolutely not. Well, especially when it comes to the edible side, you can't buy it from the legal market, because 10 milligrams per package is just not enough.
Right, and to my understanding, then they're having to buy product from people that are needing to make money too. So in other words, there's not any of those donations, those companies that you buy from, that are willing to donate anything.
I've donated a bunch. I mean, when it comes,
you did, and Asia has, and like I said, I see other substitution programs selling T-shirts and stuff to make money and doing other things. What I don't understand is why Mr. Wells and Mr. Magnuson are not doing the exact same thing, when there's people that would be very more than willing to help them. But now that they fucking bridges and fucking fuck people over, nobody's going to be willing to fucking help, and this whole program is going to fall to the wayside.
Those other CSPs, just so we can put it into, comparison, they're dealing with 100 people or less a week.
Oh yeah, I get that.
Down,
I totally.
down there, they're giving away, or at least when I left, 500 to 750 joints a day, 250 edibles.
It's
There's just no way. There's just no way to fund that when you're selling T-shirts.
No.
It's
No, to a certain extent, but I would like to mention that when I went for the federal NDP convention, that the possibility of substituting cannabis for other drugs was brought up. So it is coming up. People are discussing this is something that should become law. I don't think it's going to happen today, but I think at some point people will be able to check in or somehow have some sort of document that allows them to get so much cannabis on the gov.
Well, I honestly believe that licensed producers should be forced to fucking give discounts and not be fucking charging, pricing for patients either, right? Or
well,
even
see, that's the
programs.
that's the
too.
worst part, is the fact that I had talked to numerous LPs about donating to our cause.
They're not allowed.
But the problem, exactly, they will get their license taken.
Yeah, they're not allowed.
So I don't blame them. But
Yeah,
that's on the federal government. I mean, that cannabis it's already went through their stringent testing,
Yes.
and it's being sent back to the LPs.
And
They're
it's
having
being
to destroy it.
I know, and it should be being used in other ways. Like
Absolutely, it should.
Yeah, but they're forced to put it in an incinerator and destroy it.
Yeah,
Okay, so-
on video.
So there we go. That's something that our community can look at fighting again, because we're all sitting around going, well, there's nothing for us to do, right? Well, this is something that we can do. It's something we can lobby them to do and change the Cannabis Act on that one approach, because we need evidence, right? We've got evidence in Vancouver, we've got evidence in Surrey, Langley, all across the country how substitution programs are working. Now we need to make that into a campaign to take to them to change it, right? And
Which is what Dan and Adam have started with their petition, which I think is really good that Dan took the time to put all that. I don't want to say Dan Beauchard in case there's any confusion. There's a couple of Dans, I guess,
But again,
in this situation.
That's absolutely necessary. And again, then we need an MLA or an MP to take that to the floor, right? And BC is somewhere where we really can really work on this action, because we're all in BC, right? We're all in an elections, mode right now too, which is something that, talk to the candidates. See which one is willing to actually step forward and do something towards cannabis and substitution programs, right? Because again, when they're shutting down safe injection sites. They're wanting to pull back on drug reform, and we can't have that momentum stop.
Yeah,
right?
that's in the province of BC versus the federal. Yeah.
Right?
Oh, it gets even worse than that. It's going to be forced rehabilitation pretty soon if they get what they want. They're going to be able to pull people off the street using the Mental Health Act.
No, that's not how it's going to work, dear. So they've got the guy that's doing this is actually an expert. I've done my homework on this because I've got brain injuries, right? I smoke cannabis. I would never want to be put in the addiction to cannabis and be yanked off the street, right? So again, I did some research on this. What they're looking at is the fact that every time somebody overdoses on opioids or on meth or anything, they actually get a brain injury, right? So there are certain people on the streets who've got mental health issues, and because of the overdoses, their brain injuries are so beyond the fact that they can't even take care of themselves. These are the people that are, defecating on the streets, and the ones that cannot care for themselves. Those are the ones that are going to be looking, but they have to go through stringent. They have to have 2 doctors to sign them in. It's not just yanking people off the streets. Trust me.
But to get them to those doctors, they are going to be using the Mental Health Act. And
and some of them absolutely need that. There are some
of them.
You know what I mean? So we have to think of their safety.
I would like to point out that currently, under the Mental Health Act, those first 3 days, they're already doing that to people. However, there's nowhere for them to send them. So once they've had them in for the 3 days, they give them their meds. And unfortunately, that person that still needs them gets put back onto the street, and now they're cold. They don't have their medication, even though it's free. How do they get a ride to the pharmacy to take it? And some of them have such a brain injury that they don't know how to take it.
On the existing legislation, and they actually are going to open up a facility that was closed and actually have the trained people to actually take care of them for longer than those 3 days. They're not necessarily going to be locked up forever either. If they can get them stabilized and into housing, which is the ultimate goal for this, it's not keep these people locked up in a facility forever. That's not the goal here. The goal is to get them stabilized, get them into a program, get them taking their medication, and get them into housing, so we can get them off the streets where they can actually maybe function. It's not going to work for everybody. We know this. There's going to be hiccups all the way through it. I was totally against it too, out of myself. When I first heard this, I thought, oh my fucking God, this sounds like a fucking like detention center.
But that's why here in BC that's where they're planning on sending them though. Is they're going to the first place that they plan on setting up the 400 beds is in Alouette, which is a prison. So
they have to.
This is true. This is true, but I don't know.
Like I said, I'm not agreeing on all aspects.
I'm not agreeing on it either, but I would like
there
to
are
point out
certain people on our streets that are dangerous to themselves and others, right?
Believe me, I work on the downtown east side. I know all about that.
I do not believe in violating anybody's civil rights ever. I am the last person that would ever say that this would be okay if I hadn't done some homework. But they're looking at the extremes, like that poor guy that got his hand cut off. Like that guy was in a drug-induced psychosis. That guy should not have been on the streets, right? In Vancouver last week.
Should have been getting proper medical care
But
until he was okay.
have you looked into the statistics of what happens after? No, about what happens after. There's about a 40% suicide rate, and then there's also like a 20% of people die because of the fact that they go back to the hard drugs and they try and use the same amount, and it ends up killing them. So if you're at like a 60% death rate, then it shouldn't be a thing.
No, but again, if they get continual care, and that means group homes maybe for some of them, that means like it's not like I said, this is going to be having to be expanded because daughter, for example, my daughter has overdosed probably 150 times. She's on the street. She cannot take care of herself. She has a head injury on the streets in Lethbridge, but she refuses to go to a group home or have somebody that takes care of her. And she has that ability because she has that right under her civil rights. As her parent, I die every single day because I don't know where she is. And I can't do anything because she's 31 years old and she's an adult. But with this being put intact, even in Alberta, it might give me some hope that she would be able to then end up in a group facility where somebody would at least be watching to make sure she's not hurting herself.
Can I throw something fun in there? So when I went to the federal NDP convention, I realized that was almost this time last year. They were talking about policy, voting in policy about cannabis as a substitution for people in addiction. So once things like that come through and say someone is just not able, and some of that mandatory help is because you can't handle your drugs. If you can, do whatever drug you're doing, pay your taxes, go to work every day, and you're a functional whatever, no problem. But if you're not able to be a functional human being, like there comes a point where somebody should step in. But say someone can't get off the heroin. Once those policies come in, they're going to say, hey, you're going to be here for about 3 weeks. We're going to give you some joints. Here's some books and some food. And then while you wait, we're getting you housing instead of get on the street, figure it out yourself, which is fucking nuts.
And that's a lot of the problem too, is the fact that there just isn't housing in BC. Like a lot of people that want to go into a rehab facility, they're waiting 6 weeks right now.
It's the same. It's like that across the country. We're lacking in funding, facilities, and bodies. We don't have they don't have the people that are trained to do this, and these facilities want bachelor's degrees. They need people that have lived the fucking lifestyle to go in and actually start helping these people rather than looking for somebody that's read it out of a fucking book.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more.
A lot of people wanting to go into rehab, so those people that are choosing to have to wait 6 and 12 weeks because those programs are overbeared with mandatory rehab. So if those people could go somewhere else, all these people that want help today to get that so they don't end up like that.
Yeah.
And that is the idea, is they're trying to create a preventative measure so you don't get there, if that makes sense. Because everything is just overbeared, not enough bodies, and then we have a fentanyl crisis that we've never, this is unprecedented. Like, I don't even know what to say about our fentanyl crisis. I don't know how to deal with it, but we're dropping like flies, and it's people that aren't even doing it sometimes.
And not even so much fentanyl. It's methamphetamine too. But the worst thing they did was when they did this whole give everybody, safe drugs, they were just giving out opioids. And that doesn't help the people that smoke crystal meth and crack and all these things. Those are the ones that got the same drugs back onto the street because they're trading them for the drug of choice. They should have manufactured all these drugs like they did with cannabis first, rolled it out, regulated it, 19 and over, and put it in the store.
But I think when it comes down to it, like they say that they want to save bodies, and it's the opioids that's killing people. It's not the methamphetamine. It's not the crack.
It is. It is. You're totally right. It is the opiates.
You know, but I do agree with you 100%.
Yeah, well, they should, like I said, manufacture all that. Put it in the store. It says big crack store. Here, come get your crack. You're allowed, 5 grams a day. You're allowed 5 grams a day. Whatever, you know what I mean? But then it's safe tested and fucking nobody's dying, right?
Yep.
Nobody's, it's not mixed. It's not, it's being, cut with like we did in the old days, mannitol. Nobody's dying from that shit. They might get the runs, laxative.
That's the worst part too, is the fact that it's like the fentanyl, it's 1 to 2 grains of salt for most people could kill them. So it's not even that a lot of people are trying, but it's cross contamination. They use the same scale, they don't clean it properly, and that's how people are dying. That's what it comes down to. Because there's not drug dealers are not trying to for the most part, put fentanyl in other drugs.
No, but they want to kill off their fucking customers, right?
Yeah, it's more or less, like I said, it's people being careless, not cleaning their scales, and like I said, 1 to 2 grains of salt can kill an average human.
I know. I signed off on fentanyl for my kid to be sedated at the hospital when he dislocated his elbow last week. And I was like, he's 13 or 14, he's got autonomy. Why am I signing this? But I guess when it comes to drugs like that, until they're 18, you have to sign for them. So, you know what I mean? I was like, oh, okay, well, I'm glad. I didn't really want my kid getting fentanyl. Anyways, this is what it is. But again, it's, that was hospital grade. It's not the same. It's, different, right? Anyways, folks, we've done it. We've
talked for an hour.
Hour is over. Thanks very much for we need talking frankly about the situation out there. And so what we need to do, folks, is try and get some more donations going to all these substitution programs that are legitimately giving away product to the patients. Now, I'm not saying that would be which ones that are selling it. If they're selling it, we might want to not donate to them. But there are ones out there like the Halifax Substitution Program, Langley, Surrey, Ottawa, other ones that are running strictly on donations and they need them. So if you're, able to, folks, reach out to those people, and I'm sure that one of these two folks could probably help you get in touch with them too.
Absolutely.
Honestly, guys, sign that petition and reach out to your local MLA and tell them why you believe a cannabis substitution program needs to be in your community. Because honestly, when I got to Ontario last year, they're talking about it. I mean, there's more versions than just CSP. There's other people out there doing the same thing. They have different names. And that's why there's policy that's been written about this. That's why people are trying to move forward. And, the more people talk, the more you inquire, the more you sign petitions and share them, the more, the word gets out there and we actually move forward with new laws. And that's the way it happens, really.
Right. And we have an election in British Columbia right now. So talk to your candidates. Ask them what their stance is on cannabis and medicine. Ask them what their stance is on substitution programs, safe injection sites, anything having to do with drug reform. Because right now is the time.
That stuff is on the chopping block.
And please, I don't care who you vote for. Well, I kind of do, but please vote. Because right now, that is a problem with our democracy is people are complacent and they're not voting at all. And we need the numbers. Your voice does matter. So please go out and vote on the October the 19th in British Columbia. We have a provincial election going on right now. I suggest you, go along with the government we've got right now because they're not doing too bad of a job. The Conservatives get in and we are FUCK'd fucked. So on that note, thanks again for coming on to my show, and we'll be back next week with Cannabis and Coffee with me, to marijuana. You have a good night, or good night. It's not nighttime, it's daytime, sorry.
That was cool.
You have a great day, and I'll see you on Wednesday on Pace. That's at night. Okay, bye. Hang around after the show so we can chat for a minute after the closing. I'll be right. Yeah, just hang around for a minute. Now I got to find the damn closing. There it is.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
So this is number one. I'm gonna give that to Wayne. He's going to open it up.
Put it on the plate to look at it.
Sure.
Or are we just gonna?
Sure, put it on the plate to take a look at it, and then just pass it around.
I guess you gotta.
No, bad
You got scissors? There's no tear tabs.
Is there no tear tabs?
No.
Yeah, no, there isn't. But some of them aren't sealed.
I'll go get a pair of scissors.
Like I've had a few. Like lately, I've had a couple. But like last year.
Yeah, that one's not sealed.
I think it's
Yeah. Yeah. No, just this one I think is sealed up.
I got free. Woke up and I was dehydrated. I was
Ah,
freaking out because I haven't had the cold shot since I was in the hospital. Yeah. And I
Admit it.
great.
Yeah.
In the hospital. When I got home, there was 4 packages. Like,
Yeah, it looks like a lot of the other ones have open tops, but this one
in the
doesn't.
fridge. With
I
one-
found a few of them did not.
We'll find out as we go along.
3 of them when I was in the hospital. I said, I probably drank the whole thing. It was 2 days before I noticed they didn't have my glasses in the hospital.
It's frustrating though, because you go and you get ready to go and all that, and it's like sitting down for a poop and having no toilet paper.
That would suck. Yeah.
Sorry for the comparison, Sarah.
So what do you could your
Yeah.
Did you smell
Oh
it?
no, it's just a visual thing right now.
Just a
But
visual
yeah,
thing, Bob?
I can't help but smell it.
Visually, does it look good? Between 1 and 10 looks good. 10 would be super good. 1 is bad.
1 and 9, actually.
You write down 7 on your paper there beside the I.
I definitely like the purple in it. But
number 7 here or here?
Yeah, at the top. Put a 7 on number 1. Correct.
We got her.
Okay, coming around.
Am I supposed to smell?
No,
Well, that's
this
the
is
next question.
Oh,
You
okay.
should just
well, the next
copy
question
me,
is
wouldn't
moisture
you?
and then aroma
Yeah,
strength.
Overall visual appealing, unappealing to very appealing.
Yeah.
Is the option.
Look at it.
One
Yeah,
through
how
one.
does it look?
Squishy?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a further question.
Okay, see,
We can't memorize 15 questions to do everything at one time.
And which one am I
Besides
going
that,
in?
once Wayne smoked it, we wouldn't be able to test it, right? It did smell good, even though we're not to that point yet.
It's got a bit of purple in it. I like
Yeah,
that.
it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see the trichomes on it too, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so I will enter my answer.
I got that one already.
So now moisture is next. So that'll be a feel, I guess.
Feel, that would be feel. Is it too wet, too dry?
Come on, feel it, Wayne. Feel it.
Dense and dry.
Squeeze it like it's your Charmin.
Too dry or too wet? Give it a low number, I would say.
If it was too dry, it'd be crumbling apart.
Yeah,
I think as soon as you
yeah.
squeeze it, it's not.
Just the outside
Now,
dry.
just so you know, don't maul it because we gotta probably maybe see how sticky it is later.
Oh, I didn't think you'd seen that.
That's the only thing I don't like about this because now I haven't seen any other ones, so I don't know if I'm comparing to the other ones evenly.
No, you don't
right?
compare
We're
it to
gonna
anything.
know when we're all done here.
Yeah, but it's the first one kind of can be an unfair.
Be honest.
I'd like to smell it.
Yeah, oh, I know. It actually does smell good when I can smell it before it even got to me.
But you're glad I thought of it?
Yeah. Oh, it's solid, eh?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
nice and dense.
Not too wet.
You don't
Not
get through the
too
road stop
spongy.
with that in your shirt pocket.
So what would you say? What would you do as if it's just perfect? Would you?
Well,
Yeah.
I was gonna go 9, but then I decided
Yeah.
8 because I don't know what to compare
Right,
it to.
right.
This is the baser.
Moisture. Yeah. No, that was good. Actually, I'm gonna.
Just go on number
I'm
2.
gonna change mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, you'll go.
Number
It's
2.
still,
How do you think it was?
it's still number 1 though. It's just.
Well, it's question 2.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hang on. Yeah. Yes, you're gonna have to do 7 rows down. Sorry, buddy.
Not a problem.
Okay.
I think.
So question 2. Yeah, you'll have.
I got one on the back there. Oh,
Yeah,
indica.
that's the other.
Okay, what do you want me to do here? Here?
Okay, on number 2, rate it between 1 and 9. 1 that it was too moist and dry, and then higher numbers is that I would say is good, is excellent type thing.
1 to 9.
Yeah, 1 to 9.
I'll go 8 on that one.
Okay, now can you put a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 across the top?
1, 2.
Yeah.
What do you do it here again?
No, I just need you.
Now, here, do you want me to do it?
Wayne, can
Yeah,
you
I'll do
it
it for you.
please?
Yeah.
All righty. Done that one. My phone closes too often. Okay. Aroma strength. And by the sounds of it, Al, there's been a lot of good smells comments, right?
Yeah. Oh, it definitely has a good smell.
But they're all in our noses are working good.
Yeah, exactly. Now, can you do that on the other side?
Yeah. So this is going to be all this one, and then the 2 will be bag 2.
Yeah.
And then 3 will be. These
Oh,
are the questions, and these are the bags.
See why I'm having everybody enter their own number, so I don't have to do this afterwards all on a piece of paper. Could you just imagine? Just me.
I'm already imagining me doing.
Physical contaminants you can't see.
Like
Oh,
this,
yeah. It doesn't say anything about ground, does it? Eh?
We get our own bags.
There you go, Bob.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah.
All right, so we're on aroma strength here.
Aroma strength.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll all take another smell of that happily.
There's another smell.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's complaining about that smell.
Okay, well, there's a strength, and the next question is pleasantness. So the strength is a very strong, and think of pleasantness while you're at it.
What's the number on that one?
1 to 9.
1 to 9 again.
Yeah.
They're all 1 to 9.
We haven't stopped anything else yet.
Question 3 is the aroma strength, and question 4 is aroma pleasantness.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
9.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give it top points on both that.
Yeah.
Only one person blind.
Touch. Okay.
Wait, what are we doing now?
That's not at all.
What are we doing?
Stickiness to touch.
Oh, stickiness.
Yeah, I didn't find it sticky. If there's hash brown there, we'll know.
That number 5?
That is question 5, yes. 1 is not sticky at all, and 9 is very sticky.
How about you, Al? When we're doing this, your sample number 1, how did you find with your overall peel, stickiness, and stuff like that? Questions 1 through 4. I don't hear them.
I just try that, Was I supposed to follow along?
No, he's plugged in. He was just there. Are you muted, buddy?
No. Hang on.
Oh, here. He was there.
I'm here.
Yeah. I can't hear you.
I
over there.
Number 5.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
There he is.
I go.
What'd you do? Mute?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
So what on your sativa end of things?
I just did number 5. I didn't realize we were supposed to all do the same.
Well, yeah, it's part of the problem is that there's we need separate kits to be able to do all the same.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are we here?
So I just finished doing number 5 and I voted and stuff.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
So what are some of your results?
Well, I mean, this one made me panicky.
You told.
We lost him again.
Like I feel a little like yeah, which sometimes sativas do to me.
Can you just unplug that? No, right there, the small wire. Yeah, just unplug that.
Uh-oh. Did your battery die?
No, it was still on. I checked that. I checked that when I got up.
I don't know what's up. Anyways, this one particularly, it made me feel a little bit of panicky. That's probably why I chose this one to start with, to get that out of the way.
Yeah.
Okay. I tried some of this before.
Yeah.
And it made me really moody. But right now, I'm just kind of, I'm good.
Okay. Do you see any physical contaminants? Do you see anything such as hairs?
In this one, I found nothing like that.
Break it up a bit there, Wayne. See if you see any. See any seeds.
See any white hair on it?
I think the judges need some microphone or magnifying glasses.
Oh, I didn't bring one.
I could have brought loops for us all. Yeah, no.
Do you want a drink?
I've got some. Yes, please.
Okay, well, I got a cooler over there. It's got water.
It's a pretty looking bud. I don't have much to complain about with that.
Yes, I found the quality from the ones that I've tried already better than last year's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just everything was firm, nice tasting. There were no bad ash things. You
see anything, Bob?
So I'm comparing as I try to
no physical contaminants is mold, insects, seeds, hairs, none. There's no 1 through 9 on this question.
So what do we do there?
Okay, just write the word in.
So if I didn't see any mold, I didn't see any insects, I didn't see any seeds.
No.
And I didn't see any.
So
now hairs, I'm assuming unwanted hairs, like
correct. Yeah.
So I would just write
cannabis hairs. Cannabis hairs are good.
Yeah. There's not specific though.
So Bob, you just write none.
I find
just contaminant. Yeah.
That's
I kind of don't feel like I'm getting the full experience unless there's a dog or cat hair in my bud.
Yeah, I'm used to that too.
I don't see. I don't see any contaminants.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's time to grind it up because the next question is does aroma translate to taste? They've got smoking experience, ash, and structures, effects, right? So it's time to grind it.
Yeah.
Do you want to grind it? Let us know.
You want me to grind it?
Yeah. Let us know if it's.
You're the man for the job.
You got a grinder? Okay. Let us know if it is really moist.
Moist.
It's definitely not, but I might change my sticky up a little bit.
I know the weeds can't grind it, right?
Yeah, it's not. I think I did a 1 on sticky. I think I'm going to bump that up to about a 3.
Once you break it up.
Anybody else want to feel the sticky while
the sticky while it's apart?
Feel the sticky.
No?
There is a little more there, eh? Yeah.
Okay.
Once you fluff it up.
Yeah. All right. He's grinding her up. Oh, I guess we can see that on the screen too.
Right at your name, I think.
Yeah, right out. Al's grinding it. Deb's looking into the cooler. I know what she's hunting for. She wants some of that cherry.
I know it's
black cherry
soda.
I know it's not a question, but as for how it fluffs out when you grind it, it's certainly sometimes you grind weed and it's like it seems like there's nothing when it's ground up.
Yeah.
So this ground up and fluffed out very nice. So I know it's not a question, but I thought that was important to say.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it is a question in there, and it would have been presented as where are we here? Where physical? No. No, there really isn't.
There isn't.
Overall enjoyment,
right,
is the closest really to that question.
Okay, so it's ground up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Can the camera see that?
Yep, camera can see it. Here is some papers. Some papers supplied to us by Camelford Lifestyle Shop.
Shameless plugging.
I don't get what.
Just so you know, the soda beverages, they are from Legacy 420. They had a super sale going on.
And they're good.
Yeah, Deb just took a drink of the
Should I
first
shove
one.
that all in one paper, make a big, huge fatty, or what should I do?
Sure. Yeah.
You know, I gotta say,
all in one joint anyway.
Roll two.
I hope in the future that we're able to experience something like this in the mushroom variety of an event.
Yeah, that would be neat, eh? To do a mushroom testing.
Yeah, that would be a much longer show.
It would be a much longer podcast.
Wouldn't it?
It sure would.
I miss the concentrates. I thought that from our conversations with Sarah last year, she was hoping to do some concentrates this year, but I guess it just didn't happen.
Well, I think that there's a way. In my mind, I believe there is a way to do it.
There's so many regulations. I'm surprised she got this far with it. I mean, I'm glad she did, but there's so many regulations around not being able to promote it and advertise it and this and that and the other thing that it would be a nightmare to navigate that.
Well, she felt that as far as advertising and stuff like that, we're well within our legal rights to be doing this. And I'll tell you,
we aren't really advertising companies. We're just
that's right. And Jack Lloyd has also said that that there is a little bit of an issue thing there that somebody could say something about, but what's the point?
What's the point?
We're not really in the business. We're the other end of the business.
Pass one to the right and one to the left. One to cross paths.
Have you guys even lit one yet?
I don't know. He said pass one right, pass one left, so I did.
You like that?
Does aroma translate to taste?
Yeah.
No, me.
There's a number of questions throughout this, so yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this your first one, Al?
7 of 15. Does aroma translate to taste?
Is this the first one that you're doing?
Yeah, we're still on the first one. This could take a while, Al.
Jesus, I've already gone through my Warren. I'm ready to hit my vaporizer.
Look at the color of it. That's nice.
We're going to be here a while, folks. Enjoy.
Well, that's what I said. It's going to be here a while.
Yeah, I would getting a nice taste out of that. Not quite as strong as the aroma, but it is nice.
It is. Yeah, it is.
But again, I don't want to score too high because it's our first
I
one.
didn't wake you up when I went in there, did I?
Okay, now while you're doing this, take a look at the ash because you need to know about the ash color and the ash structure.
Yeah. Question 8 is
right.
Smoking experience.
Experience.
So did anybody take pictures?
There's the first cougher.
No, we didn't take
do we have a meter for the sound of that coughing?
Yeah. Yep. Just cross pass there, Deb. Deb, look at that. Deb's got both joints. She's double fisted.
She planned it that way.
It's all the same stuff, but it allows you to keep, maybe reevaluate.
Yeah. Well, can you go back through
last year's test? I was here with my friend Kent, who is coming today.
Okay.
And we just did it together. And I just rolled one joint.
Yeah.
Right. So I had extra from each pack.
Well, I remember pre-legalization, one of the kits we bought, me and Shalom bought, it was like we had it for over a year.
Yeah, Wayne, when I moved, I still
the
had
original ones. Yeah, I got the 710 kit, and it was awesome.
Yeah, 125 cents.
I had Karma Cup stuff sitting in my fridge when I moved up here.
Holy fuck! There's more than one joint. Come on here.
Okay, look at the app.
So smoking experience. I'm not finding it overly harsh, but it's not super smooth either. So
correct. Yeah, don't forget your taste. One with a taste.
Yeah, I did that one. Yeah.
Ash, the color. Has it been looking pretty,
ash color structure? Heavy,
white.
chunky, dark to light, airy, and wispy.
It's moving pretty good down that.
Yeah, I say it's burning really good.
It's an awfully nice light grayish.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
It's definitely airy. Yeah, I think it's a nice.
It's got a bit of a.
How many of these we're gonna do?
7, and then we got 7 more joints.
I won't make it.
Lightweight.
Bob.
You have a green out mattress?
Bob has been consuming cannabis for years, and this is his first probably opportunity to really.
Then I was supposed to send that to you. No, I'm gonna take a photo.
They crisscross.
As far as consuming cannabis in the legal world, I don't So Bob has always been an attendee, as well as everybody else is here, has participated in a grow off. And now that I've done this, I think we should have a grow off tournament here.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That would be great. Oh yeah. I've got 3 tables.
Yeah.
To accommodate people. Got lots of parking.
Wait, you're not gonna make me clean my house?
No, we'll just do it here.
It's been a while.
Okay, so how are you making out on your reviews, everybody? Ash color, you've got that experience. Okay. The effects experience, not pleasant or very pleasant.
This 8 or 7?
10.
Okay, so where are you? You're at 7? Yeah. All right, so 7. Does the aroma translate to the taste?
Does it taste like it smelled?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, you give it a 1 to 9.
8.
And then the next question, number 8, is harsh to smooth.
Oh, okay.
1 to 9.
We're just gonna switch joints.
And then question 9, ash color and structure. Is it heavy, chunky, and dark for like the low end?
Yeah.
Or light, airy, and wispy for the higher end?
Color.
That's color.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay.
There's a bit of a bite to it, everybody. Just so you know.
9. It should be about 7 on that one.
That's what that is. And then question 10 is the effects experience. So is it pleasant or not pleasant as far as the effect you're feeling?
Yeah.
Oh, we're doing good.
Yeah.
You're doing good.
Just
Yeah.
go forward and answer
I'm
some
going
of
to
the other
put a
questions.
9 down. I give me room for 10. 10 next
Answer
time if I
9.
remember.
What did you say?
I said, guess the brand that produces.
Oh, I haven't gotten to that. Okay, so you got effects, experience.
Yeah, we're at effects and experience.
Pleasant or not very pleasant?
You want 11?
Yeah, 11. There is no 11. 1 to 9. Question 11. Yeah.
Question 11.
Overall enjoyment.
I enjoyed it. Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's. I hear some people coughing, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna deduct 1 point for that.
Yes, I cough. I am the same way. I'm always cough on everything.
Number 12, we haven't hit that yet, eh?
We're on our way to it. Would you buy this product?
Would I?
Yes or no?
Yes. Just a yes or no on there, eh?
It's yes or
I don't
no.
want
yeah.
more. Oh, here.
My answer to that question, Wayne, would be how much is it?
What's that?
I said my answer to that question would be how much.
Yeah, how much is it? Yeah.
Talking by
Yeah, they should have a question. What price category does this product fall into?
Okay. Now, would you buy this? This is one of the questions. Would you buy this?
In a heartbeat.
Well, there was no maybe, so I had
Put a Y
Yeah,
or an
12. Yeah.
put a Y or an N on your spot, Bob.
If I had to buy it,
Yes.
I'm looking at that.
Okay.
That's question 12. Would you buy it?
Yeah.
You got any comments? Enter any comments. That's one of the questions.
Not till payday.
If you want, there's a spot there to guess the brand. Just leave yours.
Yeah, no idea.
I have completely no idea.
They do have
and fill
I
these out
only know
again.
one company.
They do have the
And
list
it's
of
not on the
companies.
list.
I don't pay much attention to names.
Yeah.
and-
Okay. Now, guess the strain of this product.
No. Don't even
No,
ask.
yeah.
Sorry.
They changed the names of all the strains. I could
Well,
guess,
that's
but it'll
the
be
thing.
an old school name.
I bypassed those two questions right there.
And you
Okay.
can.
It'll be purple something.
We can go back and edit our test results. You know, if we wanted to change something,
Yeah.
we can edit it afterwards as well.
Okay. I wasn't sure if once you saved it, if you could go back.
Yes, yeah, you can do that.
At the very end, when everything's been answered, if it's like last year, they let you go through and as many times as you want, and then when you're done, you just hit send and it's done.
Right.
So you can
Once
alter it
it's-
when you're super
Okay.
fried and questioning your existence.
That's right. But once you hit send, it's done. I
Okay.
believe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
save and
just
finish
hit
later.
Save and finish later, or continue assessment.
We didn't do 13,
Hit
did
the
we?
continue assessment. Okay, because
Stage,
that's what
you
we're
were-
doing.
Yeah. Oops.
So I have a question now.
Oh, hang on.
All right.
It's not taking me. If I
How do we get back to the? Okay, there we go. I got back to dominant. I got back to the listing again.
Okay, so can I ask my question?
As soon as you guys start talking about.
Uh-oh.
So continue.
Okay, so I'm going to indica dominant too.
Did you find it?
I ended up accidentally logging out.
Yeah.
But I did.
Yeah, I
save.
showed him where it was.
Yeah. Bob's got me covered.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. I got the same number.
How long are we waiting in between strains?
Finish later.
Oh, see, it deleted everything on me.
Did it?
It's not there.
Oh, because you signed out and came back in.
I hit save before I did that.
Yeah.
And then when I hit back, it took me out.
Save and finish later.
I got it.
Did you?
I tried that and it said the page wasn't available.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Just give me a second here to put this all back.
Correct. Well, it's still
Last night to see that.
well, it's
There's
still
a
fresh
difference.
in your mind. Let's go through
Yeah,
those questions
submit it.
because I'm in the same boat. Aroma and pleasantries. I remember. Physical, yeah.
Hey Al,
Yo,
How long are we waiting in between strains? Because I'm ready to smoke my next doobie.
Oh, yeah. See, you need to have like 6 or 7 people there. Then you would understand where we're coming from.
I can still smell that pot.
I don't have any smoking buddies here.
Okay, done.
Well, you could probably
Save.
find one and on
Save
any
and finish
street
later.
corner.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just put an ad out on AOL or something.
So did everybody get through that? You saved and finished later? And
Yeah.
so we-
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for September 24th, 2024. You're here live with John and myself. Cindy's down in Mexico furthering her education in psychedelics and psychedelic helping. How you doing today, John?
I'm above ground.
That's always a good thing.
Yeah.
I always just say thank you when
And
I
I
wake
still
up
got
and-
your pen, Cindy. And I vowed I wouldn't do any blatant self
grandizing
or anything like that, because I'm only here for 3 weeks. So
oh man.
Oh yeah, no, and when Steve starts getting really deep, I've got this sign too still.
Oh, we're gonna go with the nerd sign. Nice. I don't mind being a nerd.
No, my handle online is Nerd Boy, or no, Biker Nerd. Biker Nerd, yes.
Oh, is mine gonna be Nerd Boy now?
Now you're
Oh,
Nerd
don't
Boy.
say that out loud.
You're Nerd
I'll
Boy.
probably stick
Nerd Boy.
as opposed to Mayhem.
Well, Mayhem, I like Mayhem too. Sweet Pea and Mayhem. Nerd Boy and Biker Nerd. I don't know.
So who's our guest today?
Robert W.E. Laurie. And I tried to guess what the W.E. standed for, and I got the William right, but I didn't get the E right.
That's okay. I got the E right.
Yeah, you got the E right.
Edwards, and that's the same as my middle name. So we got stuff in common, and that's rocking it.
Yeah, I did some studying about our guest, and pretty amazing person.
Did you learn he's an award-winning international cannabis and psychedelics lawyer and
Yes.
activist
Yes.
and consultant?
Yes. Yeah.
And you know what else he is? A freaking hilarious impressionist.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He does impressions of various people that also attend the psychedelic conferences and the spirit plant medicine conferences.
Oh,
and,
I do an impersonation of Elvis.
Oh, yeah, isn't that I thought that was John Lennon. Oh, canceled. We're about to get canceled for that. Oh, should we bring our guest on?
Yeah.
Should we bring him out?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the show, Mr. Robert W.E. Lowry. Good day, sir. How you doing?
I'm very well. Thank you again both for having me, and what an absolute joy to be here.
Yeah.
I know that Cindy's going to be bummed because she wanted to be a part of this interview, but she's, busy in Mexico hating it because Mexico's so brutal this time of year.
Right. I love Mexico.
She's posting the pictures. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know. If you ever go to Mexico for an extended period, I always find I'm equally excited to arrive, and then I'm equally excited to leave. Like,
I'm the same way.
it's like, I love Mexico, but there's always like that feeling like 5, 6 days of Mexico City. You're like, fuck, just get me out of here.
Yeah.
Let me off the ride.
I like renting vehicles and going off into the jungle and meeting the actual Mexican people that live,
The ones
away
that aren't
from the
there just
resorts,
trying to
away
sell you
from the
the
resorts.
resort aspect.
They're awesome people.
Oh, I agree. The best thing about Mexico is the people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The name of your law firm is Ad Lucem, or
That's
is it
right.
Lucum? Lucum?
Well,
It's
some
Latin.
people say lucum. I say lucum. It's based on Latin. My mom came up. Well, we were going through when I started my firm, and she started rifling off Latin names, and then I was like, "Oh, ad litem, ad lucem," and I was like, "Wait, ad lucem, what is that?" And she says, "Tour toward the light," and that really resonated with me because I'm a Freemason as well, and very much the term light or enlightenment is sort of what you strive to work towards, and it's very applicable to law. I mean, you find a client in the state of darkness, usually when they call you, and well, through the provision of law and we move towards enlightenment or resolution. So it's always the darkest just before the dawn, and I've been running my own practice now for over 11 years and work exclusively in cannabis and psychedelics.
Now, hold on.
Okay.
Got to get the original first question.
Yeah.
And you just touched on it there. Tell us how you got to where you are. What is it that made your journey, and tell us about the journey to get to where you are right now.
Interesting. Well, I was born in 1976, and by about the age of 4, my parents were pretty concerned with how much sort of energy I had and impulsivity and so on. And so not long after that, I was diagnosed with ADHD, and we moved then to Texas, where shortly after I was prescribed Ritalin, which for me was game changing. People would say I was like, I'm like the Tasmanian devil without my Ritalin. And so from a very young age, I developed an appreciation for altered states and drugs. And what really, I guess, highlighted or, began my interest in these areas and these medicines was while living in Texas in the 80s, where as part of the whole Just Say No, we had, Houston police and Texas Rangers and other government agencies as part of the Just Say No coming out and showing us grade oneers, pictures of crack and cocaine, and going on about this real terrible drug called marijuana. And there's just something about hearing marijuana in a Texas accent that makes it sound even more exotic and mysterious than it is. So, given growing up at a time where the cannabis was seen as such a boogeyman, and also learning that, well, drugs can't be all bad. I mean, I take Ritalin and medication. So growing up with that sort of framework of, drugs are a tool, drugs are a medicine, drugs, if used for a proper purpose, there's no gray area. It's it is pretty much a fundamental constitutional right. And so many years later in high school, my younger brother, his best friend, believe it or not, was basically Seth Rogen's weed dealer for 7.5 years. So believe it or not, the character Saul in Pineapple Express, which is played by James Franco in the movie Pineapple Express, is loosely based on like the character on my younger brother's best friend. A guy named John Carr. Back when he dealt weed, he was known as Johnny C. And in the early 90s, it was basically like bikers growing weed, Vietnamese working for the bikers, and organized crime syndicates and medical patients and guerrilla growers. So what was interesting was, Johnny went to Catholic school and, pretty much was the dealer of, to all the other private schools and the fraternities. And, it was interesting. He kind of flew under the radar. And so that for me is how I got into cannabis, was my younger brother and his friends. And then of course later while at university, learning about, wow, this is a medicine. This is, people are using this. And, Cypress Hill Black Sunday came out with all the liner notes being about these uses for hemp. So for me, that really just started to jog something in my mind, always being, a conscientious observer of what's going on and realizing like something doesn't add up. Like this plant that is a miracle that can be used and was used for all these medical and industrial purposes. And, how hemp being pretty much what it all was used for prior to it being outlawed was a travesty. And so I was always interested in, because of being a medical patient and, being right at the center of this. But it wasn't really until much later in life, like going to law school. And I graduated from UBC and went on to Oxford University in England for law school, and learned all of this law and became pretty much fodder in the city working in corporate finance law, which it interests me, but none of it I was really passionate about. And so, consuming a lot of cannabis over the years and realizing like, wow, this actually works for someone like me who's ADHD, which is quite contrary to what the law and what the government are saying. And, alcohol and tobacco being legal, but cannabis illegal. It didn't add up. And again, against, I guess, that backdrop, going to private school in grade 11, having this fascination and interest in cannabis and weed and sort of the counterculture got broadened by reading a number of books, which were on the St. George's summer reading list, including Doors of Perception by Aldous Huxley and Brave New World, which, reading this again kind of blew my mind of, wow, there's these indigenous medicines and historical uses of psychedelic and plant medicines traditionally by medicine men or shamans and curanderos, which, that just blew me away. And there was a part of me that, wanted to become a doctor. But ultimately, having learning difficulties and ADHD, I struggled to the point that, well, law looked like it would be the best path for me. And ultimately, coming back to England coming back to Canada from England, I had to requalify. And that's when, studying about Canadian constitutional law, and I started learning about people like John Conroy and David Malmo Levine and Randy Kane, and of course, Chris Clay and Kirk Tusaw and other lawyers who were representing Mark Emery. And, for me, that just felt like, man, I've got all this education and experience. And I mean, hell, I worked for the CIA's law firm on Wall Street, their London office for a time. That all this experience and so on, I thought, well, I'm going to create my own path, and, started representing people in cannabis. And it was really when the city of Vancouver decided to regulate dispensaries, I was like, hell, I'm out of the closet. Like, I'm fully open and transparent about what I'm doing and how I'm doing it. And to be honest, I haven't looked back. I could go on, but that's kind of the gist of it.
Wow.
Wow.
And by the way, I was one of those bikers that dealt with the Vietnamese.
I represented in the day, like, this is the thing, having had a corporate commercial background, people would be coming to see me. And I'd be like, what are you really trying to do? It sounds like you're trying to launder money. And then it's like, hey, I'm your lawyer. I can't help you if I don't know what's going on here. And well, this one dude was like an 8,000 lighter grower, right? Which at a time when you had like guys like Jason Wilcox and Medical Gardens, I mean, this dude was like Walmart by comparison. So I really feel lucky that I got to cut my teeth in, you know, representing the good, the bad, and the ugly, or the 50 shades of green, as I call it, from compassion clubs at one end right down to, well, not so compassionate groups.
And how are you finding the comparison of that, what happened with that industry in the psychedelics industry that's kind of paralleling and playing the same game?
It's very similar. I mean, you had what John Conroy calls the litany of litigation, which was the, you know, about the 15 years from the Ontario Court of Appeal decision of the R.V. Parker decision up to about Allard and Smith, which of course were the sort of impetus for the government having to look at the law, which led to that, coupled with Justin Trudeau running on a federal platform to legalize recreational use of cannabis, took about a 15-year period. And not to forget, there were Stephanopoulos and you know, Matt Barron's case, and, you know, again, this slow litany of litigation. And I got to say, I was pretty inspired about reading all of that stuff. And ultimately, when the Allard decision and the Smith decisions were rendered, you know, it was about that time that John Conroy invited me to participate in the first BC Continuing Legal Education Society of BC put on a legal symposium. And I got tapped because I was representing a huge proportion of the Vancouver dispensaries. And I look back on those days, it was roughly about 10 years ago that, you know, my paralegal and I were showing up at dispensaries in Vancouver for meetings thinking, damn, is this legal? I mean, all this weed over there, and you know, this is being tolerated, but is it technically being legal, or is it legal? And well, I sort of resigned myself to law is an evolving process. You know, what might be on the books illegal today or unclear, through advocacy and challenging the courts, we may get to those answers. And so for a while, I was representing what felt like probably 40% of the unlicensed cannabis dispensaries in Vancouver, and then throughout different municipalities in the province of BC. I mean, hell, I even got the first temporary use permit probably 2 years before legalization, which was in Penticton, where the mayor was like, what am I supposed to do? I have 7 illegal unlicensed dispensaries in my town, and the RCMP won't do anything. Well, Jamie Shaw and I went up and visited with him and said, hey, 7 dispensaries? You don't have a problem yet. That's barely Granville Street. If you consider implementing a regulatory strategy like Vancouver did, you know, that may take your 7 dispensary problem and render you with 2 dispensaries that aren't following the regs. And then you can prioritize your bylaw enforcement and your police resources. But ultimately, the city of Vancouver introduced these cannabis regulations, which, you know, when you have 150 plus dispensaries opening, as was the case, and then you introduce regulations where 13 of that number are then eligible, right? There's a problem. And well, I used that and took the initiative to talk to the other lawyers like Kirk Tusaw and Don Briere's lawyers, and we all got together as a group and ended up, well, we waited until the city of Vancouver brought an injunction, and then we responded to that injunction with a charter challenge and kept those dispensaries open for 2.5 years before legalization. And ultimately, we're going to see a repeating of that. You know, Vancouver's, Dana Larson says Vancouver's, there's what, maybe 20, 25 of these psychedelic stores now. And, you know, the city is actually arguing the other side now. They're refusing to license and regulate these stores because, again, it's like they're trying to roll back the position they applied with cannabis, but unfortunately the black market recognize this as a sign as gentlemen, start your engines. And I think you're going to see a slow proliferation of these shops. And until police either crack down or bylaw enforce on these with a greater veracity to where, you know, charter challenges can be applied, then I think you're going to sort of see more of the same continue in a vacuum. Because this is the thing, Dana's been raided twice now, right? The Coca Leaf Cafe, and you should have Jack Lloyd as a guest. He's Dana's lawyer.
Oh,
And
okay.
here's the thing.
We've had Dana on a couple times.
Fair, yeah, excellent. But here's the thing: like charges have yet to be approved against Dana. And
do you think they might be just kind of holding off because they're about to change what they did with the decriminalization of a bunch of the hard stuff, and now they're about to reverse that and criminalize it again? Does that?
Well, they never. That's the thing, you know, like MDMA, for example, right? Possession of that, cocaine, methamphetamine, acid, and there were one or two others, but specifically, they did not have psilocybin, right?
Which really strange.
Anything you can grow yourself, they don't want to.
Well, and anything that's going to get you off something harder or actually be of use. But again, I think it was the city trying to tread around, learning from what they did with cannabis, thinking, is this just going to be a green light to proliferation? But this is what I remind people, that the psychedelics are more legal than cannabis ever was with respect to these storefronts. Right? When the storefronts were operating, you already had medical exemptions, right? You had the Section 56, and unlike the psychedelic Section 56, which again, I assisted Jack Lloyd and Paul Lewin and the other lawyers that were representing Therasil, which, you know, that's Dr. Bruce Tobin, and that was Thomas Hartle, the first Section 56 exemption, and that was back in 2020. So, you know, that's where I kind of say, if you look at the cannabis timeline and then you overlay on that timeline where we are with psychedelics, and, you know, we're at the early days of the Section 56er era, but Thomas Hartle and these other psilocybin Section 56ers, they have no right to produce their own or grow their own, right? And that's makes it very unclear, because initially I thought they would have to have gone to companies like Cygen, who have a legal license to sell EU GMP P grade synthesized psilocybin. And I thought that's what they'd allow. They'd say, okay, fine, we'll grant you the exemption. You just got to get it from these guys who are going to give it away free anyway, you know, for the headlines and to move the needle. But instead, you know, these medical patients were originally allowed to procure it from the black market. And ultimately, where we're at is a moratorium where if I'm dying on death's door, like my dad is, and having tried all these other routes, you know, chances are he would not be granted a Section 56 exemption by Health Canada, because there's pretty much an unofficial moratorium on any of these Section 56s. So that just leaves you in a place where the three main avenues are clinical trial, right? Section 56 exemption, and special access program, which there's huge roadblocks to all of them.
Which is just do it because it's helping you and worry about the consequences later.
Well, that's just it. You know, you could try to grapple with all of these barriers like Therasil is, and they, you know, I get tired of reading all their whiny posts about, oh, please, minister, grant us the exemption. I mean, if I was terminally ill, I'd be saying, fuck you, I'm taking these, come and get me, and let's see how bad you want to rock the boat.
Let's see when we get to the top of the food chain.
We've got so many people that were helping. The testimonials in court would go on for weeks of the people we helped.
That's the problem, because the courts, Health Canada will have their experts that will be banging on with all the narrative, and it's unsafe and there's no clinicals and blah, blah, blah. And, ultimately, this is where you're not seeing the police hammer down on these stores, because ultimately, if recommended charges are approved by the Crown, then finally this matter can be litigated.
Yeah.
Right. And that's
Great.
where, I've said to the experts that I know, stand by and get ready.
Yeah.
So if
because
we open a store in
ultimately,
Granville, you want to represent us?
Yeah.
What's that?
I said, if we open a store on Granville, you want to represent us?
That would be an honor. Yeah. I mean, the end of the day,
we're talking about
the end of the day, the way I say to people and, the different groups out there is that unfortunately someone has to step up and break the law.
Yeah.
And Dana does a pretty fantastic job about that. But again, different advocacy groups ultimately will do everything as far as being the change that they want to see. Because ultimately, if you cross that line, it's a double-edged sword. It makes it very hard for Health Canada then to turn around and license you. But never say never. Dana, of course, has used a lot of the proceeds from his endeavors, which, they go back into court challenges, activism, community engagement, and testing. Right? I mean, it's ironic that the, same people that are trying to shut him down are also the same government that awarded Get Your Drugs Tested.ca emergency powers to be doing what the government should be doing. And ultimately, this program should be expanded to every municipality that is having a safe supply opioid fentanyl epidemic issue. Which it just drives me crazy. But that's really the world that we're living in. Government appear to be blindly ignorant on one hand, and the activists, well, are ultimately pushing for the change and waiting for the police to do something, and the police aren't.
Well, I've got a friend who actually sells our microdoses to 2 cops with post-traumatic stress.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. Police, firefighters, paramedics.
Yeah, we've got firefighters too. And when you've got, and I'm sure they're word of mouth. So I'm sure the cops are going, why should we hammer down on these people when they're helping so many of us? I don't know if that's what happens, but I could see it being like that.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I used to bring Mark, Mark Hayden, former executive director of MAPS Canada, who's an associate professor at UBC in population studies. And I mean, he teaches the VPD with downtown East Side drug recognition and how to deal with enforcement and regulation and that. In fact, he even goes as far in his training with effectively, teaching the drug component for social workers of British Columbia. And in fact, he's been doing studies with police on PTSD, and it's pretty incredible. I mean, another group, Roots to Thrive, has been making a documentary about the work that they've been doing with firefighters and PTSD. And what you and I all know as truth and something that works, you got to explain to people on a silver platter who unfortunately have only been receiving one side of the narrative. So ultimately, that's
kind of cool, because the reason our product exists is because we created it for us, and it's exponentially grown into a product and helping so many more people along the run. So it's kind of been nice because we're able to, people come to us and go, we see you healing. They can see the changes in us over the last couple of years of how we've healed with it. And now they're going, share what you're doing, which is basically how the company has just grown, is we're just sharing what we're doing.
And there's no documented thing of anybody overdosing on psilocybin.
No, it's one of those medicines that you don't want to do it every day in high doses.
You can do too much, you won't overdose.
Yeah,
but
no,
you can
there's
do
no-
too much.
no one's
You'll
ever
be
overdosed,
wishing you'd,
but I'm
no, it's exactly like, what was it? The comedian Bill Hicks, right? When he'd make fun of people who take acid and then jump off a building. It's like, why don't you take off from the ground first, asshole? Like, if you think you can fly.
Oh, hey, we're at that time. We got to do our station breaks, give the thank you to the advertisers, etc. So I'm going to kick us into the advertising thing. Thank you, everybody, for being here with us. We'll be back in about 3 minutes.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Good day and welcome back to the Mushy Moment here on September 24th, 2024. We're here with our awesome guest, Robert Lowry from adlucemlaw.com.
Yeah.
Fellas, that is pretty amazing. Your sponsors, I was getting excited looking at all those cool products and things. So you got an interesting following.
That last one is our company,
the at ease.
Yeah. I still can't figure out the knives in that one part, but other than that, yeah.
It's like cannabis, piercing, tattoos, knives.
Well, I think you got to definitely be careful. I've been getting a lot of retainers lately from people who've just been kind of going about their business, and all of a sudden, they get letters from Health Canada basically indicating that they're engaged in an activity and to provide more information. And it may come with involving revoking like a medical license or refusing to reissue.
Yeah.
So there seems to be like Health Canada seems to really have stepped up their enforcement. And I've appeared at conferences in Thailand where I've appeared virtually, and a client will be on talking about some cannabinoid product that they're involved in, and they get a letter from Health Canada, right? Like, oh, we've seen you do this and that. So I don't know. I think you just have to be careful, and take note that if you're operating and putting up material and information about yourself and your product in the public domain, and especially cannabis, right? You may be putting yourself in harm's way.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you may be doing yourself no favors, right? Because
Well, I'll be the guinea pig.
Well, fair enough. Just make sure you have good counsel. And I might.
Oh my God, I'm looking at him.
We're looking at our good counsel right now.
Yeah. But we also have a legitimate company that we've registered and everything for.
Well, Eddie's is a legitimate registered company. It
and,
just deals with illegal stuff. But we've got a legal supplement company going.
I would definitely advise taking this conversation offline.
Thank you.
Okay.
But interesting to learn more. And I mean, that's what I enjoy doing, is learning about what people are doing. And if I'm able to help them, well, we certainly can figure something out.
I know Rosie from CSP wanted to speak with you as well. She sent me a note today to just make a note that she wants to have a chat with you as well.
Well, please have her reach out. Happy to take consultations.
Oh, speaking of which, reaching out, let me just find my banners here. So if people did want to reach out to you, this banner at the bottom is where they would find you, correct?
That's my webpage, yes. And they certainly would be able to contact me through that. And best is through email.
Okay. And what is that email?
Would be Rob, R-O-B.
R-O-B.
At adlusumlaw.com.
Adlusumlaw.com.
You got it.
That banner. Let's try this and see if that one works.
Perfect. That is it right there. So yeah, if you want to get in touch with me, Rob Laurie at Adlusum Law Corporation, drop me an email, and I usually get back within good time.
Have you ever had someone actually give you $1 as a retainer, like I see in all the shows and the movies and stuff?
You know what? It's funny because you don't even have to give someone $1. You can agree to represent them, right?
So
without that. But no, that was in Brewster's Millions, right? Where
you even know the movie. That's
$1 left. Oh, you can retain the lawyer.
Yeah.
But technically, something of value in the eyes of the law is the definition of what's called consideration, right? And in fact, the old English common law case basically says that, well, peppercorns, right? You could technically retain a lawyer with peppercorns if you wanted to, or of something of equal or value in the eyes of the law. Now, I wouldn't take $1 or cash, because ultimately I run a cashless practice. I mean, the Law Society, if part of it is if in order to protect my clients, I don't want them to, do transactions that are going to fall afoul. So accordingly, I don't take cash. I'll say to a client, well, take that cash, go down to the bank and buy a draft. Because ultimately on an audit, right, the Law Society looks at the cash transactions first. And the way I look at it, as there's solicitor-client privilege, and ultimately I shouldn't be disclosing client information, unless it's necessary as part of a Law Society investigation. So by doing things in accordance with the the rules of professional conduct and the code of professional ethics just means I'm better able to protect my clients and also adhere to my professional obligations. So short answer, no, I've not taken a dollar, but I've certainly acted for clients on a moment's notice and gone on the record and been paid at a later stage.
Is there other plant medicines that are illegal that you've had people like try and import and stuff that you've represented, or is there other substances besides marijuana?
I've represented clients in cases involving psilocybin, kratom, ayahuasca, DMT. Effectively it's let's see what you got and let's see what they're saying and we'll figure it out. I mean, at the end of the day, what I love about administrative law and regulatory defense and, constitutional jurisprudence is, well, I don't care what the government or what you did. I care what the government thinks you did. And ultimately it's everyone is entitled to legal representation. And at the end of the day, these are areas and medicines that I truly believe in. And, ultimately it's ironic that these medicines were used all throughout history, right? Psychedelic medicines. In fact, it was 1971, the first time ever that a government declared, the handful of psychedelic medicines as antisocial.
Yeah.
Well, if people are taking these medicines and developing a consciousness that is contrary to your pro-Vietnam War narrative and realizing bullshit of religion that divinity is within, if God is the ocean and I am but a drop of that ocean, right? People start to look at themselves and their personal sovereignty and authority with much greater skepticism. So, I mean, I think that it's no coincidence that every excuse in the book has been made up for why these medicines cannot be freely accessible, produced or forged by the individual and accessible for personal, medicinal, or even recreational purposes.
Do you think the big pharmaceutical companies lobby the government to have all these things that we can grow illegal?
What's that? Sorry, specifically?
Do you think big pharma is lobbying the government to make some of this stuff illegal?
Oh, I think big pharma is right involved with all of this. And to think that big pharma and big industry and government and the military industrial complex, I mean, you want to know what I joke with people? I'm like, psychedelic therapy is not new. It's just new to you. In fact, the first government psychedelic therapy program is called MK Ultra at the end of the day, right? So, to me, I think the government knows exactly, or, the powers behind government. I think the pharmaceutical industry knows damn well about all of this. I mean, let's not kid ourselves that, a lot of this pharmaceutical medicines, could be considered irrelevant or not nearly as safe and as effective as are these natural plant medicines. So I definitely think, there's a huge involvement in that. And even going back to cannabis ended up on, the whole narcotics list because it got tagged there with opium at the end of the day. And we all know why opium was added, right? It was basically due to anti-Asian sentiment and the, anti-Asiatic sentiment that after the Vancouver Gastown riots, they're like, well, hey, if we peg the drug hysteria or the xenophobic hysteria of Asian immigration to opium and make that look undesirable, very much like how they made cannabis associated with Hispanics and jazz musicians, right? we all have to revisit that. And I think that's one of the big travesties with the legalization of cannabis, that, you know, like what happened on August 18th or on 2018, it was just kind of like a light switch flicked. And we went from now being able to buy these products legally from private and government retailers without any sort of redressing the history, right? Government was wrong about this. People's have had their lives ruined. They've been in prison for life. Ministry has removed children over cannabis. Racist exclusionary policies. And in fact, the government that's blown smoke up our ass and bullshit for the last 100 years is now all of a sudden in a position to tell us, right, that, you know, how to consume this medicine and what's safe. I mean, like, my view is fuck off. When you've been wrong about something for 100 years, figure it out, and then you can come and lecture me about this. But, you know, government continues to be wrong. They're playing with people's lives, and ultimately they need to be held accountable.
Yeah, but if
Same
you look,
with law enforcement.
if you look back on the of why cannabis is illegal, it's because of the hemp rope industry, and they brought in synthetic rope, and they were senators. I think it was Dow, and what was the other one? Not Corning, but they were senators, and they brought in the Reefer Madness anti-marijuana campaign as senators that had actual plastic companies.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I've heard similar rumors and stories how Henry Anslinger, America's first, you know, drug czar, pretty much married. It was either into Owens Corning or DuPont, one of those families, which ultimately their whole bag is synthetics, right? And you only got to look back to, what was it, Scientific America was back in the 50s, where touting all of this as the billion-dollar crop, hemp, but then all of a sudden, all of these efforts to suppress hemp and biofuels and everything that comes from this plant, it's really, you know, it's not a I mean, it's clearly a conspiracy and a concerted effort.
Yeah, because marijuana, the fiber from 1 acre a year is the highest yield of any plant.
Yeah.
So you can get fiber that grows fast. It's high fiber content, but they don't want competition against.
And then you take like Sativex, Marinol, and what's the other one, which is
Drabanol.
Drabanol, yes, exactly. And it's been proven that these synthetic cannabidiols are not nearly as effective as what you can grow. So, you know, again, it's similar arguments with psychedelics, because, you know, when you do these medicines in Peru under national patrimony, you know, you're actually consuming plant medicine versus a synthetic. But that being said, you know, there's these debates. Is there the spirit of the plant in the medicine? And, you know, when you synthesize, is it different? And I mean, I think there's a time and a place, right? But here we are, folks.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you've used some of these medicines.
Oh, you know, I look at it as, you know, I represent environmental activists, many of the Greenpeace founders, and ultimately Greenpeace adheres to the Quaker tradition of bearing witness. And well, being a cannabis psychedelics lawyer, you can't very well advocate and argue when you haven't done these medicines. So no, I mean, I've gotten to know Dennis McKenna. I went to Peru with him for 3 weeks, and I got my eye.
Now tell this story in Dennis McKenna.
Yeah, so Dennis walked up to me and he's like, "I hear you're a good lawyer. You come highly recommended from the people at MAPS Canada. I'd like to talk to you for 30 minutes about this initiative I'm working on." And anyway, from that, I ended up, you know, I've become friends with Dennis, helped him set up the McKenna Academy. And, you know, part of that would involve going down to Peru for, you know, 3 weeks, and yeah, pretty exciting. And I mean, yeah, peyote, been able to, you know, engage with that, 5-MeO DMT on multiple occasions, 3-MMC. ketamine. I mean, you get invited to a lot of interesting circles, and a lot of the other big chunk of work I do is involved in the indigenous circles. And well, I really believe that our indigenous brothers and sisters are our greatest allies when it comes to these medicines. And in fact, that's what I spoke about at the Spirit Plant Medicine, or no, excuse me, the Unicorn Cup.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, groups are able to show that, certainly in the Pacific Northwest, that, they've had psilocybin and psilocin species of mushrooms have been around and in their pharmacopoeia since time immemorial, which makes it a lot easier to be able to argue with the government about Section 56s and, like, for example, Nanaimo First Nations, Nanaimo, they've got Section 56 exemptions for, working with groups that I've assisted with where, the federal government was like, well, no, you need to do a clinical trial. And they're like, why do we need to do a clinical trial on, mushrooms that have been growing in our land since time immemorial? So ultimately, I think it's going to be First Nations that are, again, able to get licensing and exemption with these. And if not, they'll end up being arrests where these medicines then are challenged in constitutional, in constitutional context where Section 7 of our charter, life, liberty, security of the person, but also United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, or UNDRIP and DRIPA arguments can be made. Because ultimately, Indigenous have greater constitutional standing and entrenched protections than the three of us, non-Indigenous sitting on this call right here. So for me, it's been a great honor over the last 10 years. I mean, my first Indigenous case was a legal aid hunting and fishing case in Haida Gwaii. And given all the noise I was making with representing dispensaries, when all that work ended in 2019, 2020, the Indigenous clients were coming out literally saying, hey, we've seen what you can do with medical patients and unlicensed dispensaries. What do you think you could do with arguments in an Indigenous context? And, nothing excites me more than figuring out constitutional strategies and potential loopholes. And yeah, I've been running at the government with my Indigenous clients on various CSU cases. And in one of those, we filed a constitutional challenge where we widen the pleadings to deal with not just cannabis, but also psilocybin and psilocin mushrooms. And in fact, we're going to amend those pleadings even further to include tobacco, because there's been a recent case in Quebec called White and Montour, where effectively, like, Indigenous connected to organized crime were importing illegal smokes from the US into Canada through Akwesasne into Ontario. And the Ontario Superior Court found that there wasn't just like a constitutional right to tobacco for like food, social, and ceremonial purposes. They rendered there was a right of sale, or a right to sale, which in many ways challenges the traditional test for determining First Nations rights. So this case is now going to the Quebec Court of Appeal, and they've argued similar arguments to what we're arguing. And well, I think we might get further in our cannabis cases lumping it in with tobacco than psilocybin.
Wow, really, eh?
Yes. So again, that goes back to high school, right? With reading books like The Doors of Perception and Brave New World, where, they referred to the Indigenous as the noble savage, right? Indigenous were still being naturally birthed and born through procreational sex versus, being genetically engineered in a test tube like society was. So in many ways, we're really at the forefront of the Brave New World. And in fact, Dennis says you can't really understand Aldous Huxley unless, you round off reading Doors of Perception with Brave New World and The Island. The Island is ultimately, he talks about it's a future, utopian society versus Brave New World, which is a dystopian. So really, I think that's where we are, is trying to reconcile, these natural from unnatural means. And that's where ultimately we're at, is on the preface of this Brave New World. And these laws are unwritten, they're subject to change. And we're at a very interesting time where, traditional methods of psychiatry and prescription pharmaceuticals, I mean, they have a role to play, but they don't seem to be the only answer to addressing many of these issues. So we're at a very interesting time and a place. And as a lawyer, hey, hell, that's why I'm using that Oxford law degree and that experience to effectively try to take on new cases and new scenarios and challenge the law. And if we win, great. But if we don't, at least those steps inform the process. And I mean, it was funny, leaving for Peru, I got a call from Randy Kane, of the Kane Malmo Levine cannabis constitutional fame. And, he said to me after the test case, he goes, "Hey, I heard you've been taking your loss pretty hard." And he says, "You shouldn't." And he said to me, he says, "Rob, did you enjoy what you're doing? And did you have fun doing what you're doing?" And I said, "Well, yeah." And he goes, "Did you learn something?" And I said, "Of course." And he goes, "Well, that's all you can really hope. Law is a game made up of little wins. And those little wins then equate to larger changes and understanding in the law." And I mean, that's why I'm honored to be doing what I'm doing, is I feel like I'm involved in participating in a fight, challenging government and holding government to account. And, being on the winning side of history feels good. And, certainly with cannabis and psychedelics, we're on the winning side of history.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's been absolutely life-changing for me. I spent a lot of years medicated up, and the last few years of actually healing and getting clarity, getting myself back has just been.
And all the other people that we've met.
Yeah, the amount of hugs and tears that
I think it's absolutely amazing what you're doing. Absolutely amazing.
Yes, you're a freaking champion, my friend.
Yep. You're my new hero.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
We're coming up on the end here. We're at the last 4 minutes. I've got to run some ads from our sponsor at the end there. A couple minutes of the last few things you'd like to say. We've still got your email up so people can see how to get a hold of you.
Yeah, well, again, I'm going to be in Edmonton coming up, speaking at the Grow Up Conference. I'll be on an Indigenous panel with some friends and colleagues, which will be exciting. And I'm going to be before the Alberta Court of Appeal on the 15th of October on a cannabis matter that involves privacy law and effectively challenging government authority. So, I'm a pretty busy guy. My dance card's pretty full, but I do enjoy hearing from people and clients. And, if you've got a legal question or a scenario or dealing with Health Canada or government or are considering entering the space, feel free to reach out and drop me a line, and happy to give a consultation.
Are you at the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference this year?
I should be. I'm not 100% sure if I'm going or not. There's a lot going on just family-wise this year. But I'm a big fan of that conference, a big supporter, and hopefully we'll be attending. But even if I'm not, you can still reach out.
This is our third year, so if you do show up, come and say hi to us.
Oh, hold on, I got to fix something right above his name.
What?
There you go.
John's he didn't do that one, but the other art here and some of the stuff we've had, he's a pretty amazing artist. Well, we want to thank you for taking the time to be on here. If you could stay on, we're going to run the ad, but if you could stay on for a couple minutes after, and we'll bring you in once we've closed the show off and chat.
Thanks again for having me, gentlemen.
It was awesome.
Thank you, everybody, for hanging with us. Thank you to Pace Radio Network, and thank you to our sponsors as well. And we'll see you next week on the Mushy Moment.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
It was a thing because I didn't want to be without the pot before coming home for 4.5 hours, because
Well, yeah,
these headaches were debilitating. They were crippling. They weren't like just, oh, I got a little pain in my temple. No. These were like full on next level migraines that never went away. And, you know, I can honestly say Canadian cannabis is what ultimately saved my life, and my friends in Canada that like supported me.
Hey, my name is Al Graham, and you're with People Advocating Cannabis Education. PACE is about promoting the benefits of cannabis, which we do through educational documentaries or through public events. Today we're at the Carpe Diem Cafe in Peterborough, and I'd like to introduce to you Russell Barth and Christina Lowe, the cannabis advocates from Ottawa, and they'll talk to us about what they're doing to help legalize cannabis around the world. Hello, Russell and Christine. How are you?
We're doing good.
Well, thanks.
Hi, everybody.
What I usually like to do when I get started on these interviews is ask you a question as far as, what do you do as far as hobbies or any education that you may have, just to give a bit of an idea so people know a little bit about you.
Well, I didn't quite finish high school. And then at the age of 25, I guess it was, 24, I started attending fine arts college in St. Lawrence College in Kingston. And didn't quite get to finish that because I ended up in the hospital in my third semester. And then I moved to Ottawa on Halloween of 1994. So it wasn't until 2002 that I started getting into any kind of activism, when I was mostly at Christine's urging. So.
Right.
And,
so, Christine, you got any education or anything, hobbies you can tell us about?
Let's see, I've got a little bit. I went to Algonquin College and I graduated with a diploma in graphic arts. Let's see, I also, as far as employment has gone, besides working the typical retail, I worked a little while as a darkroom technician. I've also worked at a newspaper. Let's see, what else have I done? My gosh.
Barista.
Yeah, a barista. My last job was working at Second Cup.
No, your last job was working at a store.
Oh, yes, that's right. Sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah, yeah. And, but...
Hang on for a second.
Yeah. Now, the two of you are both medical users of cannabis. A little bit that you like to tell us a bit about why you use cannabis and how you consume it?
Well, and PTSD, and we consume is about 9 grams a day each. We eat, melt it into olive oil. Like we just simmer it for a long time in the olive oil, strain it through cheesecloth, and then that's how we take in most of it. And then throughout the day we have various, sort of every 3 hours we have sessions with the volcano, where we inhale it, and we also use the bong, dry bong, to smoke it too.
At the beginning there, when you first started talking, Russell, I missed basically why you both use cannabis.
Oh, fibromyalgia and PTSD.
Yep.
Epilepsy and PTSD.
Okay, great. We caught that one. Was it hard for the two of you to become licensed under the AR program?
Well, it was hard at first for me because I needed a chronic pain specialist to sign specifically. This is back in 2003, back in the days when a specialist had to be the one to sign, not just the GP.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in Christine's case, it took from right into early 2003, but she was doing so well on cannabis that her doctor finally relented, and her neurologist relented and signed. So she got it before I did, shortly before I did, and then I had a chronic pain specialist who signed for me.
Right.
Then he lost his license. Then I had to go a year with no license, and then I had another person sign, and then my GP's been signing ever since. We've been really lucky overall.
Yeah.
Compared to other people, we've been super lucky. Yeah.
And Christine, with your epilepsy, some of the benefits that you found?
Well, as far as that goes, I'm able to stay conscious through the day. I'm not high and loaded on anticonvulsants, and not being able to be psychologically, emotionally available because of those pharmaceuticals. So cannabis allows me to take care of the majority of my symptoms that I have with epilepsy. I still don't exactly have quite the amount of seizure control as I would like, but it's certainly much better than what it would be on pharmaceuticals. As well as that, it tends to take care of a lot of other symptoms that I have and other disorders that I'm also managing as well. So I'm able to do this with just simply one medication, one substance, rather than being on a whole myriad of drugs and pills and stuff like this. So
she's in quite a bit of pain too because of a lifetime of these convulsive seizures.
Correct.
Still having, 1 or 2 a month.
Yeah.
So,
and what was she? How many convulsions or seizures were you going through before cannabis? Christine?
Well, it's I can answer that better. I remember the numbers really well.
You do the numbers.
Okay. For the first half of 2002, she had about 60 seizures of different shapes and kinds. In May of 2002, she decided to quit all of her pharmaceuticals and use cannabis, and then she only had 13 more that year.
Wow.
So in 2003, I think she had 13. In 2004, she had 9. In 2005, I think she had 5. She got down to 3 seizures a year. And then in March of 2008, she had a triple seizure. I called the ambulance. They shot her full of Ativan, took her to ER. They gave her a low dose of Dilantin. and she's been having 2 ever since. So we don't know what happened or what caused that sudden gigantic episode.
Right.
And it was horrendous. It was terribly traumatic for both of us. I thought she was going to die. Like, it was a full-on hospital drama with people shouting stuff at each other, tearing things open, and, you know, tubes and wires and all this crap, and it was really scary. And she hasn't been the same since. So I've been taking care of her.
But I've been plagued with seizures ever since I've been a child. As far as I can remember, I've always been having them. When I was younger and I was having the seizures, a lot of people told me, well, you're just having fainting spells. We don't know exactly what's going on, this type of thing. So eventually, finally, when I was about 20, 21 years old, I was able to see a neurologist in Kingston. And I was actually diagnosed at that point with epilepsy. And it's just managing it since with
and it's a rare form too.
So.
Yeah.
The thing they don't talk about in the brochures with epilepsy is that about 1/3 of people with epilepsy don't respond to the medications so their life becomes a drugged out mess of just living in homes or, you know, staying in one room with a helmet on, kind of stuff.
Correct.
So, you know, this is the thing is, even though she's still having 2-3 seizures a month, she's having better overall quality of life with this than she would be with anything else.
Exactly, and that's a big point. Improve quality of life. No.
Hey, if she was one of these people who could just take, you know, 2 tablets a day, have some side effects that weren't that great, and no seizures, like some epileptics, well, that would be the wisest thing to do. And if cannabis works better than that, well, then use cannabis. But if it doesn't work better than that, then use that. But in her case, she's tried all the medications. All they do is bring a lot of side effects. I mean, the whole list practically. And they bring more seizures, not fewer. And the quality of life falls apart. There's no sex drive. She puts on a bunch of weight. Her gums recede because they puff up and then they pull back, and then the teeth are more exposed. And it's very bad. And, you know, there's all kinds of other side effects. So overall, this is just, you know, healthier way to go.
Healthier way to do it. You know, I've been commented to me, you know, about if you start to cough, people say, oh, you know, how's that medicine if you start to cough? Well, if coughing is a small side effect of cannabis, I'd much rather have that than the ones that you just described and what Christine goes through with her medications. So,
if anybody ever wags their finger at me about having a cough, I'll get up in their face about it, because I've had a sinus problem since I was 16 years old.
Yeah.
You know, I was in a wheelchair for 5.5 years, got out. My neck is killing me today, all kinds of stuff. If a genie came out of a bottle or whatever and said, I can do one thing for you, what you want me to do, I'll say, fix this goddamn nose. The sinus problems I've had since I was 16 are the number one biggest cause of grief in my life.
Wow, eh?
So that's where my coughing comes from.
It's
constantly just trickling snot, and it drives me insane. So that's why I'm always coughing and clearing my throat and working up phlegm, is not from... And if anything, cannabis has helped a lot of this. My sinuses are actually much better with all my cannabis use than they were.
Yes,
I live in
exactly.
the Ottawa Valley, too. I mean, you're in Peterborough, man. You're up there in Peterborough. We're down here in a valley. It's like just living in a bowl of potpourri.
We're in a dust bowl.
It's like somebody just walk up and blow a handful of dust in your face.
Right.
You know, it's,
it's
really bad for... If you're a sinus sufferer, you do not want to move to Ottawa.
No, it's not a good
Every
place.
season is bad. It's for different reasons.
Winter is bad.
Every season's got its own different kind of bad. So that's the thing. My cough is all coming from my phlegm. And from my my snot problem, so pot actually helps it.
Yeah, I find it works as a decongestion, especially through the winter time.
Expectorant too.
Yep. Okay, we got to hear how the cannabis helps Christine with her epilepsy. You yourself, Russell, you got a bit of a story about you were spent some time in a wheelchair.
Yeah. In 2001, I had a spasm. Not unusual back spasm, but another one of my big thoracic back spasms. And it was sending just terrible pain down my legs and everything. And finally, I twisted so bad I couldn't walk properly. And then I got home, was in bed for several days, and just getting back and forth to the bathroom was just an excruciating nightmare. So stupidly, I didn't go to a chiropractor and stuff, but because I didn't know one at the time, and I atrophied very quickly. And this was in November, so by February I was just shriveled right up. I couldn't barely walk 150 feet. So
From 165
that was later.
to 120.
Yeah. So then we got a push wheelchair, for me.
Right.
Christine's parents got us that. She pushed me around in a wheelchair. It was like one of these hospital chairs. And we were going through the snow and on sidewalks and all kinds of stuff. It was really, really hard on her, man. Because she's tall, right? She's 5'10". So she had to lean down to push the chair around. It wasn't like she could just walk all nice and just push it.
Right.
So that was a drag. Then a mechanical wheelchair, and I was in with that until March of 2007. And the thing that got me out was mostly my diet. But back in, I guess, 2005 or so, I was at this special clinic place getting the full assessment. It was like a 6-week in program. They were going to sort of rehab me and all this kind of stuff. After the assessment, they went, well, there's nothing we can teach you. You're already doing better. You're eating better and doing better than the people in our program. You're sort of the result of our program rather than what is normally the intake. So we can't really help you. But in the process, I had told them that it was my speculation that if I had a big pile of weed, that I could, do as much as I could to get past the pain, and then I could exercise a little, strengthen me up, and then I could have some more weed and just gradually, sort of snowball the thing positively and gradually get my strength back.
Yeah.
And they gave me one of these sort of polite, well, yeah, that's an interesting idea, kind of looks. And then they pulled Christine aside and they said, no, he's being unrealistic. This is his life now in the chair.
Get him used to
used to that, because psychologically he needs to get used to that.
So they get to tell you
Because
you're
to
in the
struggle-
chair for good.
Pretty much, yeah. No, I mean, I wasn't bum stuck to the chair. I could
Right.
get up and walk around. I could get from the car to
Short
the house
distance.
and back and forth. If I was going to go to somebody's place for dinner, I wouldn't bring the chair, right? I'd walk out to the car and walk from the car into their place and sit and have dinner, but it was always a cane and a hassle, and I moved slow. It's kind of like having, granddad around, right? And if I had to walk like a block, forget it. I'm not even going. Don't even ask. So that was my life then. But in 2007, we lived in a place that was right across the street from a mall. And I got a Category 2 walker, and I just started to struggle. I'd hit the bowl a bunch of times, go, okay, that's my ration for now, so suit up and to the mall, And I knew that it hurt. It was hurting like hell. I mean, it still hurts to walk now. Everything hurts all the time. But I knew that if I pushed through, the muscles might recover. Right. If they didn't, they didn't. But if they did, cool, I could start walking properly again. So by May, I was walking by June, I was walking without a cane.
Good.
I'm just walking normal. I mean, the first while I was wobbly as hell, too. I mean, it was like watching.
And then,
and
then you made your way out of the wheelchair eventually, to the surprise of the
Mhm.
doctors.
Well, yeah, they were really all thrilled, It helped having a chiropractor right next door, too. My doctor's office was right on the same parking lot as my building, and then the mall was just across the road. So, I was seeing a chiropractor, and then I could just go home and relax. I didn't have to take a long bus home.
Yeah.
And the doctor also saw you,
Yep.
and she ended up crying.
And this was during a period of time, too, that Christine wasn't having very many seizures. So I could leave her alone at home to work on paintings or whatever. She could go to the mall by herself, get groceries and stuff by herself. There was a big period where she was doing stuff by herself. And before we got together, she was just living on her own and trying to keep a job and trying to keep an apartment, but she was having 2-3 seizures a month anyway.
Right.
Falling down and hurting herself, wrecking stuff in her apartment, getting robbed, all kinds of stuff. Breaking her nose,
Oh, yeah.
So that's a good story to hear. You're able to get out of that wheelchair and be able to use your legs and move around. So
And I walk fast.
That's
too.
good.
It's not like I walk briskly.
Faster than me.
I walk briskly and I can go like 4 clicks in one.
Nice. Okay, now you're also involved in activism, trying to get the word out there to people about cannabis. One of the ways that I understand that the two of you have done a video of Christine and her epileptic seizure. Why did you guys do that, and what's been the reaction to it?
This is an interesting story. In January of 2003, we had a video camera, an old 8mm video camera, sitting on a tripod. So all I had to do, I had a battery, and all I had to do was flip up the standby, and it would turn on, push the button, and record it, right? So my friend was over, and she had a seizure, so I said, here, hold this, don't zoom in, just bring the camera in close, because the autofocus is screwed. It's a really old camera. He goes, okay, well, what do I do? I said, just point it at me, and then let me talk. Now, she'd been bugging me for, a long time, but she hadn't had a seizure in a while. Right. She says, or actually, you hadn't had one in a while, but she's like, I want to see one. I've never seen what they're like, because I was telling her, they're just terrific. You grind your teeth, and you're foaming at the mouth, and you're thrashing. It's insane. She's like, I know, I fall, I faint. No, you don't faint. You have those too, but this is different. Right. So we got the footage. She saw the footage. I didn't show it to her for like 3 days. She's like, okay, I'm ready. She watched it, and she was like crying, pawing at the screen, like trying to help whoever this person was stumbling around in our apartment in this video, right?
It felt like a person that I'm missing a part of. I feel like this is a sliver of my self-conscious that is just not available to me. And to be able to see myself, see my body animated and moving without my consciousness in it is just horrific.
It was spooky for anybody.
It's seeing something absolutely voodoo on television.
And this is
incredible.
Where she referred to it as, she looks like a meat puppet, right?
Wow.
So that was in 2003. So we got the video, and that was intense, and,
Yeah.
So fast forward to January of 2007. A friend of mine says, you should check out this thing called YouTube. I said, what's YouTube? And he's YOUTUB. He says, you go there, you just type in whatever, and they've got music videos. It's just this video page, man. Just go look at it. Just go see it. I can't even explain it. It's too awesome. So I go to YouTube. I thought, this is cool, the doors, live doors. Cool. I'm looking up all this fun stuff that I want to see. She says, put in epilepsy. Bunch of kids faking seizures, bunch of stuff that says, caution, don't watch this if you have epilepsy, because there's just kind of flicker to it, Yeah. Kids faking them, people. And then there was a couple people actually having seizures.
But it was hospital.
But it was like hospital footage.
Like hospital camera footage from
up in the
way
corner.
above.
So all you see is a person just going like this in a bed and a bunch of brainwave chart, running down the side.
Yeah.
So she said, our footage is way better than that. Mix it up, put it up. I'm like, I don't even know how to mix video. What do I do now? So they called an activist friend at the time. He brought his stuff over. We had to mix the 8mm video into digital, and it was just a big problem. Added a bunch of text to it about medical marijuana, and we put it up. Right away, the thing starts getting like 1,000 hits a day, right? I email it to the Ottawa Sun. It wasn't like I'm talking like 10, 12 minutes later. He calls me. He's like, "Are you crazy?" There's a reporter I met before. He goes, "Dude, are you crazy? You putting your wife's on your wife on the internet like this? This is not."
Broke my tooth.
She even breaks a tooth video. It's intense, right?
I'd break a quarter off of my molar.
So he calls up Epilepsy Ontario. He's like, "What do you think of this video?" And the woman's like, "Well, I don't know. I really like the idea of that, meat puppet and all this marijuana talk. I don't really know if that's a good idea." So right away, there's controversy with this thing, right? Right out of the starting gate. And it kept getting 1,000 hits a day. And it went on and on like that for a long time. But people kept saying, the main comment we got was, hey, the text is going by too fast. It's kind of cluttered. Can't really see it. So right away we put up the second one. The second one has Christine talking at the beginning, and she mentions about the rude comments. We're leaving those comments there. We let everybody put up their rude comments, their horrible comments.
Yes.
We leave it there. We leave it there for the world to see. The kind of shit that epileptics have to go through.
Ignorant those people are.
Because everyone, and people pile on. Some troll puts, LOL, just shoot her or whatever, and then people just pile on this troll or whatever, they report him. So I just let it all happen. We just let this all happen on the page, man.
It's educating, and it's also exposing ignorance at the same time.
Yes. So then, we put the second one up. We put the second one up like a week later, or a few days later. No text, no nothing. And then it was about 3 years, I guess, and we had 1.5 million hits on the first one, and then it got pulled for the pot references. Somebody finally complained, and we were like, "Christ, it lasted that long," And there was a nice article in the Ottawa Citizen about us. The nice picture of us there, at the monitor, and her having the seizure on the monitor. So it was pretty cool.
Then it was also on TV on the the States.
Then we get a call. We get a call from the doctors. Let me go back a bit. So the video's up there, and right away I'm getting requests. Right? Can we use this in the school? Can I use this to on this presentation? So I had to change the text and say, yes, you can do anything you want with this. Share and enjoy. And we got emails from a doctor who ran the hospital part of a prison, and they said they wanted to use that footage to teach, so that they could distinguish real seizures from fake ones in prison, so to help save people's lives and reduce the danger. He's trying to fake a seizure and injure a guard or whatever. It goes both ways. So there was that. I've had young people, like as young as 15, saying, "Can I'm doing a presentation in school about epilepsy," and right up into professors teaching at university level saying, "Can we use this footage in our class?" So after I changed the text on the page, the accompanying text of the video. There's nothing on the video, but you read the text with it. It says, "This permission, do what you want, download it, share it, copy it, spread it around," So it could be getting used in all kinds of places. Then we got a call, an email, and a guy says, months ago, a friend of mine, his dog had a seizure in front of me. I said, "What the hell's going on?" He said, "Dog's having a seizure, right? He's got epilepsy." So I look it up. I saw your video. And you're pretty instructive about how to take care of the seizure and everything. He says, "Well, the other day somebody comes into my place at work and has a seizure. Everyone else just freaks out. I don't know what to do. I might have saved the guy's life." So that happens. You get an email like that. I mean, some mornings you get up, you're so depressed and angry, and you hate your, and then you get an email like that. You're like, wow.
And for an epileptic to have epilepsy and to be going through so many different kinds of seizures, so many levels of violence of seizures, and to be able to help educate and to be able to have such goodness and such come from something that's just absolutely horrific.
We've been told that this video has saved lives.
Wonderful.
And I mean, if they're using it in schools, I'm yet to find a piece of footage anywhere that matches it. One day somebody's going to have a camera really good and close, because everyone's got cameras now, right? I mean, everybody has cameras now.
Yeah.
So one day someone's going to put up a piece of footage that is going to, ours will pale by comparison.
Someday.
But I haven't seen it yet.
Not yet.
Because we get right, I mean, for those who haven't seen the video, we get right in close. She's all purple. There's veins bulging out of her neck, and she breaks a tooth.
Yeah, you can see the sphincter muscles around
You can see her eyes twitching like this. Wow. It's just amazing,
It's probably something that would,
very intense.
It's like you say, Christine. It's you're watching that experience of somebody, and you want to help them, and it's brought probably quite a few tears to people to watch. You go through that on the video.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got about 10 minutes left, so I want to touch on a couple things. The next thing is the two of you, as far as helping bring awareness, have worked on a children's book called Mummy's Funny Medicine. Can you tell us the story about that, what it got it started, and what's involved, its availability?
Well, in late 2002, when I started using medical marijuana, about 6 months in, we were talking to somebody on the street. I was on Bank Street. It was miserable weather. I started commiserating with another person in a wheelchair. So we got talking about, why he was in the chair, why I was in the chair. And she said she was using a lot of codeine. I said, "Oh, well, you should try medical marijuana." She's like, "Oh, no, I couldn't use that. It's as bad as heroin." And it's like, you're gobbling up codeine, and you're telling me pot's as bad as heroin? It's not. I mean, read the science. So she goes, "Oh, no." I said, "You ever tried quitting codeine?" And I saw this, look on her face, and I knew, because I've kicked Well, I kicked codeine 3 times myself, man.
I saw this demon fly
in between us.
in between both of those two people.
It was just like, it was, you know, she knew I was to her. Like when she runs out, this codeine withdrawal is a nightmare. It's not as bad as what I've seen heroin. I mean, you don't go into convulsions and shock, but God, it's a nightmare. So as we pulled away, she's like, what would I tell my grandson? I said, tell him the truth. Tell him your purple medicine you get when you have a cold is for you, and this is Granny's medicine. I mean, it's pretty simple, duh. So she goes off in her chair, you know. So we go off, and one of us said to the other, we don't even remember which one, somebody should write a children's book. And we didn't think anything of it. So then it was Christmas Eve or a couple of days before Christmas or something. My parents were down in Florida, and we were already talking about becoming public activists and doing something with the news and talking with them about a compassion club. So I said, how are we even going to, you know, so we have a conversation on the phone with my parents. Hey, Christmas, yeah, okay, well, I'll have a good time, talk to you, bye. And then I said, how am I even going to broach this topic that I'm using medical marijuana? They don't know. How do I even bring it up? It's like I have to, they're so stupid, I have to use a children's book or something. See Russell in his chair, see Russell feeling better. And then we looked at each other like, you know, we knew right away, oh my God, what a crazy big idea. I was, oh, geez. So we got a piece of paper and we just started jotting this down right away. And
doodling.
And that's how we came up with the idea in like quick stages. I said we should do it from a kid point of view, kid looking at the parent who's sick. So in the book, Heather, the girl, is basically Christine's point of view, and Mommy is me. I'm the, you know, Mommy's carrying my sort of symptom.
People might have thought it was the other way around. Like, Christine was the...
Right, exactly. But so the thing is, yeah, so in the book, I'm basically Mommy, right? We just switched it around because it was easier than Daddy's Man. You know, we kicked it around. So we literally hammered the sketch, the text as it went in the book. It must have come out in about a half an hour. Because what is it? I mean, it's like 1,000 words, not even. You know, it was very quick to write it out. So we had some quick sketches, and we're like, oh, this is so great. This is so great. So we told Mike Foster, I mean, he's only a few pages in. His eyes are all wet. He's like, we got to do this book. You got to do this book. He is the owner of Crosstown Traffic, which is the flagship head shop in Ottawa.
Yep.
There's lots of other head shops. There's some that are physically larger, but
the original.
He was really the first one. It's just the most awesome place.
Premium quality.
And he's also been a big activist for like 25 years in Ottawa. He's not just some guy who owns a head shop. He's an activist. And like, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, I should actually have my hat off talking about it, quite frankly.
Yeah.
You know, no, seriously, he's Canadian activism royalty when it comes to marijuana. Okay,
continue the story.
So he said, you got to finish. You got to do this. You got to do this. So we're like, we're on it. But I mean, how do we publish this? He goes, I'll think of something. I know publishers and printers. You leave that to me. You get it done. So she starts doing drawings, right? And I'm getting, every time she goes, come here, look at this. What do you think? You know, she pencils something up and I'm like, oh my God. And I start crying. It looks so great. So she gave me all these line works. I scanned them all, touched them all up, get rid of all the weird little dots and whatnot. And then I colorized them all and put it all together with the text. And that took, it took her about a month to draw it, I think it was, and about a month to colorize it, something like that. And we managed to get it published. When we showed Mike the galleys, we had it all, just as big images. He said, okay, they got to be set properly. But he says, I think I'm just going to put it myself. So I said, oh, wow, okay, cool. So he just talked to a printer and got got a price and everything, and he had 2,000 copies made. So we said, that's awesome. We'll do it for charity. We don't want any money for it. So, and
it's the book itself. When you hold it, it's an educational medium in a very non-threatening form. Having information such as that available in that book, but in a format that is just very simple and very non-threatening. It's easy for anybody of any age to leave that on a coffee table. For example, if I was going to be getting starting using cannabis, if I was trying to approach this topic maybe with my parents, if I feel that I couldn't actually talk to them about it, I'd maybe, get a copy of this book and leave it out on the coffee table underneath Dad's Sunday newspaper.
People have told us,
this type of thing.
Older people have told us, our young adult children were totally against us using marijuana. Then they saw your book. It totally bridged the gap, and it started
to help change their mind.
Started healing. Yeah, people in their 20s are saying, my adult parents, my older parents, obviously, they couldn't cope with this. They saw the book. There's peace in the family again. They've shown it to little kids and stuff. So we've got a lot of positive feedback about the book. And there's a read-through video on YouTube where, we have some nice Palatine music in the back. Christine just reads,
now
reads all the
just
text.
search out Mummy's Funny Medicine on YouTube, and they'll be able to get the video of it. Right. Okay. I'm just watching my time here. There's lots of stuff that I had hoped. Oh, I'm told don't worry about it. Maybe Marina, the owner here at the cafe, she doesn't know that you and I, Russell, we have spoken for 4.5 hours before, so
We can
so
do
I
it.
won't go that.
I've got time. We've got time.
I'm in Ottawa. It's not like I got anything else to do.
Yeah.
Later.
Well, later.
Another thing
Later.
that,
We'll do that
you
later.
have achieved through your activism is you have become North America's 4th leading letter-to-editor writer. Want to tell us a bit about that?
Sure, yeah. Well, in 2002, I started writing some letters to the editor. Got, 1 or 2 published. And it was one of those things that if I sent and didn't get published, I'd be, all right. So I wouldn't send one for a long time. But then in around October 2003, I started getting more published. And again, this is before we knew about Facebook, and there wasn't Facebook and Twitter and YouTube. So I had a lot more time on my hands. And I just started pounding them out. Every time I would go and look on the forums, I found a letter, I find an article or somebody else's letter, I'd reply to it. Just pounding them out, right?
I had a list of websites.
I had a list of websites to go. That was my main focus. So from October 2003 for about 8 years, I did that. And I got about an average of 100 a year.
And that 100 a year took you how many letters to write? Thousands.
Thousands. Maybe 20,000. I don't even know. See, it's funny because what happened is sometimes I see an article in the Vancouver Sun, right? And it'll be about an issue, medical marijuana, right? But that article is also going to show up in a bunch of other associated newspapers, right? In CanWest. So you got to go hunt for those. You got to find those email addresses and send it to those editors too. And then they put them on. And sometimes you only get it online, sometimes you get it in the paper. And then other times, like for example, I wrote a letter about hemp. It was quite long too. And I sent it to pretty much, I don't know, maybe 300 or 400 newspapers in Canada. I don't even remember how many. I just sent it to every newspaper I could find in every province, even up in the Yukon and Northwest Territories and everything. And I think I got it in over a course of 3 months. It showed up in 23 or 26 different newspapers.
One letter that they...
So the one letter that I sent off to 300 or 400 different places got printed, that many times. Now, the thing about a letter that big, there's a lot of times it would get into a small town newspaper.
They like to restrict the size of letters, right?
Well, sometimes they do, and sometimes they look at it and they go, let's just run this as an article, because it saves them having to put a lot of filler in, or they have to write something, right? So if they get something that's intelligent and informed and coherent, and they can just put the editor at the bottom, they don't have to be responsible for the accuracy of the content.
Yeah.
So it's verging on. So they started verging on op-eds. In fact, a couple of times I'd send out something off to the Ottawa Citizen, and there was a really nice letters editor there, and he would call me, and say, all right, look, you need to change this and that. So he would work with me to get it right for his paper. You know, and then he had me in, have a serious photo like this taken, of me, the writer, of a letter and stuff. I have to break the law to kill myself and all this. So this kind of stuff happened. And then there was a lot of times I would write one letter and just send it to every newspaper, and it would show up in 3 or 4 places at once, over one weekend, over 1 week. I had one letter in 4 newspapers in one day. That was pretty awesome. I think it was the one about Pierre Burton.
So advice to somebody who is writing letters is, even if your letter doesn't show up, keep pounding them out, because eventually they will get.
And the thing is, too, the editors read them, right? The editors are looking at these letters, and if they start getting more a consensus of people who are sending in a lot of intelligent, concise letters, especially if you correct them and say, well, actually, your article about this, correct them. And people are like, oh, I don't have time for that. Yeah, well, you got time to sit on the bus and play some game on your phone or whatever. You got to play a video game. Take an hour to write some letters.
Exactly. You're part of the problem by sitting there and playing video games versus out and trying to help change things.
Yeah. So there's other guys who have done a lot more.
Yeah.
Robert Sharp is Kirk Muse is the other one, and Stan White. Those are the 3 guys ahead of me. Now Robert Sharp, he does a lot of it in the States. I hardly ever wrote to any place in the States. If I had taken the time to just write to places in the States, I could probably, my numbers would be up like this.
Yeah, they probably would. And it's quite the accomplishment just to become 4th. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and that's 4th in the world.
Trading basically in Canada. Yeah.
In Canada, yeah. And the thing is, too, I don't know for sure, but I don't think anybody else in Canada has ever written 800 letters published in Canada. Period. So I might just be the most published letter to the editor writer
Canadian history. And just so people know, this isn't just this is all letters, not just cannabis letters. You're the fourth published
right, exactly.
editor writer on all subjects. Now,
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but if you go through the history of Canada, is there anybody who's had more than 800 letters published?
Yeah, really.
In their life?
I don't know.
So letters to the editor, I don't know. So I can't really say, I'm the biggest letter writer in Canadian history, but it's starting to look like I am.
I've been writing for years. And I got maybe 20 in.
Because I know Stan White, Kirk Muse. Yeah, well, those guys are all American. Yeah. Robert Sharp, Kirk Muse, and Stan White are all American. So I think
the next thing I want to touch on, all right, is a news conference that you held. Not many people get an opportunity to hold a news conference to oppose an opposite of their prime minister of their country. So would you like to fill us in on this story and how you're able to accomplish that?
Okay, well, how we accomplished that was with the help of Tim Meehan.
Yeah.
And he knew a little bit more about getting onto the getting a press conference at Parliament Hill is actually pretty easy. You call up the press gallery. There's a phone number. You can find them online. And you say, I want to hold a press conference in the Charles Lynch room. And they'll say, okay, what's that about? And what date? And when do you want to do this? And this sort of thing. So we did this kind of stuff. And we learned a lot of stuff about that, but that's another story. And this story, what happened was, Stephen Harper was going to be giving a speech right over at the Chateau Laurier, which is quite literally next door. It's just over it's right next to the canal, and the canal is right there by Parliament Hill. They're right there at the Chateau Laurier at the Canadian Chief of Police Association, right? All the Canadian chiefs of police are there. So he's having a big press conference. He's giving a speech at their big thing. So we said, all right, we're going to have a press conference right after the, whatever. He's scheduled to have his speech at a certain time. We'll have our press conference at the same time. So we show up, and I was using my wheelchair at the time. Christine's there, me and Tim. I think that was about it. I don't think anybody else came with us. So maybe John Ipata was there.
I think
Excuse me. So we go there, and there's like nobody. Right? There's like almost no. I think there was one or two reporters. I don't remember, but there was hardly anybody. It was not a big press conference. So we stand up there, and Tim gives an introduction, and he's got ready, and I get up and I talk for like 11 minutes or something. She gets up and she talks for like 7 minutes, and there weren't too many questions because there's only one or two guys there, and then that was it. And we went, wow, that's a drag.
Yeah.
Oh well. So we went home, and we found out afterwards. Someone told us, "Oh my God, you were on CPAC," and we said, "What happened?" And they said it was the craziest thing. Stephen Harper is there giving a speech live, right? They're feeding this live on CPAC. Stephen, we're going to give you the tools you need, and blah blah blah, this and that, and wank wank wank. So everyone's like, yeah, it's great, okay. And it cuts to Van Dusen in the studio. Going, okay, so that was Prime Minister Stephen Harper at the blah 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 and this and that. And now here's some activists who disagree with their crime policy. We go live to the Charles Lynch room, and they cut to the middle of Tim's introduction, and then her and I get to talk uninterrupted for 17 minutes.
Nice.
And they didn't cut back to them. They just let us talk. They didn't like, okay, that's them. They're going to talk for days, so we're going to go to another thing.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times they do in the news, right? They just let us go, and we never saw the footage of this.
Probably.
It's probably in the archives there someplace, But when we were done, then they cut to Van Dusen. Okay, well, they gave this thing and gave a couple of highlights. He probably had the teleprompter ready for him, and then they went on to whatever else. I didn't have CPAC at the time, so I didn't know. But people called. They're like, "Oh my God, the whole thing!" It's
Yeah, I guess
so
you would
we
be.
were really happy about that.
Following the Prime
And then, of course, we had quotes. There were quotes by both of us. I think there were quotes by both of us in print media the next day too.
There was that as well.
There was that.
Well,
Another time we showed up, another time we went to talk about driving, nobody came.
Yeah.
Like there was the cameraman and us. Not one reporter came, not one. And we were like, man, this is just the worst ever. But it was about driving. New driving laws they have with marijuana driving, right? And drug driving. So we thought, oh, well, the next day, it was like the bottom half of the front page of the Vancouver Sun was this article about the driving and long quotes from me and the whole press conference.
Yeah. You never know. So,
it's a trip to living in Ottawa. It's just such a trip living in this town, man. It's so weird. It's like living in a time warp.
Yeah. Marina here, the owner, she agrees. Okay, now I want to move on to the MMPR. Everybody knows that the MMAR is changing, and we're being forced to swallow this MMPR unless some action can make some changes. Can you tell us a bit about how this program is going to affect the two of you?
We're screwed. That's all I can say. We're screwed.
Affordability, strain
selection,
it's all gone.
The affordability, quality, strain selection. Gone. We contacted Health Canada, right? Contacted Rona Ambrose. I got my MP to contact Rona Ambrose, right? And say, listen, we're not going to be able to afford this. What are we supposed to do? So they said, she replies, contact your health care provider, health insurance provider, right? Well, in our case, that's the province of Ontario. So I contact the province of Ontario, and they said, hey, medical marijuana is on the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. We can't even talk about it.
Until it's a DIN.
Like, we can't, until it's a medicine with a DIN, it's not we can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
So it's like, you ask your dad, hey, can I do this thing? And he says, well, you better ask your mom. And you go ask your mom, well, what did your dad say?
Right. I know there was a couple of years ago when all these meetings were going on and they were meeting with people. The government told the compassion center operators and stuff that were involved in the meeting that it would require patients as well as the commercial distributors to lobby the insurance industry for coverage. Otherwise, we were on our own. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So we're fucked.
Whatever happened about caring about the patients instead of caring about whether a multi-million-dollar
Well, yeah.
company is making $1 billion a year in profit. Like,
exactly. And this Ontario government is already so mired in
yeah.
scandal. The last thing they need is, oh yeah, we're going to start just, giving people people on Ontario disability and welfare, we're going to pay for their medical marijuana. Now, forget the fact that it's safer, more effective, and cheaper than many of the drugs that are already covered under the
probably
ODS.
reduce healthcare costs.
Exactly. They would look at this and they go, wow, this is a no-brainer. But how do we tell the public this? With Tim Hudak, yap, 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 yap. With Sun News Network, yap, 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 yap. How do we get any of this across to the public, right? It's up to us. It's up to people like us to sit on the bus and talk loud. Pot cures cancer. And the government's taking away our medicine, we're going to die. So,
have a mission to every person out there who's advocating for cannabis to talk to at least one or two people daily, constantly, in order to.
Well, I mean, I usually wear a T-shirt that has something that's going to attract attention.
I do the same thing.
Usually it's my marijuana cures cancer T-shirt,
got
which
my
always
time
gets
for
people
hemp
talking.
T-shirt on.
Yeah, yeah. I think everybody should get one that says marijuana cures cancer. Now, some people wag a finger about that and they go, well, cure, you can't really say cure. But let's talk about the word cure for a minute, right? If you take a treatment for a medical condition and the medical condition goes away, then it's a cure. But if it doesn't go away, then it's a treatment that failed. Well, as a medical treatment, marijuana has cured people's cancer. In the past, doing so in the present, likely will in the future. But a good friend who we never got to meet in person, Michelle Rainey, she was taking a double dose of the stuff, cancer ate her right up, man. So it's not magic. A lot of people are getting chemo or radiation. They're like, yeah, I'm doing great. I feel great. I'm doing great. All of a sudden they get some sinus infection. Boom, the guy's dead 3 days later. Or something like that. It can be that quick with cancer. So to say, marijuana cures cancer, well, water doesn't cure thirst, but it's a conversation starter. And that's why it says marijuana cures cancer, look it up. So they're going to go look it up online, or they can take their phone out and start looking. There they go. It's better than walking around with an Ottawa Senators T-shirt on or a Toronto Maple Leafs or some other.
Talking about Michelle Rainey, I see you have a medicinal T-shirt on from Michelle. And as I look at the calendar, we are 5 days away from, I believe, the third anniversary of Michelle's passing. There will be the third annual Michelle Rainey Walk will be held in Toronto on the 20th. That is looked after by Erin Butterfly, and she organizes that every year. So, yeah.
Awesome. I wish we could try and organize one in Ottawa, but honestly, we struggle just to get our own errands and stuff done, and our own sanity in order, And this town is just
pitiful.
It's hard to get even 5 people to do postering and this kind of stuff. It's different in Toronto. You get the Vapor Lounge, you get all these people who are congregating.
We run into the same problem here in Peterborough, and there's a fellow by the name of Blazer Wrinkles who's working very hard. He does the Peterborough 420 and Peterborough Cannabis Day, and he's working on some other secret projects right now that I can't elaborate on till another time. But if they come through to fruition, it's going to be a huge step here in this area, I'll tell you. Last question.
I'm guessing.
And this got to do with legalization of marijuana. And the stories that we're hearing in the news with Justin Trudeau and when he's talking about legalizing, and he talked about how he thought that the new MMPR program had to remove grows from people's houses. Is this a pipe dream of his? Or is this something that it could be a possibility? Because you and I, we both know we've heard this for 40 years. But does this seem a little bit different this time?
I think it's different this time because of, the cancer information, internet, doctors like Sanjay Gupta, the changes in the U.S., Israel, this kind of thing. I think we're off to a good start. The problems I foresee with the Liberals is that they see it as a contentious and difficult issue to get across to the public already. As you can see, it's sort of helping their popularity, but it's still kind of scrambling to get coherent, right? It's not and the thing is, I mean, people keep like, oh, Justin Trudeau saying this and Justin Trudeau saying that. It's not like he goes bursting out of the gate, well, I think this and that about marijuana. It's the press ask him a question and he politely responds in a fairly intelligent and almost fully informed way. Now, I agree with him about the MMPR. Taking away people's grows is ridiculous. It's the safest, cheapest, most effective way to get medicine to the people, for the people who want it. People like us, forget about it. The best way for us is through commercial grows, the big ones that produce and send it through provincial, bodies, deliver it to our door like they do with her hormone thyroid medication that she's got to take. Right?
And the whole bit.
That's all free. That's delivered to our door. So for some people, not everybody wants to grow. Not everybody needs to be growing. I mean, some people have a dose load so big that they'd have to live in a 6-bedroom apartment to do it. You cannot. Some people can get by in 3 or 4. I know a guy who got by in 1 pinner a day for his, for his Crohn's.
I know.
Yeah. He says, man, I said, you don't use very much. He says, I roll these little thin joints. He says, I smoke a half of one a night. I don't have Crohn's. He says, if I miss that joint, boy, do I have Crohn's. It's like I got broken glass inside me. Yeah. And I shit blood, But if
when
I
people
have
talk
dinner,
about legalization, some people picture everybody growing 1,000 plants. Is this something that some people, whether you're government or recreational users or just anybody in society, should be worried about somebody growing 1,000 plants?
I don't think so. Because, if let's say the law fell apart tomorrow and, Peter Mansbridge and every other news, Kevin Newman and everybody like, well, that's it, man. Marijuana's legal. The law fell apart. It's like abortion. It's all up in the air. We don't know what to do. And everybody starts growing. Okay, great. Everyone's going to be growing on their balconies. Everyone's going to grow in their backyards. Everyone's going to grow. But somebody's going to grow 1,000 plants one summer. And be, oh boy. And they're going to hang it all up in their shed. And it's going to cure real nice. And they're going to trim it all. And they're going to bag it all. And they're going to, okay, great. And they're going to bring it to the market. And the market's going to say, yeah, $800 a pound. What? Are you crazy? It costs me that much to grow all this.
So basically, because everybody's got 1,000 plants, nobody's got any.
It's called a market glut. It's a lot of work to deal with 1,000 plants, man. Especially if it's all one harvest, right? Yes. If you're growing 10 rows of 100 plants, you're going to cut them all down and hang them in one weekend? You think you're going to trim all that in one weekend? Maybe with a big machine.
And if everybody's growing 1,000 plants, where is it going to go anyways?
Exactly. Who's he going to sell it to if every grandmother and every teenager's already got their 5 or 10 or 20 plants in their backyard or their shed or their basement or whatever? So some guy's going to grow 1,000 plants. He's going to try and get it to the States. What's he going to do? Put it on a truck and just drive across the border?
No, it's not.
It's not that easy. Even the bikers are going to be turning it down, and the mafia are going to be turning it down because they're like, hey, we got plenty. There's a market glut. No one's buying it, and there's only so much you can push across the border before it starts.
That's right.
Everybody starts to get hot. So, I'm not worried about stuff like that. The thing I'm worried about with everybody free for all is much like we have much like the problems we have now, is that people are growing crap weed and they think it's great. You go into any head shop that's like a grow shop place, right? And you get talking to them and people will bring little samples like, oh yeah, look what I grew. And the guy's like, you don't know a damn thing, man. You don't know what you're doing. To get that book, this gear, this is how to do it properly. Because people are growing all this chemical-laden, raggedy-ass weed, and they're selling it to people on the street. They're selling it to teenagers. They're selling it to old people. They're selling it to sick people. No. And it's not cool. I just wish people would take the time to grow it clean. I don't even necessarily mean organic, but just,
clean.
Get rid of the flush it really good. Yeah. Flush it really good, Use lots of neem oil so you don't have a lot of dead in there, Use a lot of neem so you don't get fungus, Really control your environment so you don't get mold. This kind of stuff. But no, man, just fungicide that shit, just pesticide that shit, just pound it, snap, crackle, and pop, baby. You know, like it's dog shit
skunky.
weed. It's skunky, chemical, stinking dog shit weed, and it really depresses me because it's like eating. It's just like eating, junk. It's like McDonald's is organic beef.
McDonald's doesn't have any beef in it.
It's just exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's just a lot of chemical crap.
It's just dreadful.
So this is what bothers me more about the free for all. I like the idea of, like I said, the only control I would really see is in terms of smell and in terms of sort of electrical, water, and chemical runoff. Because if every other house in the suburbs starts growing anything,
tomatoes,
pot, food, whatever, in their basement, starts dumping this stuff down the drain, the water, there's going to be algae blooms or whatever growing in our water systems and our lakes and rivers when all the sewage, our sewage treatment plants have to deal with all this stuff. And in Ottawa, every time we get more than like 2 inches of rain, our sewage treatment plant completely overflows and raw, untreated human toilet flushings go downriver toward Laurel and Hawkesbury and all points east and south.
Okay.
That's not good at all. Every time we get a heavy in Ottawa, and it's been like this for years, and I don't think they fixed it yet. We're talking 700,000 liters at a time.
And then people swim in those rivers. And the towns suck water out of those rivers.
Down to Carry-On, yeah, exactly. Carry-On Beach, yeah, they're pulling water out of there for their farms or whatever. It's just
disgusting.
It's disgusting.
To wrap things up, have either one of you have a final word that you would like to say?
Get out busy. We were just talking about this with Matt Myrna on his show before you called. Have conversations on the bus. Have conversations in the supermarket. Fake a phone conversation with your cell phone. You don't have anybody to call. Walk around the supermarket, blah, blah, blah. Pot cures cancer. You should have seen this woman on TV on the internet. Her breast was rotting right off. Her breast is all fine from the cannabis oil. Amazing thing, blah, blah, blah. Get out and get active and just get into conversations with people about marijuana because the fucking media is not going to do it.
Get involved and speak up. Christine?
Yes. Yep. Well, I'm pretty well much on the same page with Russell. It would be wonderful to see more younger people get more active in their community as far as this goes, because just seeing young kids schlub around town wearing their pants halfway down their ass and
shoes all untied and whatnot.
Yeah, and shuffling their feet and using their little iPads and their little cell phones to check out porn sites.
Yeah,
Like, come on, get more active in your community.
Yeah.
Please.
I've worn myself out doing this.
Okay, well, at this moment, I'd like to say thank you to Russell and Christine for taking time to educate everyone on what's it like to live as a patient and as a cannabis advocate. I'd also like to... You're welcome.
Thank you for having us.
I'd also like to thank Marina and her staff here at the Carp Diem Cafe in Peterborough. And everyone... Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And everyone present today, for those on YouTube who will be participating for being people advocating cannabis education. Thank you. Thank you, Marina. Thank you, Russell and Christine. We'll be talking with you two very soon. Okay, bye-bye.
Sounds great. Take care. Good night.
They may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Here we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Now picture this 5-10 years ago.
Oh, it was solid people, man. It was huge.
But
huge.
okay, like, I mean, I grew up in Toronto, And we used to go downtown on any given day, and you'd be shoulder to shoulder people like this.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
that
yeah.
doesn't even happen anymore downtown
Sidewalk
unless
to
there's an event.
sidewalk.
Yep.
Yeah. Sidewalk to sidewalk. But, it's not one of those this year. And then we have to start fresh and build again.
Yep.
It's doing things like this to allowing people to know that, hey, this is still going on and why we should be getting involved in it.
And we like to air these things so that people like myself who can't do this anymore, get a. I mean, even if you're not there, you're still supporting us and you're supporting this event, and that helps because it creates a conversation, and maybe next year there'll be double what's here.
Yeah, exactly. As long as I don't forget, throughout the parade, I'll grab some people. I'll ask them why they are marching.
Yes, I think you should.
All right, there you go. So what do you think?
I think it's excellent. I love, again, I was talking with Timmy earlier, and it's always like somebody starts something and everybody responds. And that's the beautiful thing about it is we're all here, and it's these events to give us a chance to kind of find each other. So this is my first march. I've been involved in plenty of events, but my first march. So
really,
so it's really exciting to be part of the movement and have, excuse me, in that sense. And again, any opportunity that we get to kind of unite commercial, legacy, home grower, and just cannabis advocate together as one voice collectively, we're going to get more done. So, bueno.
Exactly. More people will speak up, our voices are louder.
Yeah, that's it. I I think it was Dalai Lama who said, if you think you're too small to make a difference, sleep in a tent with a mosquito. So, kind of
not lots of times.
So if you don't believe, anybody who's done that can definitely agree how a small thing can make a big difference.
You should let everybody know who you're talking to.
So, pardon me?
You should let everybody know who's talking.
Oh, I'm D the Bug Guy. I'm just I'm a Canadian grower, I'm medically licensed. I'm also CanCell certified. So I love exploring the different aspects of the industry, as well as being part of the moving change. We have a good system in the sense that it's better than not having one, but there's still work to be done.
That's right. Sure is. So basically you march for?
Access, and I march for everybody. I march for those that can't be here today. I march for those that have been incarcerated for this plant, that still feel silenced, that don't have the access. But like I said, otherwise, we're here to support the plant. And the people that are here are trying to make a difference. A lot of familiar faces and a lot of new faces. So, yeah. So, like I said, me being one of them with the march. But, there's events surrounding it. We come together. It's a round table. Next time is better. So it's all about execution. And like I said before, you build it and they come.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. All right. Well, thank you for the words.
Anytime, man. I'll see you throughout the day, bro.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We will. I'm going to see if I can grab Scott here.
Who?
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Dad, how are you doing these days?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure. The answer is 8. It's always 8.
It's always 8. Not for this question, though. Why do you march?
I march because we still have a message to send around the world. We've legalized it. We've made it work for the best. I think it's not perfect, but we've made it. And we were talking earlier, a few of us, about the old expo days and treating yourself and how far we've come. And yet the world still is trying to catch up, I think.
And back in those days, we were out advocating for cannabis law reform, and we're still asking for cannabis law reform because there's always, like you said, it's not perfect. There's always changes that could be made.
Lots of changes that can be made. From the fact that they're talking about decriminalizing hard drugs right now, I think that's a good conversation to be having, and I think it's the right time. Also, I want to say something. I have a very nasty injury I recently suffered, and I have really come to realize this. We should maybe
we should move along, eh?
That some of the damn packaging. Did you get it? Some of the damn packaging in these containers and stuff that we're buying nowadays.
Oh, brutal.
I have suffered greatly trying to get into these.
Oh, big time. Oh, I know.
Putting my foot down, I'm tired of it, and I know a lot of people are.
Yeah, like I anything that I've had to open, majority of the time I've had to use scissors in order to get into them.
It's very difficult to do right now. So, and I'm not complaining, not at all. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this is a simple injury in a lot of people's lives to what they've suffered. And if I'm having that much difficulty trying to get into my medicine, I can't imagine what it must be for a lot of people.
Oh, yes, because especially so many people go to the stores for medicinal purposes. And I think that's, I'm going to say too, because there's been a lot of increase in the older category of people going in, right? So they're having to deal with these packages.
And yes, from seniors to disabled people, even the people that are new to it, they're befuddled by some of these packagings. And I just look at them and just have to roll my eyes and go, yeah.
Yeah. Organization. Yeah, correct. Well, we caught up to the parade again there, Al. All right, Scott, thanks. We'll be talking, man.
I will look forward to it.
That's right. Bye. How are you? Can I ask you a question, just so you know? I'm Al. Here's my producer, and we're live on 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. So basically, my basic question is pretty simple. Why do you march?
I've been doing it for years, and we still need to recognize it globally, so I march.
There you go. Exactly.
I want to travel and be able to smoke weed in other countries.
Yeah, exactly. Good answer. Thank you. Right. So we need lounges. We need lounges where they can host events.
Yes, we do. We're missing so many of them now. It's really sad.
So why do you march, Ashley?
Oh, because this needs to be legal everywhere, and we need to change the face of legality too. We definitely need lounges.
Exactly.
We used to have a lot of them in Toronto. Not
Yeah.
Now there's
exactly.
like 4.
We'll get there. You know, as I said to people earlier, when cannabis was illegal, we were marching for cannabis law reform, and we're still doing that today.
To this day, 100%. We still need to up all of our legal limits to allow for medical patients to actually get some form of relief.
Why should someone get arrested with 32 grams or a ticket for 32 grams when you can go places and buy substances with greater quantity?
Right?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
All right. Thanks, Ashley.
No problem. Thank you.
Website.
SofaKingGoodBakery.com.
Okay. Thank you. Do you remember the days when the chant was so loud it would echo off the buildings?
Oh my God, you couldn't see the street.
Oh, yeah, side to side. Sidewalk to sidewalk. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I have a simple question for you. I'm asking everybody as we go along here. Why do you march?
I march because just because cannabis is legal here doesn't mean it is in other parts of the world. People are jailed for this everywhere. Yeah. And even with legalization, there's still there's still a legal system that's attached to this. Like
Legalize
we can have 28 grams of
cannabis
cannabis. It's a little crazy. And there's people suffering around the world, jailed, facing death sentences for cannabis.
A year ago, there was a couple of guys in Singapore that got hung.
That exactly.
I think there's somebody else waiting to be
Our
hung as
crowd's
well.
a bit smaller than it has been in other years, but the message is still the same, and it will still be the same until cannabis is legalized and it's legal and accepted.
Exactly.
Stigma needs to be removed as well, right? So
Exactly.
we're working on that. I mean, we're 5 years here legalization, and it's still stigma's still attached to it.
Exactly.
So it's not going to be a quick fix, but we keep this up and we keep normalizing it.
It's like 90 years of prohibition. That ain't going away.
Exactly. And we think it's just because now we have stores everywhere. It's just going to be, hoity-toity and fun and it's not. People still have are still, brainwashed. The reefer madness, that generation is still around. So,
Yeah, exactly.
And their kids. So we just need to change the way cannabis is viewed. And again, not just here globally. This is a global march. This isn't just in Toronto. This is just Toronto's section of this global march.
Yeah, exactly.
So we just need to, keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a big one going on in New York right now too.
Al says there's one going on in New York right now.
I love it. Well, it is global, right, guys?
That's right, global. All right. Oh, we got a poll there. All right, thanks, Amy.
Take a poll. Put some rap music on.
I'll stop and ask Church a question. I'm asking everybody the same question.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Why do you march?
I march to spread awareness and to show my experience along with having a good time and hanging out with some friends.
That's right. Yeah. Awareness is good. That's right. Okay. Thank you. Bye.
The Hamilton.
Hey,
Police
I've got 11 here, and I've got a question for 11.
Okay, you go ahead.
And I asked this question of everybody I've been talking to during the march.
Okay.
Why do you march?
7.5 inches. Oh, sorry, what?
Why do you march?
I thought it was something else. I thought you were gonna ask me something else. I mean, one, it's just great to see everyone. Let's be honest. Should we keep walking? Let's not lose the herd. So it's definitely a community thing. It's definitely a beautiful energy, but we got to show up, just like with the podcast, as the different manifestations as we are as like consistent cannabis users and community members, to show how diverse, like you got to show up for it, to kind of like share the colors inside of the community and kind of just like represent. So I think it's rewarding definitely to be part of it, but yeah, like to show up and to march, I think you gotta give that respect to the plant by like presenting yourself as part of something that is involved with cannabis. So I feel like it was just representing, but also it's totally selfish. It's 100% selfish because I just get to hang out with a bunch of stoners.
Yeah, dual purpose. Fight for cannabis law reform and hang out with friends.
Yeah, I feel like we even just shifted the energy to like fun. I mean, it feels protesty because we have a chant, but it's like, me, I prefer to kind of focus on the, on what's working, on what the positive is. So if we can all just constantly live a good example, like by checking ourselves first, and then what people notice of the community is positive. Like, look, everyone's just goofing around, laughing, being creative, colorful bunch. Like, it's about the opportunity to, offer that impact as like what collectively as a group a stoner's supposed to like be. Not that it's period after this group. It's just like here's a bit. Here's like a Toronto vibe. Yeah.
And in this march are some people who've been here since the beginning, and it's good to see that this year's a bigger march than last year. And last year was sort of it wasn't really much promo or anything, and this year is some promo done, and we got more people up.
Just keep moving with it, man. That's it. Let the momentum build.
Do it all again next year. Just try to build again, rebuild.
It's always a fun time, and it gives you the opportunity to probably try some new shit or smoke a joint with someone you ain't never smoked a joint with before.
Somebody maybe you only knew through Facebook.
Well, that's what I said. I was joking about that when I was getting the chance together. I'm like, it's like this is a fucking bunch. Like I see a bunch of faces that I only see online.
Yeah. Well, it's true. It's true. So, all right, 11. Well, let's shout out to where people can find you, man.
Disciplined Stoners. Me and my wife, Winnie Clark, have a podcast called Disciplined Stoners, and I mean, a bunch of people who are here have been on it and will be on it. And we just are lucky enough to be documenting this time period in history and going at it through the lens of mindfulness. So that's like what we talk about. And yeah, we do canna covers, all sorts of stuff like that. So you can check us out. Discipline.
Have a show about the march. And after, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, maybe a song. Yeah.
Damn, didn't someone catch the ball? I think Spliff McKenzie. We just made history. I was just freestyling, and then a homie comes up and starts freestyling next. It was awesome, and like there's always those moments that happen authentically, and when you exist in the cut,
Yeah, exactly. All righty.
You're documenting it.
Oh yes. Been doing it for years. We used to just do it in audio. Now you got the cameras going. So, yeah, that's right. Cannabis. There we go. All right. Thanks, 11.
Yeah, buddy. Good chat.
Thank you. Good to see you. I got a question for you, Val. All right. All right. Why do you march?
Because we can.
Yeah, we can. That's right. It's allowed in our country.
We sure can.
There's a lot of countries where you can't.
Absolutely, you bet. And we're so lucky to be here in Canada.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah. 11 getting the chance going there.
Job.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Eh?
Yeah, totally.
All right. Oh, okay. On to my next interview, I guess. Yes.
On to your next victim.
Pop question. That's what I'm going around asking everybody. Why do you march?
That's a great question.
Talked to, I don't know, half a dozen, 7 people
Why
so far.
do you march?
Why do I march? I march for cannabis law reform. That's the same reason I marched for when I started this, going to these approximately 20 years ago. And I still do it for today because even though cannabis is legal, we still need cannabis law reform. People can still get fined or even arrested for quantities of cannabis that are, they're only 30 grams. Some people need more than that. You go camping for 2 weeks. You're going to take, some people, 30 grams isn't going to be enough. So people risk that. There's the taxes. There's people getting just arrested. There's other stuff as well. If you could deal with those excise taxes, that would help lower the cannabis. Maybe make it so that you don't have to climb a mountain and swim through the ocean in order to get to the regulatory part of it all.
Yeah, agreed.
So, all right, Val. Good talking to you.
Hooray.
Hey, Thomas, how you doing? Good. I got a quick. Yeah, that's right. I got a quick question for you.
Ask away.
All right.
Legalization globally, and for me, it's logical legislation here in Canada. We're just doing it badly for the wrong reasons. So for me, I want to stand against that.
Still fighting for cannabis law reform.
Exactly. What a way to say it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was thinking, well, why do I march? And I thought, why did I march in the beginning? And it had to do with to change the cannabis laws because cannabis is illegal, right?
This is the second march for me in the 25. I think I went 20 years ago when I moved way too much weed to be out here openly. I never went again.
Now back then I was marching for cannabis law reform, and today I still march for cannabis law reform because there's things that could be changed. The regulatory end of things, as well as I look at it as, taxes would obviously make it better. I think I adjust that. Patients can have tax-free medicine. Why not a location where a patient can actually go into and get their medicine and talk to somebody who's,
Well, I would just take the boot off the neck of the industry. It's stifling innovation. Nobody can move. It's a stranglehold in favor of monopolizing for corporate interests that do not care about the average Canadian, doesn't care about the medical patient, doesn't care about the recreational user. Let's smarten up.
Yeah, exactly. And some countries use us as an example of way to do things, and we're still fighting in order to make change.
Yeah, well, one punch at a time, right?
That's right. Exactly. All right, Thomas. Thank you.
All right, keep marching.
We will. I think the newbie is burning up the tires on the little Nugs cart here.
Last time I checked, I don't even know if the baby's still in there.
Oh, really?
It's been a long time since I've looked.
You got it tied in there pretty good, though, with the string and all.
It's pretty secure, but ever since he's become mobile, he climbs out every once in a while. So, yeah, how big is Toronto? I'm sure we'll find him later.
So I have a question for you. As you said, you're the newbie. Why do you march?
To have the conversation, or to encourage having the conversation. I think my biggest thing is I do not like the fact that any conversation is cut down because people are uncomfortable or they only want one side to be told. And I think that the conversation regarding cannabis isn't fully being told or fully allowed to be told. And I think that's both the positives and the negatives. I'm not even advocate that it's, the miracle. I don't think anything is the one and all thing, but people have to at least be willing to do the studies on it, have the conversations. What is it actually doing? Where does it help? Who can it help? And allow people to find that personalization that I've really come to understand. Like I used to think that weed equals weed. And now I've become fully aware that it's so personal in terms of how you take it, how much you take it, what you take it for. And if the conversation isn't allowed to be had, then people will constantly be quite possibly utilizing it in the wrong way because they have nobody to really go to find out how they can improve, I guess, their experience with the plant. That make sense?
Yeah, it sure does. And being you're a newbie, it's good to hear.
Yeah, you know what? And I think if the conversation is allowed to be had, then the stigma breaks. All those other things that people are wanting to have happen, I think it just starts with people being allowed to even discuss it.
Yeah, exactly. Because before, without legalization, that was that would be an issue with a lot of people. They didn't want to discuss it because it was illegal, and they figured discussing it would be taken negatively by somebody in their family or a friend or.
I don't know. You tell me, Al. You've been in this community for way longer than I've even been in it, for sure. But I think the conversation doesn't want to even be fully had within the community, lest some of the I think everything has positives and negatives, and I think sometimes even the community itself doesn't want the full conversation to be had. It just in case, even MJ and I talk sometimes, and she's worried sometimes that she might find out that maybe she isn't a fully medical user, and that bothers her. Maybe she is more of a recreational user, and not that there should be a stigma attached to that either, but she's preached so long in her own mind that this is why I consume, that she's almost afraid to find out that maybe there are other reasons she consumes, and then that changes the narrative that's been built up in her own head.
Okay, yeah.
I think that's scary for some people.
Well, personally myself, I've been consuming cannabis since I was 13. And when I became a patient when I was 41, it was something that I knew I could use as the benefit wise, and would help me. There was a benefit for me to consume it because it was going to help me with my condition. And because of cannabis, I never got prescribed any opiate drugs other than when I was hospitalized.
Do you?
So because I couldn't shut up.
So let me ask you this, just because we're talking conversation, or having the conversation.
Yeah, and we're stuck here.
One of the things that, in regards to opening the conversation, and I'd love to have your opinion on this, is MJ and I talk a lot about the consuming it through the burning consumption, through smoking it, and the health benefits that can come from cannabis, but also, there's also the negative side of, that form of consumption can certainly do damage to lungs. And I think that's the conversation that even people in the community are afraid to have, because everybody just wants to talk about it as if it's this perfect thing. How do you feel about that concept of that form of consumption?
Oh, I've been a toker all the way along, but I push and discuss the non-smoking methods because I don't expect somebody who, let's say, is 75 years of age and is going to start using cannabis medicinally, who has never smoked anything in their life. I don't think that they should be forced to smoke cannabis, and that was part of the argument before the courts back in 2013, because at that time, smoked cannabis was the only way that we were legally allowed to consume it as patients. And so it went battled through the courts, and we had like a 5-year-old lad whose mother was making him cannabis oil, but that at that time was illegal, and she was risking arrest.
Do you? I think okay. So I as you're just talking there, I'm just thinking this out loud.
Sirens blaring.
Right, we better. MJ always makes comments about the fact of 5 years ago, this whole place would have scattered as soon as they heard the sirens go.
Now,
no.
Now they ride by on their bikes and they say hi.
I think one of the things also about why I advocate for having the conversation is because of things like you just described, where somebody now comes into the world of going, okay, there is a more natural way for me to maybe, fight against some drug that maybe the pharmaceuticals have been working with them with, and now they're like, oh, well, maybe cannabis can actually do it for me. But there's very few people, though, that they can actually go to have the conversation to say, hey, guess what? You don't have to smoke it, because the stigma and the perception is like I thought that was the only way it was ever consumed. Like the fact that there's so many methods now has blown my mind over the years. But again, it goes back to having that conversation. People still don't know, so now they're thinking, oh man, I could probably use cannabis, but I don't want to smoke it, and they don't even realize that there's an option.
Exactly, they don't.
That only happens when people are willing to sit down and go, we talk about bud tenders being kind of handcuffed, that they're not able to, they often are the doorkeeper, and someone comes in and they're interested in trying something, but the bud tenders aren't equipped and empowered and trained enough to really share any information with them. And so where do people go who are like going, I think this can help me, but nobody can talk to me about it, and nobody's willing to talk to me.
Oh, believe me, in those early days, that was big time, big issue. And there's more now than there was 5 years ago, but 10 years ago, it was nasty.
Well, I can tell you this, and I'll end with this because there's lots of other people.
Right, we got to go.
Yeah. But this conversation that I'm just having with you, if you had told me 10 years ago that I would be at a global marijuana march on a video feed having a conversation about cannabis, I would have been like I would have thought you are nuts and you're high. You got to be high, clearly. So just that's why I'm here, is the fact of, even as a non-consumer, I still believe that these conversations need to be had, and that's what I'm advocating for.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Thanks, Timmy. Where can people find you?
Oh, well, you can find us at the Newbie and the Doobie, and we do have a show here. What is it, Wednesday nights, I think?
10 o'clock.
Wednesday nights is 10 o'clock, the Newbie and Doobie podcast, and we're actually working on a bunch of new stuff right now that we'll be looking to release in the next little while. Then, of course, Mary Jane Baker's got her own stuff through Instagram, and I'm at The Real Timmy Boyle. But Newbie and the Doobie, check us out, and we want to break the stigma, have the conversation, bring the fun, and raise the bar.
There you go. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. All right. Well, signing off here. We're live here at the Global Marijuana March at Queen's Park, Toronto, the North. And come on, check us out. We'll be here, well, obviously, till after the 420. If you're close, stop in for a visit. Check out our vendors. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network. here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head. 12 rambles hours later.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net, and I can tell you, we're not live on Facebook anywhere. Yeah, it booted me again. Everything. We're only live. I'm only live on YouTube right now. Now, we may be on some other Facebook pages, but the one that I'm streaming to directly on Facebook is not streaming.
Do you want to go out and come back and try again?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's fine.
They tell you right here. They say that to remove your stream, or remove it from StreamYard, remove the connection, and then redo the destination. And I have done that 3 or 4 times now.
Really?
And, I have seen like your show on Tuesday. It ran on your Facebook page, but it didn't run on the network page.
Oh, didn't it? See, and it didn't pop up and say anything.
Yeah, no,
It didn't do this. It didn't do any of what we're seeing in front of us. Because I see all this, and I know there was 2 pages I think that did pop up, and you told me just to leave them, to ignore them. That they would do that, so I just ignored it.
Yeah, like right now I got like 3 or 4 tabs up.
I got 4 tabs. I can see 4 tabs too. What do you want me to do with them? Just remove it, or what do you want me to do with it?
Well, actually, I'm just gonna click on one just to see what it does. See what happens. See if I'm still here when I'm done.
Maybe it'll remove it on my side too once you click it.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see what it's gonna do.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
It gives me time to roll a GB because I was too busy flopping my face before to roll a GB.
Yeah.
Too excited.
Yeah. It tells me, it gives me an option to view it live on Facebook. So I thought, okay, let's see what's going on.
Okay, well, mine says the same thing.
And when I went there, it said, "Oh, sorry, there's problems with the connection."
You're about to do a stream on StreamYard. Continue to Facebook. Hang on.
Yeah.
I'm continuing to Facebook. No, it says do not work. I am working. No, we are not on Facebook. We are not working.
But we're still streaming to YouTube.
Can you not reconnect under the edit part of it? Like
I've done the reconnect. I've done it right here, right like within the destination spots. I've gone into destinations on the account and actually removed the Facebook pages from the destination options. And then I went in and then reconnected to the destination, or not reconnected, but added it as a destination. I see you just moved some stuff there.
Yep, I'm trying it from my end.
Yeah, you're taking some out at your end.
And then putting them back.
And you're going to put them back, and let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. What the heck, right?
So in the meantime, I'm going to take the YouTube feed. And see, right now it's showing it.
Oh, it's showing that we're...
it says that we're at TY for right now.
And Pace. Hang on. I don't know if I did this.
And the radio show. Put us back on the network.
Pace, people advocating.
Yeah, on the black circle.
This one here. Okay, and that's it, or do we need another one?
I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see the one.
That one. Okay, let's see.
There you go. Oh, look at that. Oh. No, we lost the TY feed.
Oh, now it's going down again.
Yeah.
Why? Don't like that's just why.
Oh, I know. And it'll work on some other locations.
Right?
For example, I've seen it on the 420 Pace Facebook page. Hang on, I'm listening to myself here on my phone while I get the link so I can
We
share.
got them all up running right now again.
Oh yeah,
Well, it says there's a check mark on the top. I don't know.
I got a check mark on TY right now and on the radio show,
Wondering why. I'm wondering if
but not on the network. But yeah, it beats me. I don't know. It's been doing this for a week now. I haven't received any notifications whatsoever telling me that.
that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if they're blocking it because of the fact that it's got leaves on it or
I don't
something.
know. I haven't received any notifications.
That's weird.
Saying that I violated any community standards. There it goes. Just click the TY one now.
I got violated on TikTok for putting a puking emoji up under a picture of polio, telling me I was violating community standards. And then I appealed it and they wouldn't restore the content. And it was literally an emoji puking under polio's picture.
So right now all I can do is what I'm doing presently. I'm taking the YouTube link and posting it on the network's feed in Facebook.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's the best. That's a good way. You can go throw it up on my pages too, if you want.
Yeah, put a date on it.
Yep.
See what happens. But yeah, I haven't received any notifications. Now, see, we piggyback onto another system, and I'm just going to check it right now. And going through that system, look at that. We're live on Facebook. We're on the 420 Pace, but I'm not connected through my StreamYard account. We're connected through a different system.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah, really weird, eh?
That's really weird.
Now I'm just gonna check. I'm gonna see if I can add that Facebook page to this podcast
problem, it's me.
And see if it remains. And if we'll be running 2 feeds to that Facebook page. Yeah, right now it's there. So we'll see what happens. See if it continues. Yeah.
I guess as long as we've got somebody or something kind of hair sticking out like a freaking lamb chop there. I don't know.
So.
I'm the problem. It's me.
So today, besides trying to figure out what's going on with Facebook,
there we go. I just want to get rid of that stuff off my screen too because it's like everywhere. It's like what the hell? I can't see out because it's covering your face.
Right? Yeah. We're still running on the 420 Pace, so that's good. So tonight in the broadcast, I've got some information here on some studies that were done, such as parenting, something to do with where's this one about about cannabis does not impact working memory and other brain processes. Now that's just not some report that's someone threw together quickly. That's from the American Medical Association. That's just
I know a couple weeks ago when I did a show about some research, I was doing a show about research and what's been being done. A lot of it came up from the American Medical Association on their website.
Yeah.
And one study that was being done in Canada that had the last information coming out of Canada was 2019. You hit the link and it referred to a study from the Medical Association, right? So that's not surprising at all that they're doing a lot more. They've also had they're a bigger population. They've got more resources and more interest than most Canadians. Like, we were talking before the show, like this wasn't supposed to be an industry as far as the government was concerned. It was for public health and safety only, right? How it's grown and what it's grown into and why we have to keep forcing them to do anything is because they don't care. Like I said, they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to do a victory lap.
Oh, no, I know they don't.
talk like because there's still people that don't like it. So it's
Oh,
not.
there's lots. Yeah, there's lots.
And I
Of,
think we should
yeah,
do a victory lap over the fucking taxation of it. Honestly,
you look at the numbers wise. There's more people who are for it than against it, but still, there's still all that stigma.
well, there's still the fact that they're saying that there's up in teenage population use, which we found that it's actually not really. And then there was all this, cannabis induced whatever that's been showing up at the hospital. We've had previous shows about this when we did the rundown on that survey, right?
Yeah.
But there's not, as far as I'm concerned, there's not enough evidence over these past 7 years to show that cannabis is harming anybody in Canada.
Yeah, like the sky hasn't fallen, almost knocked over.
Well, I mean, like I said, people aren't ODing on cannabis. You don't hear,
no.
a 13-year-old died from, a cannabis overdose. No, it was a 13-year-old died from a fentanyl overdose.
Correct. Yes. What's that?
So there's that, right?
Yeah. Now, okay, that's unplugged. Good. The today, I headed down to our sponsors business, legacy420.com. And while I was there, picked me up.
Ooh, which cat?
This is she's even got the package date on it. Where are we? It's somewhere in there we go. Oh, yeah.
5/24. So that was like basically.
That's today. Yeah.
Today, yeah.
Done today. 45 milliliters of the THC base. This is what we put into their juices and their beverages and stuff like that.
Now, do you take your own cannabis to them, or do they just have that available?
You're correct. I purchased this today as this. This is a 65.
How many milligrams is that?
45 milliliters.
So what is the percentage?
20 milligrams per milliliter. So this is 900 milligrams of THC. And then I take this and I add that to a beverage of my choice.
And you don't add the whole thing to one beverage.
Correct.
Right?
Correct. No. And this is not, you can see there's color to this, okay?
Yeah.
This is full extract.
Right. So could it be used in baking or no?
Oh, yeah.
So you could add that to my candy?
I would think so. I don't see why not.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't.
Know that existed, Al.
Huh?
Now we do.
Yeah. Like I said, I'll take this and I'll put it into a jar with the eyedropper in it.
Yeah.
And one mil is 20 milligrams, so it's easy to figure out the dosing.
Oh, absolutely, right? Like, I mean, that's super easy. So if you wanted, like, 100 milligram brownie, you'd put that many drops into it.
5 drops in. Yeah, I put in. I usually make 30 or 40 milligram beverages, and I like to.
How many fluid ounces do you add that to, though?
I think it's like a 6-ounce tumbler glass. Yeah, 6 8 max. Okay, so I think more on the line of 6.
And then so it's 20 milligrams to 6 ounces of water or whatever. Like that's what I mean. Like when you dilute it, like does that keep it at 20 milligrams? So you got how many? So say you put 5 drops in a 6 ounce. Is that still going to stay at 100 milligrams in 6 ounces?
It's still 100 milligrams. It's your percentage. Okay, it's not a percentage. You're still consuming 20 milligrams, whether you're putting it in a 10-ounce bottle or whether you put it in a 20-ounce bottle. You're still consuming 20 milligrams.
So if you add 20, 20, and 20, that would be like
because it's not based on percentage like alcohol is.
Right.
So
milligrams.
Yeah. So
they add like 5 drops would be 100 milligrams to 6 ounces.
This is their shot bottles, and they'll sell these, at 30 milligrams. And you just drink this much, and it's 30 milligrams. So, the advantage of that is you're not drinking this fucking great big amount of fluid that you're going to have to get rid of later.
Right.
and you're getting that high dose that you are seeking.
Right. So I was just thinking like how many drops you would need for, say, my candy, which is like 1 cup of water. So that's 250 milliliters.
250 milliliters.
Yeah.
Well, what you could do,
I'd have to convert that into ounces. And how many ounces?
yeah, or would you just say, okay, you're gonna make 24 candies, so I'm gonna put 24 milligrams
Or candies.
in that. What's that?
I can't just make 24 candies. I have to make, like, my batches are usually 120.
Okay, so could you make 100 candies and put 100 drops in each candy? Like put a drop in each candy, so your candy is 20 milligrams.
I could do that, but then no, probably not, because it hardens. So what I usually do when I make my candy, right? And this is like, I actually add the extract right to the mixture at a certain flash point, and then wait for it to get ready, and then I pour the candy with the extract in it, and it's still evenly, like, you know what I mean? I dose in, so it's 1 gram of per, right, per milligram. So if I'm putting 5 grams of shatter, that's 500 milligrams, right? So I do 100 candies. So when you do the math, those candies are then 500 milligrams each. Because of the math, you times it by 100, divide it by 100, right?
Yeah. So this, so they sell this stuff. You can do whatever you want with it.
Brownies and all kinds of baking too. You could just add that to your mixtures.
Yeah.
Or no.
She said something, and I'm not 100%.
Oh, you're freezing up, Al. Do you got wind or do I got wind?
There we go. I'm back.
Okay.
It's raining and crap going on here, so
we got rain and stuff too. Like I said, and it's blowing, supposed to be blowing like 100 kilometers. I was laughing about that. Going 100 kilometers an hour? That's a breeze in Alberta. Everybody's like, batten down the hatches. But then again, we've got a huge fire going towards Grand Forks, apparently.
Yeah.
And a tornado apparently ripped through Osoyoos, which
that's not good. So yeah,
I'm worried about Grand Forks because we've got a fellow cannabis activist that live and grow out there, and they live just on the outskirts of Grand Forks, and that they've all been evacuated. So I'm a little bit concerned about the Taylors.
Yeah. So could you just, if you're gonna make 100 candies, could you just throw 100 milliliters into your batch and then mix it in? That way, it's an average.
Yep, absolutely. So what I would do is take because I said I use 250 milliliters of water, and then I use some corn syrup too, and some sugar, right? Yeah. And then the liquid itself only adds up to 3 cups in total, right? 4 cups. I got a big 4-cup Pyrex that I pour it into, right? And then I pour each candy by hand into those silicone molds, right?
Oh.
That's how I make them. It's not, that's how I do it.
By hand.
Yeah, every fucking.
Even having, because to put 100 drops into 100, like one drop into 100 candies, that would take a lot of time. That's why I thought, you just mix this and you have to mix
that into the batch, because once they hit the silicone mold, they're hardening. So I wouldn't have time to pour them and then go back and drop into them because they'd be hardening.
Right. So it has to be mixed in the batch. That way, when it hardens, yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's full extract. It's not distillate.
Well, I said I was using shatter. I was getting shatter donated to me in great big huge chunks because I couldn't sell it because it was too dark. So I could use it in my candy, right? And I would just weigh it up and dose it up, and that's what I did. But it wasn't always donated. I had to pay a lot of money for some of it, to be fair. But again, that would balance out what the candy cost would be, and it would always average $2. I never charged any more than $2, and that was $2 a candy. But again, like as I had higher milligrams, some of them I had to charge. I never charged any more than $3. So honestly, for 1,000 milligram candy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I actually I know what I paid for the total amount, but I'm not sure what it was per milliliter. But they've lowered their prices at Legacy, and I got a lower price, better price on that, saved myself some money. So
Cool.
when I did that, because of that, I bought myself some vape cartridges.
Nice.
And I talked to the Canatech behind the counter about the cartridges because I have had cartridges
Yeah,
that
you said peak. Yeah.
so she wasn't aware of anybody's that leaked. So I thought, well, okay. I thought I was going to spend some money, X amount of money, and I saved some money. So the money I'm going to save, I'm going to spend it on something else and come home with a bonus.
I got this one at the legal mart at the legal store. I love it. Look at the tip on this.
Oh, yes.
I'd never seen anything like it. I pulled
Oh,
it out.
wow. Yeah, look at that.
Isn't that neat?
Mine's just.
Well, yeah, I got one like that too.
Okay, so this one is tangy.
Nice. Yeah, I've got one like that too. See, this is a legal one, like from the legal stores too. But this is one from the legal stores too. And this one's actually melon goo, melon goat,
Goose.
double melon. I can't remember what this.
The expected cough.
Of course. Yeah, I thought that was. I thought that little tip was super cool.
Yeah.
I've never seen one like that before. Like I said, I pulled it out of the bag and went, "The hell is that? That's super cool."
And they make them right there on site.
Oh yes.
They have their own processing facility and everything there.
Yeah. Which I think is terrific.
Yeah, and lab.
Right, and a lab, exactly. Like I said, they're on First Nation. They're on the Tenanga, right? So they're allowed.
Oh, that wasn't the only thing. That was I got a deal on that, and that's not the only deal I got.
You got lots of deals.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see. Okay. At the Esso gas station.
Oh wow.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
116.9. So basically $1.17 a liter. Like we haven't had that in a few years because of it was down below that, I believe, during one stretch during COVID. But I haven't seen it.
My gas is $1.55 a liter.
Yeah, well, ours here in town is $1.46.6.
We can't go
So
to the rest.
basically, it's 30 cents more a gallon here where I live in this
They
town.
let you buy gas on the res.
That's gas on the res, but it's Esso gas on the res.
We're not allowed to buy gas on the res.
Oh, well, I did.
I don't think. Maybe we are. I never thought about it.
Well, I'll tell you.
Go to the res in the space to buy gas. All the time. The res right beside my grandparents. My grandparents used to live along the side, like the dollar.
Well, you're not allowed to buy. You're not allowed to buy cigarettes. You get fined $150 for having.
Yeah, I know.
Cigarettes if you're not.
But our res doesn't sell those kind of cigarettes. They sell like Demarie's and the John Player Standard, like the Canadian government standard out here.
Mm.
So you can buy cigarettes out there. If you have a status card, they don't charge you tax on those. But we don't have a status card, so and they have to write it down because Tony will go out every once in a while, and they're only allowed one carton a week. They have to write your name and your status card number down on this piece of paper so they can keep track of where every carton of cigarettes go.
Wow.
And the one lady said, Tony, well, they're not supposed to buy them for anybody else. And Tony went in and bought it, and she looks at him, she goes, "You don't smoke." He goes, "Yeah, I did. I just started." He can't say they're for his cousin because they won't sell them to him. They're not allowed to even buy them for any other people because they got caught buying tons and tons of cartons of cigarettes from the res like that, not paying taxes, and bringing them into town and selling them to people.
Ah, yeah.
So they got caught doing that, so now they've got, like I said, that, and that's like Yeah.
I know people who have gone to the res and bought smokes for other people. Grab me a carton, type
Yeah.
thing, right?
Yeah, no, they're not allowed to do that anymore out here. I don't know about anywhere else, but I didn't know that either. But yeah, Tony, and because I was asked him a couple times,
Yeah.
can you get me some cigarettes? And Tony's like, no, man, because I fucking run my fucking left leg, and they ask all kinds of stupid questions. He goes, and for the fucking $2, or it's actually only $20 to save.
Yeah.
It's not even worth it. Like, and we don't buy cartons. He buys whatever in Alberta too, and you're not saving much money out there either. And I quit. I quit smoking cigarettes. I spend all my extra money that I spend on cigarettes, I spend on weed.
Oh yeah. Well, hey, it's better for you,
right?
Yeah. So
I'm
I've got
recorded yesterday. I'm like, what is
I got another cartridge here. I always get the cough with the disrupt. Okay. This one's lime.
Ooh. I'm not a fan of lime.
No.
No.
I was looking for something that might have some flavor that stood out.
I tried an iced cartridge. They had one that was something iced.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like that either. It was a new brand out. Yeah, something iced. It was cherry iced or something. And it wasn't a fan. It's got that ice, that mentholy to it.
This one tastes like a lime candy.
Ew. I just had
bite to it.
I don't know why I put them back in my purse. What a moron. And here I'm looking for my vape. I'm like, what the hell? Put it back in my purse. Like, who does that? Squirrel.
And
This tastes like
also
watermelon, because it's a watermelon too. But
Is
it doesn't have it doesn't have that flavor to, like, it's not heavy. It tastes like actually like a watermelon strain, not like a watermelon flavor been added to it. If that makes sense.
yeah. You're saying it's a natural flavor from
like
the
it's
strain,
natural terpene
whereas
from
it's
the
not
strain.
a flavor agent.
Right. Where this one tastes like weed, right? Like, I don't think it has any. I don't remember what the brand or what the strain was for this one. And then I drop it. But that one you can tell it's a kush. You can taste it, right? You can taste that terpene, that cushy terpene flavoring to this one. Can't remember what the hell this one was. I think it was Tiger Blood from General Admission. I bet you that's what it is. I usually stick to the General Admission. So this is probably Tiger's Blood from General Admission, which is a really nice strain. And I've got that one in this pod thing too. But I've given up on this because I went and got one of these battery things. This is a General Admission packs batteries and the pods, and I gave up on this. I'm back to using the regular, because this thing here, you can never tell if it's empty or not, and then you're sucking like a golf ball through a fucking garden hose. And and it's like, I'm not.
That ain't gonna work very good. Very well.
So I'm like, I'm not. Yeah. So I gave up on that whole thing because it was just ridiculous. Like I said, I just can't. And I'm at work too, and I bought it because it was like more like my nicotine vape, so it didn't like look like it was like out of ordinary to be sitting, or I would be using it kind of thing on the camera.
Right.
I'm so aware of that stupid camera. Last night there was a $20 bill stuck in the bank machine, right? Just laying there, and I could have stuck it in my pocket and whatever. And I thought about it, and I thought, you know what? I'm on camera, so I put that $20 bill in the cash out envelope and wrote a little note on it saying I found it at the bank machine. Not that I would want it to, you know what I mean? But it was just like,
so you put a note on it, and then what'd you do with it with the bank machine?
I put it in the cash out bag to get back to the store.
Okay.
Yeah, like it was just like, I mean, I don't know why it was there, but I mean, my conscience, like, and like Taven's like, well, at least you didn't pocket it because you're on camera. I said, yeah, I guess, and never even thought about that.
I have left $20 in the bank machine.
Yeah, well, like I said,
and then I went back to go get it, and it was gone.
See, and I would like,
somebody wasn't as nice as you.
Well, that's what Jen said. Did nobody come back for it? I said nobody's come back for it. She goes, well, we'll leave it on the counter just in case somebody does, because we've had people lose money because it got stuck, and we always make sure they get their money back. I have a key so I can get in because the machine does get stuck, but this wasn't stuck. It was just like laying in the tray, and it wasn't there before. I don't recall anybody using the bank machine. Maybe they did, but I looked over, like I looked down the aisle, and the bank machine was sitting there, and there was this $20 was stuck in there. I'm like, why is that there? So I went and picked it up, stuffed it in my pocket, right? Thinking that's kind of weird. Waited for somebody to come back into the store, and then I just put it in the cash out bag because maybe it is somebody's, but maybe. Somebody else would have seen it. They might have just pocketed it, right? Like
like what happened to me.
But we've got cameras everywhere, so I think people are aware that place has got cameras everywhere, so nobody steals anything.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They had to post another post. I missed the location. I got it fixed there now. Yeah, I
got the Face Radio show in my thing saying it's streaming to Facebook again. Face Radio Network on my side.
Oh, not on my end. I got reds, but it's
break time. It's all red.
Yeah, well, it's break time. We'll go to break. We'll just carry on with or without Facebook. Okay, when we return, Tamara and I will continue our talk. We got, as I mentioned, I got some study stuff here that we're going to review throughout the show. And hey, you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. Where's that commercial? There it is. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
That
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And we're back. We're live with the Pace Radio Show, paceradio.net. What are you looking at,
We're live
Tamara?
on cannabis and coffee with marijuana too. I was trying to find the link. I just added us to. We are live now on cannabis and coffee with marijuana. I could add that.
Okay, you're gonna see how long it lasts. See if it stays.
Yeah.
It'll probably run through the show. I
It
see
might.
we're still with.
The
I
420.
see we're still with the 420 Pace.
Yeah.
Facebook page. We're still
Yeah.
running there.
So yeah,
And-
just we'll see if that works for a bit. But I was trying to find a link, like how so they can watch us on StreamYard, but the invite is to the back to be a guest. And is there no way you can watch just like is there not a StreamYard
website where you can go to and catch all the shows? No.
Yeah. No. I didn't know that.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, like you can yeah, you can't do that. There's no spot.
Oh.
You go
I
to your
thought that was
destination. So
Or that was StreamYard, you could do that. Because I know one time I could go on one of them.
yeah, I
It was
don't know.
StreamYard. I don't know.
Alrighty.
Or that was why I was squinting at the screen. I was trying to figure out how I could, share this.
Yes. I know, right? This doesn't make sense. I'll
No,
figure it out.
it doesn't. Because, like I said, here we are on my cannabis and coffee Facebook page,
Right.
and 420 Pace Facebook page, but we can't go on.
Yeah. I just gotta.
It's weird. It's very, very weird.
Yeah. But we're here. That tastes good. Just
We have
What's-
lightning strikes.
what's that?
Lightning strikes.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully you don't lose your power. So, as I mentioned before the break, we had some studies and stuff like that I wanted to take a look at.
Absolutely.
And there's one here. I'll just bring it up on the screen here. There we go. They take children have been removed from the home because of cannabis.
Yeah.
They say that cannabis is, a negative. So the children are at risk and they got to, remove them. So it's interesting that this new federally funded study indicates that using cannabis increases positive parenting behavior.
After how many times that they had to come and try and take our kids away.
Yeah, exactly. Oops,
I know.
wrong
I have
button.
my door too. This child's living in an illicit drug house. Here's my papers. Get the fuck off my doorstep.
Yeah, just a second.
I'll take the same opportunity to tell my dogs to shut up because they're all barking.
Well, that's what was going on. My cat's at the door. Cat's at the door.
I
And,
got that little Bubba idiot in the kitchen. Like I was saying, I got Lola in heat, so I got her locked up, and everybody else that's not fixed is losing their minds. There's only
right.
but that one little one is the worst, Bubba.
Oh, really? Eh?
Yes.
So it says that they're saying that the study finds that parents typically don't consume cannabis while their kids are present. Those who use cannabis, however, were also significantly likely to report positive parenting behaviors in the same time frame that they consumed the cannabis.
Well, it doesn't make you a zombie.
No, exactly.
I think
Now,
that
this
was-
came from the University of Tennessee, the Ohio State University, and San Jose State University.
well, pain
Yeah.
pills make people more non-coherent than cannabis, that's for sure. And how many parents take opioids to kill their pain and still have their children?
Mhm. Yeah.
Nobody's banging on their door to come take their children.
It says here that the findings reveal a complicated relationship between cannabis use and parenting among the sample of cannabis users They say that some information on ways parents can engage in harm reduction to support positive parenting.
Well, it helps me if I'm not killing people, so that's probably why,
Yeah.
Healthy,
Um,
100%.
they say on average, participants were 32 years of age. 72% of them were moms. 50% were married or living in a marriage-like relationship, so common law. So the rest of them were either single, divorced, or widowed. Okay.
Well,
Go ahead.
there's so much of that. Like,
Yeah.
and like, here's a thing too, like men's mental health. We just lost another fellow here in town. So men's mental health, and I think cannabis can help in a lot of ways with that too.
Right. Yes, it can. It can.
Yeah, studies are, I'm glad that, like I said, I'm glad to see that the Americans are doing some studies and then we can actually reference these things. And I think sometimes, even though I'm not American, I don't like Americans much. Some of their studies really hold merit up here too, right? Especially when you're talking to medical professionals or legal professionals, because let's face it, we still have people in all the professions that don't understand cannabis or its use.
No. Yeah. Now, they said 93% of the people, so parents report that children were not present in 92.5% of the episodes when they reported using cannabis. So there's 7.5% that the child was present. So numbers are very low.
Well, I mean, if you're sitting outside around a fire pit.
Yeah, exactly.
It might not be right in your face, but they're in the near vicinity.
Yeah, they can be present around the fireplace. It doesn't mean that they're being hotboxed in any way.
No, and it's outside, right? I mean, when you're in a house and it's a confined space, I wouldn't want my kids, But again, my son was exposed to it for most of his life. We drug test him, we did, and he came back with no trace, no nothing.
There you go.
So we were trying to say like he's not. It was not like we're blowing it in his face, like. And meanwhile, kids are like smoke rises, right? Kids are like smokes above them. They're not like it's not good unless you're blowing it in your kid's face. It's not going to affect them.
Yeah, no. They said the parents had significantly higher odds of reporting positive parenting behaviors in the same time frame that they reported using cannabis. They said that positive parenting is defined, because I'm sure people are wondering that. What is positive parenting? They say showing a child love, warmth, and care while providing and being sensitive to their needs.
Well, yeah, not screaming and yelling like an alcoholic does.
No relationship between a parent's reports of using cannabis and aggressive discipline during the same period.
You weren't using cannabis when you were raising your kids, were you?
Well, I've been, really myself, I started using cannabis when I was 13, but, I was actually consuming cannabis oil through a lot of my kids' younger ages.
See, and I always did too. And if they found it, it was always like, that's mommy's medicine, don't touch it, right? And that was like
they never found mine, so.
I was a single mom. I was careless.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't,
So like as far as they could have thought that I was smoking cigarettes, because that's what it looked like. Right?
Well, I would tell them to leave the room unless they were smoking it with us, and they'd go running out of the room screeching. Are you smoking this? No, then get out.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't smoke in their presence, but if they saw me, that's all they were told.
It wasn't really in there. Like I said, we would be smoking in another room, right, or outside, like on the deck, kind of thing. And they'd come out to the deck, and it's like, you can't be out here. Like go, like like so. It wasn't like, it wasn't like we're sitting down in the living room where they're playing on the floor and we're smoking weed. That wasn't a real thing. Not that I
They
recall.
say
Maybe
those who had a spouse, partner, or friends with them when using cannabis had higher odds of reporting positive parenting in the next time period. So that'd be in that 3-4 hour period afterwards.
I think it makes you more patient as
Yeah.
like really. I mean, let's face it, kids are high stress and cannabis is a
Yeah.
relaxation. So if you can, smoke a little bit before and you have to deal with a colicky baby, there's all kinds of different situations.
Yeah.
Right? But
Now
yeah,
they also
definitely.
say there's also they say being with these individuals might encourage positive parenting in order to have their parenting judged favorably or to minimize appearances of the harmful effects of cannabis on parenting. With partners, in particular, parents using cannabis may have an arrangement that the partner is the primary caregiver or disciplinary when cannabis is being used. This could alleviate some of the pressure of parenting, enabling the parent to focus on positive behaviors.
Do they do that with alcohol? Now, only one of the parents can drink while one of them is consuming.
Well, yeah, that's what. Yeah, exactly.
Right? What is up with that? Like, that doesn't seem like a fair assessment.
Yeah. See,
Alcohol.
like in my situation, my wife, Gail, wasn't a consumer, so
Well,
I
that would
was
mean
always.
around tabling at all because I was always the one with him all the time, 24/7. Because I am,
Yeah.
right? There's nobody here.
Yeah.
So what are you saying then? I shouldn't have my child? It's bullshit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. For sure. Exactly. Bullshit.
That's what that whole thing where one parent should be sober while the other one's consuming. No, because
Yeah.
come on, that just seems ridiculous. That part of it.
Uh,
No.
Yeah, they say given the relatively small size and non-representative nature of these surveyed, authors warn that their findings should be interpreted cautiously. As they always say, more research.
Well, that's a survey too. It's not an actual it's a survey
Now they
of
say
people about whether they and if they
says here our results suggest that medical cannabis legalization can have a significant positive impact on the development of children via increased parenting time, especially to those under the age of 6, a period characterized by long-run returns to parental investment.
Oh yeah, this first 6 years they say are formidable for babies. And they're best learning. I guess apparently we learn everything we need to know by the time we're 6.
Yeah. Let's say here, the big caveat in these findings, researchers note, is that the benefits apply only if the parents do not misuse cannabis.
Define misuse.
Let's see if it says here.
Define misuse of cannabis. Like, what is that? Once a day, twice a day,
I'm looking to see if they've got it here. See here. Study, a recent study found that let's see if it tells me anything here.
I don't like
states. The states that legalized medical cannabis saw nearly a 20% drop in foster care cases for parental drug misuse. That was a study that came out a couple of years ago.
But I mean, like I said, they have to define what.
But a 20% drop in foster care cases.
Well, there you go. Hello. Because you're not coming in ripping fucking kids out of their fucking house because they're smoking a bit of cannabis. Like, give me a break. What a fucking facade of bullshit and waste of taxpayers' dollars.
Yeah.
Again,
well, there was.
But they were doing it here too.
I don't know if I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it's the business I'm thinking of, which was a child care provider business. And They were sort of like a foster home and everything. And they had multiple locations, and they were giving grams of cannabis a day to some of the kids, which were minors. And they were receiving like $2.5 million a year in grants and funding from the province.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah. Spirit Rising House, I believe, is the name of it. So there's
Well,
charges. There's now charges against the.
Oh, but Jesus Christ, I can't even imagine doing that. Who does that?
But yeah, the interesting part is every year they got funding. They got increased funding, and there didn't seem to be, as far as I know, anyways, problems. But why would they give increased funding and keep doing the funding if there was problems as far as from the children? Now, I'm not sure how it all came to light to the authorities. I did at one time because I haven't read the story in a while now. But
when was this? Like, what year was this? Do you remember?
yeah, just like last year. It was just in the news. The charges were just in the news, like like 2 weeks ago. Here, I'll just look it up.
Yeah, let's bring this up because I don't remember hearing. I'd like to hear. So they were charged with having a daycare in a foster home and giving children cannabis. Were the children eating cannabis? Like, were they epileptic children? Were they sick children? Like, were the children in need of cannabis? Or were they just doing cannabis? Like, I don't know. Like, there's a difference. Depending on the medicinal need of that child, maybe that child needed a gram of cannabis a day.
Okay, here you go. Let me just go back. I want to go back there. Okay. Yeah. Same one. I got two tabs. Says the province cuts ties with Winnipeg foster home operator after teens given cannabis daily. Now, the provincial review found cannabis was given to foster kids as harm reduction tools by the Spirit Rising House staff.
Okay.
They were a Winnipeg-based for-profit company that runs 9 foster homes and 2 specialized group homes for 34 high-risk youth in child and family care services. They say that they are talking about some of the most vulnerable at-risk youth, incredibly complex needs.
Yeah.
So to learn that cannabis is being distributed is quite concerning, according to their family's minister.
No. Somebody should just sit down with that guy and educate him because maybe those kids need that. Would they rather than be smart cocaine? Or who knows where these kids came from trauma-wise? Like, come on.
They said that former and current employees they said that underage youth were provided cannabis by staff, which was widely known throughout the company. Now, according to a former employee, this quote here says, "Harm reduction is great when it's being used for harm reduction." But they believe providing cannabis every day at 3:30 p.m. They said, they were providing cannabis to these kids, these teenagers, every day at 3:30.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? Would you rather give them Ritalin? Would you rather give them Valium? What would you rather give them?
Well, here you go. Staff were told by upper management. So it was better to have workers at home provide cannabis than risk residents going elsewhere and doing harder drugs such as
or getting something that was laced
or opioids. They say that it's easier to keep them placid and happy than have them deal with the paperwork of hospitals and police.
Right? Exactly. So you know what? Like, get off your high horses and realize that there's nothing wrong. It's not the devil's lettuce.
Yeah. Now, every teen was given, they say as young as 15, was given a choice between 1 gram of cannabis a day or getting weekly cash allowance. Everybody picked the cannabis.
Yeah. Of course. Why wouldn't they? And again, you've got the option of letting them go out to the street and getting something off the street that's laced,
Mhm.
or buying something else, or alcohol. There's other ways. Don't think
Now,
a 15-year-old can't
these
get alcohol if they don't want it.
these children or the teenagers that they were giving the cannabis to, which were keeping them
At home, playing their
at
games,
home.
eating.
They call them live level 5 CFS children, youth with high complex care needs, demanded at risk of sexual orientation, drug use, and self-harm.
Yeah. What a better way to keep them fucking from self-harming. What a better way from keeping them off the street. I'd know. The kids that are out causing all the trouble and stuff aren't smoking weed. The kids that are out causing trouble are the ones that are drinking and doing drugs. Even here. The kids are smoking weed or playing their games in their bedroom.
Just seeing what else they got here.
Wow.
It's open business in 2021. Okay.
I think you know what? I think that's great. I think they were doing a fabulous
It's
job.
co-owned by a fellow who is well-known addictions counselor and managing director at a recovery center.
And they're shutting them down.
Yeah.
They're shutting them down. Oh, you know why?
The province and the
They don't want
CFS.
harm reduction at all.
What's that?
The province doesn't want any harm reduction at all.
Yeah. The
Conservative.
province and CFS agencies paid the company over $2.2 million for its services last year.
Good. They're doing good service.
And they provided an authority responsible for it was something else. So like, how did they get $2.2 million? Obviously, they must have been doing something. They must have had some.
Taking care of these children, and the children are doing just fine. There was obviously no other complaints until somebody found out about the cannabis.
Well, and it's as I said, those kids are at-risk kids. They are out on the street.
That should be. How can we help them? Can we write letters? Who do we have to contact to tell them that they need their funding? They should not be shutting them down. They should be allowing this. This is the best thing for these kids. Where do we go where do we go with this?
Yeah, I would say the Manitoba government.
Well, WAP community.
Yeah.
Let's get on it. Because that sounds disgusting to me. Can you please send me the link to that in my inbox on Facebook?
Yeah. It says here the owner says that cannabis can be a means of harm reduction if a person chooses it over other drugs.
Do they have his name in there?
His name, he is the co-owner of Spirit Rising, and his name is Ian Rabb.
Ian Rabb. Well, let's
R-A-B-B.
Rabb. We're gonna help this dude because I think that's disgusting, and I think what he's been doing with these kids is absolutely fabulous. Saying it, it's fabulous.
Obviously he's done something that the kids were benefiting from. They weren't out on the street causing trouble, and they've suffered trauma. That shove them full of SSRIs or whatever you call those. Maybe it was the fact that it was done quietly.
Well, didn't it say somewhere that they were aware of it and they were okay with it?
Well, the owner, but the people who were running it were fine with it. It was the provincial ministry that had an issue with it.
Well, I don't understand that because I think that it's legal to begin with, right? And it's medicine.
Cannabis is legal for people 18 and over.
Yeah, but it's medicine,
province,
right?
Hmm?
And if these kids had medical need,
So
why don't they have medical need? They have medical need.
Could they have gone at it a different way by actually having
medical licensing for them.
a licensed physician there that would do that for them.
Right. And that's the thing. Maybe they have that option now. Maybe they can come forward and say, hey, these kids have medical. We have a medical program. Maybe Ian Rabb's not aware of the medical program. Maybe he is. But it,
He is.
But
also knows it's hard for, it can be hard for somebody under 18 to get licensed.
Yeah, well,
And
licensed
being that-
but
yeah.
again, also have access to clean, tested cannabis, right? Which
Yeah.
is what you want for them. Like, no matter what, like if they're going to get it anyway. Let's put it this way: would you rather them take the money and go to the street, or would you rather have them be provided from a safe environment and a safe, tested place?
Down.
So,
Where you come from?
I understand it's the same thing with alcohol, right? But kids can, like, you can't get moonshine, right? You're not going to, like, when kids get alcohol.
Yeah, bathtub gin.
Right? They're not going to get anything laced. Somebody's going to bootleg for them a case of beer. Mom and dad usually do it. By the time you're 17, 18 years old, your parents are usually buying you a 6-pack, right? Like if they're, if they're drinkers. I had friends that bought us, their parents bought us booze, right? I was growing up. My parents.
I wasn't a big drinker, but I used to steal my mom's Moray cigarettes.
Well, whatever, right?
I was 8.
We were drinkers. It was the 80s in Lethbridge. We all drank. Like we were fucking drunks by the time we were 15. Not kidding you. And like I said, I had a girlfriend. Her dad would buy us fucking 2 4s of beer on a Friday night. I think we were 14 or 15 years old.
Yeah, I had friends that had lost the license before they got it.
Right. So yeah. So I'm not. Here I'm admitting this. I hope my mom never sees this. Anyway, we were.
Alrighty. I see that it is after the hour, and I'll just put my vape cartridge away. And
play your car. Play the commercial, Sam.
That's right. Play the commercial. Here we go. First, a little promo. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, you're back with the Pace Radio Show. I don't know if you noticed or not, but in that commercial at the end there, the Legacy 420 commercial, they showed some of the baked goods. So today when I was there, like I said earlier, I got my THC base. I got my vape cartridges. And I got samples of some of those baked goods that you see in the commercials.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Very, very yummy. I ate them all.
Careful. I mean, you see me chawing on, that's why you gummy bears and stuff, because there's no flour in them, right? I love cakes and stuff, but some of that I can't eat. It kills me.
Can't eat it, eh?
No.
Yeah, I had for the longest time I had problems with baked goods because that back then, like 20 years ago, it's what we were eating was a bunch of baked goods. It was all that.
And you were also throwing the fiber in there. It was there was no butter because nobody was making butter because you weren't allowed to, right?
Well, we still made butter. Even
when I first started eating cannabis, we get a Betty cake, Quaker, whatever. Pound cake things. You get a sliced pound cake, throw an ounce of weed into the fucking batter mix it all up, and then eat that, and then sit there for 5.5 hours. The body's still like, eh. It was horrible.
Yeah, the days of putting the whole cannabis right into the brownies. Yes.
Got lots.
Yeah, those were the days.
And throwing it in, to make turtles and stuff. Now, why not just throw it in a capsule and you have to eat them at all?
Right.
They're the most horrible tasting, shitty things ever.
But I know some people who make their butter and they leave their cannabis right in the butter.
Yeah. No thanks. I can't eat it. That's why I shock mine. I cannot have that chlorophyll.
Yeah, I know. Hey, I can remember the first time I made my first batch of cookies from my own cannabis. First time I'd ever made it, and after eating one, forcing it down because the taste
was
just horrid. Oh, it was terrible.
Right.
Oh yeah.
That's what we got. Spice cake.
I tossed my cookies, man. It was gross. it was.
Going on now. I wasted all this weed.
Yeah, it was bad, but things have changed. Over time. That's how you learn, right? You start at one spot, and then you get to the point where.
Well, I remember the first time I had one of those hard candies that I made. I went to the person that made them. I go, "How do you make those?" She goes, "Figure it out for yourself." I'm okay. You know how many
thank you.
Glycerin and everything to get to find to make it was just a fucking nightmare. A whole summer. I finally got it done. But anyway, yeah. But yeah, we figured out for yourself. I did. I'm like, okay, fuck you then. Thanks for being a friend.
I never made hard candies.
It was, like I said, I couldn't figure out at first. This is before we had a lot of even before the shatter. Like we're talking like just oils and distillants and whatever. Like we're talking like when I really got started, 2007. So shatter really wasn't a thing, right? Like all you could use was oil, and I couldn't figure out how she was infusing the candy. Was it glycerin? Was it Everclear? Like what, oil? Like what was? And she wouldn't tell me. She's like, figure it out for yourself. So I started with glycerin, thinking if I infused glycerin, but it made the candies too, like they wouldn't set up. And then I went to Everclear, and I was actually making the candies with the Everclear, like making the oil right in with the mixture and then pouring it, which was fucking dangerous as fucking hell.
Yeah.
And then I figured out that I could use oil, right, which worked okay. And then once the shatter started coming out, it was way easier just to use that. And that's how I boiled down to it. But yeah, I went through it.
Now, then don't you have to watch your heat on the candy, because you can overheat the candy, and it won't harden properly or something.
Yeah, you have to have a candy thermometer. I've got like 8 or 12 of them. I don't even know how many I've got. You can't put the cannabis in.
Yeah, because you can't find the one that you just used.
Right, and you have to put the cannabis in at a certain point, because you don't want to put it in because it has a flash point too, right?
Right,
so you put the candy to get to the temperature that you need it to, but you don't want to have the cannabis extract in there too long, because then it'll break it down. So it's basically like boom, boom. You have to be watching, and get the temperature to just where you need it to, and add, and then go. It's and then
I never made them. I've never made
gummies. Gummies are different, right? Gummies are all done with cool, warm water. Like it's Jello, right? It's not the same. So you can add your liquid that you've got there to like a gummy mixture, because it's all gelatin and water, until you dab it all into little gummy things, and then it'll harden up just like that, right? But then you have to put them into. If you don't use enough gelatin, and if you don't use a certain preservative, which is citric acid, you have to put that citric acid in that mixture too, or they go moldy. Like I don't, you know what I mean? Yeah, and a lot of people.
So is that the citric acid that I would use in my garden is a crystal powdery stuff.
This is food grade citric acid, not the same.
So yeah, it's food grade. So just make sure it wasn't a liquid. That's all.
No, it's not. So you have your gelatin, which is a crystal. Your Jello, right?
Okay.
So it's making like a gelatin, really thick gelatin. So you usually use a couple packages of Jello, then you use like 10 packages of fucking just Knox gelatin, right?
Now, is that gelatin flavorless?
No.
The gelatin.
Well, the Jello is what you use for the flavor, right? So why you use a couple packs of Jello, and then add the gelatin, because you want them to be firm. So why you want them to use lots of gelatin, right? You want the flavor, so yeah. Anyway, and then you put the citric acid in with the mix, like the powder mixture first. And then you add your water to it, which is, hot. You mix it and blah, blah, blah. Let it cool down, but add your mixed, whatever you got there would probably be perfect. And then you're off to the races, right?
Yeah.
Make that gummies that way. I can make gummies.
Yeah, it's nice to, throw a couple drops in a beverage before bed. Helps with getting to sleep and relax the sore muscles after the day.
Well, yeah, especially like you can put it in tea or anything, right? Even hot chocolate, anything. That's I might have to check out the website, because I kind of think that looks kind of cool.
Yes, exactly.
And like I said, I'm going to be needing donations.
Oh yeah. Let's talk about that. So what do you
so on Monday night, or Monday on my show, we had Fuck Around and Find Out Monday, because there's a lot of shit that's been going down in Vancouver with the cannabis substitution program.
Okay.
Anyways, that being said, we have a huge drug problem here in Carnwood. There's people overdosing on a daily. I've got a house across the street that the cops and the ambulances are always there. Always. So I'm going to go speak to a couple places tomorrow. One is Anchors, which is our drug testing site, and they give out
drug testing site. Oh,
yeah.
I got one of those.
We do. Anchors is a drug testing facility, and they give out pipes and needles and whatever as well, like harm reduction.
Right. Yeah.
They're the ones that have the same machine Dana has, because Shambhala donated this machine. So it's the same machine that Dana has.
Okay.
And it's the only other one in British Columbia besides the one that Dana has. So we've got Anchors in town that does like a drug testing site, right, and harm reduction. And then we have Street Angels, which where the houseless can go to get like clothing and a meal and that kind of thing. So it's kind of like a drop-in center. I'm going to go reach out to them, and I'm going to start a Kootenai cannabis substitution program because I feel that there's a great need for it here. And like I said, I'm going to go approach some of the stores, the legal stores too, because I'm thinking they can give away a 420 bundle that I won. Maybe they're able to give away something somehow, even if it's a bunch of pre-rolls or something, and see if they, because of this is, and I'm not setting up any non-for-profits. I'm not doing anything. I'm not. And neither do any of the other ones because Surrey's running, Langley's running, Vancouver's running, Chris Backer's running in Halifax. Nobody's putting up charities and not-for-profits. This is me in my car going out. I need socks and all that kind of stuff, but I want to get it going because it's a huge need here. Huge. We lost a 13-year-old to fentanyl overdose. A fucking 13-year-old to fentanyl. And she died. So something's got to be done. And if it has to, nobody's listening. Nobody cares. It's just ridiculous. So maybe this will be helpful. And I had somebody already going, well, how do you think that's going to come in and they rob the store for meat? I said, you know what? If they're going to take that money that they would be using to buy some other hard drug and go buy food with it, rather than stealing it because this is helping them, then why would you want to stop it? And really, it's none of your business. And I'm not asking anybody's fucking permission. I'm not going to go and get anybody's permission. I don't think anybody else has. What are you going to do?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking something's telling me I believe Chris did approach the police department when he started.
I'm not. It's legal. And if I'm handing out
you're just gonna set up at the table.
Legal. If I'm gifting out legal cannabis out of the back of my car, say the stores are giving me like 30 joints, and I'm going out and handing out 30 joints of legal cannabis and a baggie full of cookies and a bottle of water and some socks, and they're not gonna.
If you've got 30 joints, that's your 30 grams.
Yeah, and I'm not going to do any more than that. That's 30 people I can help once a week, right?
Right. Give out the joints.
Maybe 2 joints. So it's only 15 people. I don't know how many people are going to show up.
Well, that's the thing. Well, you'll start, I believe, because I don't know how you're going to promote it.
I'm going to go and like I said, I'm going to do a little, lay of the land, go talk to Anchors, see how many people would be, like, where to go, how many people are using, what are the numbers. Like, get myself the lay of the land, right? Find out what the numbers are on the streets, to find out how many people are out there, because that's where you go to find out is where they are, right?
Yeah.
I said, my other friend, she works along with at the homeless shelter, which again is what you need to be doing. Like, you need to be reaching out to these people and letting them know that cannabis can be a harm reduction. Maybe they don't know that. Maybe it's some education along the way too, right? So. Yeah. It's just, like I said, I've been sitting kind of stagnant. There's an election coming up. I don't want nothing to do with it. The only way that I feel that I can do some public service is through cannabis. So why not start something where I'm giving back and I'm feeling like I'm doing a public service and I'm not being a fucking politician and I'm helping the people that need it. And it's something that I know. So you know what they say, go with what you know.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
Cannabis, something I've been hanging on to for 20 years and it saved my life, Al. I mean, honestly, I was, if it wasn't for cannabis, I might not be here. I was smoking crack 20 years ago or 19 years ago. On the 5th of October, I gave it up. But I sat and I smoked cannabis for months. And that's what kept me from the cravings, all kinds of things. That's just the one way it helps me. So I chalk it up to that being the reason why I'm, a sober, productive part of society now.
Okay. Yeah, when I got my Crohn's disease, my options were opiate drugs or cannabis when it came to dealing with the pain and all that.
Yeah.
And I went with the cannabis because I was concerned of becoming a stat.
Right.
Knowing of the addiction. And yet at that time it wasn't as prevalent as it is now. Like, that was 22 years ago.
I mean, I've been attention deficit my whole life, and it made me feel like I was normal. And it makes sense now that I've been attention, like now that I've got the diagnosis and I take the medication for the attention deficit, because if I snorted a line of cocaine, I could actually focus and get something done.
Yeah.
That makes any sense. And it makes sense now because of the attention deficit, right?
Well,
Stimulant.
Ritalin.
It's the same thing. I want Ritalin. Like I've done Ritalin already. We've been through
Right.
Ritalin. I'm
And,
been through Ritalin, been through Concerta. Now we're taking Vyvanse, and Vyvanse is way better. Ritalin made me feel like I was doing the drugs again. That's why I didn't take the Ritalin for very long. I didn't like the way it made me feel. So I told my doctor, it makes me feel like a dirty crackhead. I can't do it. She looks at me, she goes, okay, let's put you on something else then. So we tried something else, and that one didn't work so good. So now we've tried this, and this seems to work pretty good.
Good.
And I'm not up all night either, which the other one was making me so I couldn't sleep. So
Yeah, I think I saw something you posted. Oh, I forgot to take my medicine today. Look out, store.
yeah, work out that squirrel. I took my meds today, but it's probably starting to wear off because it only lasts for 12 hours. So yeah, I took it early today because I had to be at work at 7:30. So it's 7:20. It's probably starting to wear down. It's only to work. It's only good for 12 hours.
Yeah.
And then
So you have to take it twice a day?
No, I take it once for 12 hours. So I take it at 10 o'clock in the morning usually, unless I work at 7, and then I take it at 7, right? Because I got to be there all day. But I take it at 10 so that at 10 o'clock when I'm getting off work, it's wearing down so I can come home and go to sleep. Because
Yeah. Because our people have problems slowing.
You don't crash off it either. Like some people crash, like when their meds start wearing down. You find with kids, right? They'd always say they hit the wall, and the kid would be like, a vegetable, and couldn't was just exhausted after coming off the meds. The medications changed so much over the years. It's not like that anymore. So when I'm I get a little bit squirrely, but then I'm tired and I can actually go to sleep. My brain is still slow enough where if I didn't take the medication, my brain never stops. There's 150 voices in my head. It's
Yeah. Gotta get them quiet. Get them calm down. There's too many voices going on.
That's why I smoke a lot of cannabis too, because that absolutely helps too. But it was a point that it wasn't enough, right? Now I can do both, but yeah, and it's helpful too. It really is.
Yes. Oh yeah. It allows you to focus, calms things down. Just like as with that, as I said, for those kids those teenagers, it I guess sedated them, calmed them down.
Well, I wouldn't say it probably sedated them either, because
yeah, you're right there. That's probably bad choice of words.
Too. I would imagine maybe it did. Maybe they did have some addiction problems. Maybe it was curbing the cravings, like we've heard.
Oh right? Yeah. Well, they were at-risk youth that were there at the home, right?
Well,
I'm sure they've dealt with some. I'm sure they've been dealing with some severe trauma up to this point as well.
Right. I don't think it was a bad thing, and I think whoever is having an issue with it really needs to be educated. And I wish that some of us would get together and maybe do that, because those poor kids. That's all I'm thinking about. I don't even care about the guy that ran the place and whatever. I don't give a shit about him. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking about those poor kids. Where are they going to put those kids? Where are those kids going to end up now? And it's probably First Nations kids.
What about the children?
Right?
Right.
But again, they're probably vulnerable First Nations children who are already a minority as well, and already what? Come on.
I don't know. It's like I said earlier, maybe I don't even think, even if they went at it the right way, as we mentioned, having some doctor there that was able to prescribe it to the children or the teenagers. It says teenagers is what it is.
Well, then I think
sometimes you say children and people think of 8-year-olds.
There are doctors that sign teenagers, and we know they do because we've got teenagers that have been signed up.
Mm-hmm.
So there's got to be there's a doctor out there that would have signed these kids if he saw the need. We know some, I'm sure. We must, because like I said, we've got children that have been signed up.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Sounds like probably getting a little excited there.
Well, it's funny because I think Jade's in one of it. Is she not in Brandon, Manitoba? She's in Manitoba. Maybe somebody should reach out to her, because You know,
Right.
she's the Manitoba activists. Where are they? Hello,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, things have really changed over the years.
Right?
Over the last few years. There's no doubt about that. So
Oh my God, I'm gonna that yappy Yorkie. I'm telling you, I don't know what to do with him. He's a demon.
is he?
Oh, he's horrible little thing. And that's the puppy. That's Bubba, the Chorky. But he's just yapping because he's just.
Just isn't quiet. Hey, maybe you should give him some cannabis.
I've tried that one too. Some CBD.
Medicated cookies.
You know, like I said, we've got Lola and Heat. This is not normal. Like normally, he doesn't bark through the whole show. Today the whole house has been off, and it's because of Lola.
Oh, Lola, yeah.
Lola. Yeah. So, yeah. La 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 Lola. But yeah, so we've got her locked away, and yeah, we've got him losing his fucking mind. The other two, everybody else is.
He's
Nobody
going.
else.
Holy smokes!
Yeah, nobody cares.
Come on!
He's like, he's a year old. He's like, losing his fucking mind. So
Is
yeah,
he related to her?
yeah, he is. That's just her grandson. So there's no, and I don't want any more.
No, I thought I'd check because you got so many there. Sometimes.
Oh, Piper's fixed after that last little, and that's her puppy in there, right? His mom's laying on the pillow over here, but like, no, I don't want any more. I don't need the headache. I don't have the money for another C-section. Like, no.
No.
Not even interested. She's gonna be 7. She shouldn't be having any pets.
I got Odie visiting me.
Oh well, the cat has to visit, right? I'm surprised that he's lasted this long because usually he's on the keyboard.
Yeah.
Like I said, that story of Manitoba is really disturbing to me because I just keep thinking about those poor teenagers. Like, because I see like where I work too, like there's so many kids and stuff that come in that you can tell the ones that are, got good parents or they're better parents. You got, you see the ones that have, some difficulties with their parents, and you see the parents come in and have difficulties parenting, right?
Right.
And it's okay. Like everybody's okay. It's, mind your business. But again, like it's those poor kids, like they've already been through so much. Now they're going to have to be removed from this place, not have the people that they're used to having around, and then lose their medicine on top of it.
So, they were charged with distributing illicit cannabis and providing cannabis to a young person. So are they facing 14 years in jail?
Maybe.
Because they were giving cannabis to minors?
You don't know.
What do you think?
That's a possibility. It's an absolute possibility.
Yeah. Because I know it has to deal with minors and giving them cannabis, so on and so forth.
Right.
Now, I don't know whether they have to be supplying it to them and getting the kids to sell it.
No, I don't think that's got anything to do with it. I think it's got everything to do with them providing it to them for consumption. Like, but they were giving it, I don't know. That's because it's their minors and they weren't like parents giving it to them. It might be like a parent would be a different situation, you would think. But being that they're not the parent, the guardian of that said child, it might be something. I don't know how the law would look at that, and they've been charged. They need a good lawyer.
Yeah, there's. Looks like there's. In this new report, I got another report here that came out about a week and a half ago. They say that he's a well-known addictions counselor.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like this guy is not.
Yeah. Now there are reports or accusations of some of the youth were sexually exploited.
Oh.
That part is.
Oh, then no. Then
that's the disturbing part.
Correct. Yeah, no. Well, then no. You don't know. I mean, if you're used to exploit them, no, it's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah.
I will absolutely agree. But if you're using it to exploit them so they would do things.
Yeah.
for you because you no, Joe, for 14 years plus. That's sexual exploitation. What he needs.
Okay.
They executed the guy yesterday.
Oh, look at that.
States.
He ran for
The Conservative Party.
in 2011 he ran for the Conservative Party.
Of course he did.
So there you go.
Fuck.
All righty. Well, I see it's the bottom of the hour. It's 9:30 my time.
Do you see now why I've got 2 of these? Because I hear shit like that. I gotta.
Yeah. I got a bigger battery. One that lasts a little longer.
It's just unbelievable, some of the crap. Anyways.
Yeah.
It's going to be
All
fun
right.
on Monday again. I have guests.
Do you have guests Monday?
Cannabis and Coffees. It's fuck around and find out Monday. And we've got Adam. Dan.
FFMM. All right.
It's fuck around and find out. So Asia and Adam and Dan will be on the show with the latest episodes of what's going on in downtown Vancouver.
Oh, no, that's interesting. All righty.
I'm not putting the videos up. We're just going to talk about the aftermath.
All right.
Basically, we're trying to boost and promote the other cannabis substitution programs because the one that's been running in Vancouver is now running for profit. So there is nothing free coming out of that van, and hasn't been for a long time. And that's what we've exposed is that Neil Magnuson's son is actually living in a penthouse in downtown Vancouver.
So people want to know about that. They should catch your last broadcast.
Yes. And so Asia's been out with her truck now twice, giving away cannabis and getting the donations that were being given to by Mad Hatter, who is Adam and Dan. Right. So these are also people that have been donating to them, and they've been selling it for $15 a gram, no less. Ooh. And Glenn Wells knows all about it, and so does his son.
That's not good.
Yeah. Catch the last episode, and there'll be an update next week.
All right.
Grandma.
All right. You can find the Pace Radio Network on Facebook. We're on Twitter. We're on Instagram, and you can find us online at paceradio.net or pace-online.ca. That's the home of everything. That's where we all started.
And remember, folks, all the cannabis substitution programs need donations all across the country.
Right. And it's getting close to harvest time. So, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah. Everybody loves a gift.
Yeah, Halifax, Ottawa has a substitution program now. Saskatoon has one. You have to reach out to them. Newton, BC, or is it Newton? I'm not sure where Newton is, actually, to be honest. But Newton, Langley, Surrey, Vancouver, and now Cranbrook. So
it'd be nice to be able to find out like a list of spot where people could.
We're slowly all gathering together. We're finding out more and more because we're reaching out because of the shit show downtown.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Thanks to our sponsors, Legacy420.com, Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and AtEase.ca. Plus, a big thank you to everybody for tuning in to the broadcast and my co-host, Tamara Wana. And thanks to you all. And good night.
Night.
Now I gotta find the right button. There it is. Let's share Pace everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
JJ. Hi. Got a minute? All right. I've got JJ O'Brien with me. So what do you think?
I think it's great so far. I've just been making my rounds through the vendors, and I'm only about halfway through. But it's been very interesting. It's a great crowd here. It's very busy, so I'm just slowly making my way through. Yeah.
I saw you up on stage. during the seminar there?
Yes, I was very proud to be representing Education and speaking on the Sovereign Inherent Rights panel with my colleague, Jose Bourgeois, who's absolutely amazing, and with Kathy and Sturgis. It was a great panel, and I was very honored to be a part of it.
Yeah, good. Now, I guess you're spending the rest of the day walking around. Are you in any more panels?
No more panels today, but I'm going to walk around some more, and then I'll be seeing everybody in the consumption lounge later, and hopefully hitting it at the after party.
It was raining when I was outside last, so I came in, do some more interviews, but it was nice out there earlier.
I know. I'm hoping it's going to clear up and we can.
It was crowded. It wasn't big enough.
No, I know, and they kicked a bunch of us out, so I hope we're getting back in.
I just have to move out of the way. All right. What else offhand? Can you let us know we're doing anything independently? But I know you're with Education. Shout out to them.
Yes, absolutely. Shout out to Education. We're a nonprofit here in Canada that's dedicated to promoting responsible cannabis education in Canada. So check us out at education.info or send us an email. We do have a membership. We have a community and leadership membership. If you have some level of cannabis education, come and join us. Or if not, come and join us as well, and we can educate you.
All right, super. Thank you very much. All right, I'll let you go and make your way. Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after